El cambio climático es uno de los grandes desafíos de nuestra era. A diario, el planeta da cuenta de las enormes transformaciones que sufre y cuyos impactos nos afectan a todos. Vivimos un punto de inflexión en el que urge tomar medidas drásticas ahora. No actuar implica que adaptarnos al cambio climático y mitigar sus efectos será un proceso cada vez más largo, más complejo y costoso, poniendo en riesgo el bienestar de las futuras generaciones. Sistematizar y contextualizar la evidencia científica sobre cambio climático es vital para tomar decisiones que se materialicen en políticas públicas robustas, efectivas y trascendentes.
A propósito de la COP25, este ministerio convocó a la comunidad de investigación con el objeto de disponer de la mejor evidencia científica para la toma de decisiones, para las políticas públicas y para asumir compromisos nacionales e internacionales con metas ambiciosas y factibles. Además, para contar con capacidades para enfrentar desafíos globales y locales en mitigación y en adaptación al cambio climático. La exitosa instalación y gestión del Ministerio de Ciencia se ha basado en vincular la institucionalidad con el mundo científico nacional, incluso más allá de nuestras fronteras.
Así, más de 600 investigadores e investigadoras del más alto nivel, con destacadas trayectorias y vinculados a los principales centros de investigación y desarrollo, así como a universidades nacionales, acogieron el llamado y están trabajando colaborativamente. Coordinados por el Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, la labor de estos profesionales marca el inicio de la vinculación entre la ciencia y el sector público en una materia de interés nacional, y aspiramos a que se consolide como un espacio de asesoría permanente. Impulsar la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático y a través de ella afianzar la existencia del Comité Científico es el reconocimiento explícito a la investigación de excelencia que nuestra comunidad nacional ha generado durante décadas, dando paso a una nueva fase, la de utilizar este conocimiento para construir un mejor país. El Comité Científico de Cambio Climático se organiza en 7 mesas de trabajo, 2 transversales, adaptación y mitigación energía, y 5 temáticas, agua, Antártica y criósfera, biodiversidad, océanos y ciudades. Las recomendaciones entregadas por el comité han contribuido a establecer profundas sinergias y comprometer a otros importantes actores del mundo gubernamental.
Es en las 7 mesas de trabajo del Comité Científico que se ha generado el insumo más abundante, práctico y evidente en torno al entendimiento y abordaje del cambio climático en Chile como un fenómeno en desarrollo al que debemos adaptarnos permanentemente. El conocimiento y evidencia que han arrojado estas mesas de trabajo impulsan el establecimiento de medidas concretas de mitigación y adaptación que consideran la interacción de variables de la evolución del planeta, pero fundamentalmente el impacto de nosotros, los seres humanos.
Los coordinadores de las mesas del Comité Científico utilizan metodologías flexibles de participación de la comunidad científica para sistematizar y contextualizar la mejor evidencia disponible a través de grupos de trabajo, talleres, encuestas, consultas y la construcción interactiva de documentos. El resultado de la mesa de trabajo ha ido más allá de la generación, sistematización y contextualización de evidencia. Su labor también se ha traducido en 188 recomendaciones vinculadas a la mesa del comité, para que entes públicos y privados puedan contar con información clave para la toma de decisiones que permitan hacer frente al cambio climático. El trabajo de la comunidad científica muestra la necesidad de avanzar en el combate al cambio climático, especialmente en un escenario donde la pandemia del COVID-19 y sus consecuencias se han convertido en la primera preocupación de la sociedad.
Demostrar la necesidad y pertinencia de la generación de conocimiento local continúa siendo un desafío interno que impacta en lo global, principalmente por el potencial de Chile en cuanto a generación de energía limpia que puede instalar a nuestro país en una posición de liderazgo en el combate al cambio climático. Ahora, para que este desafío se transforme en una realidad, se requiere de una gobernanza robusta y también que se establezcan y profundicen las confianzas entre diversos actores del ámbito científico y gubernamental, poniendo foco en la carbono neutralidad más allá de cualquier interés y protagonismo sectorial o de corto plazo.
La evidencia a nivel global es contundente. El cambio climático es real y ha generado impactos irreversibles en importantes ecosistemas de nuestro territorio. Si como sociedad persistimos en el ritmo actual de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, la temperatura media mundial seguirá subiendo, los océanos se tornarán más ácidos y se calentarán aún más, y el deshielo se incrementará. La mayoría de los efectos del cambio climático persistirán durante siglos, incluso si las emisiones se detienen por completo. Comprometernos con la solución es entonces tarea de todos. Tener un planeta habitable supone construir una sociedad más sostenible y equitativa que, de la mano con la institucionalidad, impulsa un compromiso con una economía más verde.
Como nunca antes, hoy contamos con evidencia contundente y conciencia sobre el cambio climático. El momento para tomar acciones con determinación es hoy. Todos debemos ser parte de la solución. Ese es el desafío del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático convocado por el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
morning and welcome to the second day of this seminar on climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are broadcasting during these 4 days on the platform of the Ministry of Science and through Futuro 360 on CNN Chile and a YouTube channel called Evidence on Science and Public Policies. This second conference is organized together with the Ministry of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation and the Scientific Committee for Climate Change, Fundación MERI, and by the European Union, a collaborative work, multi-sectorial, to share experiences and actions in adaptation and mitigation of climate change. And especially, the idea is to visualize regionally the evidence that have been given by the IPCC. Yesterday, maybe gave one good and big conclusion, which is a climatic resilience that we need as a mankind urgently in an uncertain and changing scenario where models and multidimensional approaches would build a regional purpose. We thank once again everybody who has been with us so enthusiastically and with conviction to this meeting, to the Ministry of the Environment, the representatives of the United Nations, FAA, ICLAC, EIMF, and UNICEF, and authors of IPCC, scientists, academicals, and academical people, decision makers, Inter-American Institute for Research on Climate Change, INSA, and citizens, particularly to be part of the solution that are going to be sharing a bit panel. We are going to listen to Co Barrett, the Vice Chairwoman of the Intergovernmental Panel of the United Nations for Climate Change, IPCC. Please go.
I'm honored to represent the IPCC at this second conference on scientific evidence in public policies, with a focus on Latin America and the Caribbean. The IPCC was founded over 30 years ago to periodically provide up-to-date scientific evidence to policymakers, and increasingly the general public, about the state of the climate and ways the global community can work together to solve the worsening climate crisis. We have done this through a long-standing partnership with the UNFCCC, where IPCC assessments inform global policies. And we do this through regional partnerships like this one, where we share our assessment of climate science to underpin policy decisions at the local and regional levels. Our partnership with MERI is a particularly strong one, as we shared a pavilion space at COP25 in Madrid, and will do so again in Glasgow in a few months' time. This time, we have the recently released Working Group 1 report on the physical science of climate change to share, a report that has generated 5 times the media attention of any report previously released by the IPCC. There's clearly a hunger for climate information as global citizens become increasingly concerned about widespread and intensifying changes they are seeing in their own backyards, particularly in extreme climate events like heavy precipitation, floods, extreme heat, and drought. I want to take a moment to highlight the important role that regional authors played in the Working Group 1 assessment. Many talented scientists like Maisa Rojas assessed the state of science and ensured that regional research was incorporated properly to give a global perspective. The IPCC is truly indebted to expertise from this region in helping to tell the full story of the ways that climate change is impacting our world. With that, I extend my best wishes for the day and look forward to the many interesting presentations that will follow.
Gracias a Co por sus palabras de bienvenida. Y
Thank
también
you, Co, for your welcoming words. And we will listen to Maisa Rojas now, the Center of Climate and Resilience. Welcome, Maisa.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning to everybody, and thank you very much, Marisol, for giving me the word. And I want to thank the words by Co Barrett, one of the vice chairwomen of IPCC. I want to share my words in this second day to talk about two perspectives. One, as I said, I am the coordinator of the scientific committee that was created in 2019. And on the other hand, I also was the coordinating author for this sixth report that was launched in August, and we are being fed about it, and we are disseminating through this conference. As a coordinator, I wanted to tell you a bit on what has been the work on this committee from 2019, when we were formed during the presidency of COP of Chile, in order to contribute with scientific evidence to the work of the presidency. Within this context, we committed ourselves to share scientific evidence through this second conference so far for the region. The scientific committee after 2019 was institutionalized thanks to a decree of the Ministry of Science. So now we are a scientific committee from the Ministry of Science, supporting the Ministry of the Environment as well, accompanying them with or feeding them with scientific evidence, not only to coordinate, but also also to do research. So we have this role on accompanying the ministers for the following years on how we're going to address this climate change. And obviously it's got to be faced with the evidence of what is going on and what are our options in order to address it. And the committee will be kept along on a permanent basis once the framework law can be passed. Well, still a bill in Congress where this committee or advisory committee is considered. So we are very pleased, very happy for the work that we started 2 years ago has given these fruits, and as well as being recognized by the country for this transition that we need to do and to go through in order to face the climate change. Obviously, it is always good that science is present with us, because science goes forward and quite quickly. And this is, I would say, from the point of view of a scientist, that is a very vital message. IPCC gives these periodical reports every 6 years, and it is quite impressive, the enormous new information that we are collecting. And as Co said, it is quite impressive. In comparison to the previous report, the contribution from different scientists from the region, both from South America and the Caribbean and Central America, towards the IPCC. And this is quite critical because we are the ones who know our realities better, the literature that is produced, and we can make sure that all this information can be collected correctly in the reports. A report that has been characterized for having an important amount of regional information, much more than the previous ones. So I once again want to thank you for tuning us through the different media that we are being broadcast in order to share with you what the report says and probably what is still lacking, what we need to understand, to know, and to monitor so that our scientists in the region can have a good job in advising our political field. Thank you.
Marisol, estás sin micrófono.
Ahí sí. Ahí sí. Bueno, gracias, Maisa, por tus palabras.
Thank you, Maisa, for your words. Big message that you have just given in your welcoming words. The science goes along very quickly, so it is very important to have the contribution in the region for these climate change studies. We want to welcome as well the executive president, Francisca Cortés Solari. She's a philanthropist, conservationist, entrepreneurship that promotes the integral development and sustainable development in Chile from science, education, and culture. Welcome, Francisca Cortés. Carolina Smith, the Ministry of Environment. Andres Couve, Ministry of Science. Vice Chairwoman at Thelma Crook. Co Barrett from the IPCC as well. Ambassador of the European Union, Leon de la Torre. Distinguished friends, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us and taking your time to be with us today and to put into the conversation the urgency that summons us during all these times which are so difficult for mankind. 3 months after being met with specialists in Latin America and the Caribbean within the framework of the regional conference on IPCC for climate change, we inaugurated the second conference of the scientific evidence and public policies together with the institutions that I have mentioned before. All along these 4 days, we will analyze the last scientific evidence given by the group number 1 of IPCC in terms of the 6th report of evaluation of climate change, which is a report which is quite relevant for our times. We want this to be an open, democratic, citizen-like dialogue, scientists, policymakers, and civil society all together. It is impossible today to think that this is a problem of a few, but there is a big call for this, for all the sectors and people that live in the planet. This urgency is involving us all. Today, we know precisely that we have not reversed the tendency of the global warming that has been with us for more than 50 years. The scientific community has been quite drastic, saying that mankind is the main producer of the speeding of this phenomenon. We know that the temperature of the global temperature then has been increased from 0.8 to 1.3 between 1850 and 1900s in only 50 years. And today, from 2010 to 2019, in only 9 years, we have come to the same degree. So, and the oceans are capturing 56% of carbon, with a consequent process of acidification of marine ecosystems, which are essential for survival. And we know water is it is life for the planet in all its forms and ways. This has been has created drastic economical and cultural and social changes. Figures of the World Bank say that more than 100 million people in poverty will come or will be in the planet in only 9 years, that is to say, in 2030. And all this based on climate change. So what do we do? What do we do as an individual, as a person, and collectively in order to mend this problem area? How we can address this crisis mankind is living today as never before? My distinguished people, time is over. Time is over for the difference. And it is time then to be united, to look for evident and concrete and concise solutions. We need a collective change, and it is not possible to operate it without having an individual awareness change, where we can be committed as mankind. We have to understand that we are party to the nature, that everything is absolutely and perfectly interconnected, and it's important to repose the relationship with nature. It is time to check the models of development that have been implemented so far, being focused on a blue economy and industries that would value the value of the land and marine ecosystems. We need a commitment. This is inevitable to save mankind from the extinction that is coming up abroad. During these 4 days, together with IPCC experts, scientists, and policymakers, we are going to take our time in order to talk about sustainability, the problems of the oceans, desertification, marine preservation, land preservation, food safety, risks coming ahead, governance, along other things and issues. We try to come to a common understanding for public policies for mitigating climate change. From Fundación MERI, in part of our effort in order to mitigate climate change, it is an honor to host once again this space, this room, and cooperating for the multiplication of dialogues to have a better view that is absolutely needed. I thank sincerely and particularly the support from IPCC, its authorities, executive team, and all the authors for the commitment and the dedication with our region. Likewise, all other participants for their constant work in this important matter. To everybody, I wish you a good and excellent discussion and dialogue. Try not to be stopped. Try to facilitate the ways and roads to have good understanding. We understand that we go to COP26, which is a meeting that maybe is going to be one of the few opportunities of mankind in order to mend this way and road. I thank once again to participate here, and I wish you good conversations and dialogue. Thank you, everybody.
Ahí sí estoy con audio nuevamente. Bueno, agradecemos las palabras de Francisca.
Well, we thank the words by Francisca, particularly this urgent call to a dialogue and cooperation. We're going to introduce the welcoming words by Ana María Molina, the Executive Director of Fundación MERI. Welcome, Ana María.
Muchas gracias, Marisol. Buenos días a todos.
Thank you, Marisol. Welcome, everybody, and good day. Co-Barres, Vice Chairwoman of IPCC, Coordinator of Climate Change, Dr. Maisa Rojas, Executive President of Fundación MERI, Francisca Cortés, authorities, representatives of the scientific and academic world, young people, representatives from public sector, private sector, civil society, policymakers, decision makers, and everybody who is with us today. Welcome you all. We're so happy to give you the welcoming words for this second meeting. Today is the second day, and this conference has been organized together with the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation and Knowledge, and the Ministry of Environment, the Scientific Committee for Climate Change, the European Union, through Euroclimate Program, ECLAC, and obviously IPCC. Yesterday, we had a very interesting and dynamic day where some authors presented part of the main conclusions of the sixth report that was given by IPCC short ago, that gives a vision from science. Today, we will continue with a very interesting day with the discussion and panels. The conference tried to put evidence of science in the center to make decisions. This is the interest of Fundación MERI and the Ministry of Science and obviously IPCC, and therefore last year we developed the first version of this conference in March. Yes, last year, 2020, presentially, just before that the pandemic would paralyze the whole country. I want to highlight the role of young people participating in this conference with a powerful presentation yesterday from Dani Aguilar from Peru in talking about adaptation, where young people are the protagonists. Today we have a panel on climate change and citizen participation. We will have young people here. The delegation is constituted by 25 people from 18 countries selected to represent the voices of young people of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. The young people selected reflect the plurality of the region. They are active members in their communities. They lead or form part of different environmental young people organizations that are linked to climate change, environment, and the management of risks with regional, local, and national impact. These young people that were selected by Fundación MERI and UNICEF in order to empower young people and infantry as well, so that young people can be recognized as a protagonist and change agent to protect the planet and to reimagine our planet. With this delegation, with all the invited people of today, with new authors from the IPCC that will present new chapters, I wish you a good, excellent day of discussion, and that our work will be fruitful for COP26. Thank you.
Bueno, gracias, Anita, por esas palabras y especialmente por darnos a conocer.
Thank you, Anita, for your words and for letting us know this alliance with ECLAC and UNICEF. Sorry. I will ask the technical people to activate my audio so to be with you faster. I invite you to leave your questions in the chat of the conference during this day, and to tell you also that we have the simultaneous translation in English and Spanish that you can activate from your screen. We will start with the first report today, in charge of Thelma Krug, Vice President of IPCC. Thelma Krug, from 2015, is the Vice President of IPCC for the sixth cycle of evaluation. She will tell us about the scientific evidence in Chapter 10 regarding the link of global and regional climate change matters.
Good afternoon to all. It's a real pleasure for me to be providing this talk today on the subject of linking global to regional climate change. So I'm going to share my screen with you, and I hope you enjoy the presentation. Although climate change is a global phenomenon, the way it presents itself and its consequences are different in different regions. And providing climate information on different spatial scale, from subcontinental to local, is relevant for impact assessment as well as risk assessments. In the Working Group 1 report, there is a specific chapter that links global to regional climate change. It's chapter 10. And the chapter assesses how regional climate information is filtered from multiple lines of evidence, addresses the challenges and requirements associated with observations relevant at the regional scale, and also the fitness of modeling tools available for attributing and projecting anthropogenic climate change in a regional context. I will summarize some elements in the chapter, but I will also refer to other chapters that provide regional information in the Working Group 1 report. This slide shows the chapters where regional climate information can be found in the report. So besides chapter 10, we also have chapter 11 that focus on weather and climate extreme events in a changing climate. We have chapter 12 that addresses climate change information for regional impact and for risk assessment. But also there is an innovation in the Working Group 1 report, which is the inclusion of an atlas chapter that provides a region by region assessment of the new knowledge on changes in the mean climate, specifically surface temperature, precipitation, and some cryospheric variables, such as snow cover and surface mass balance. El grupo de trabajo 1 dedicates 1/3 of the report to regional climate information that is provided for several subregions, as indicated in this slide. So you see all these blocks here is considered to be one subregion for which you can have detailed information. So, regional climate change, what is it? So, it refers to a change in climate in a given region that is identified by changes in the mean of the probability distribution of a climate variable, for instance, temperature, and that persists for a few decades or longer. But regional climate change can also refer to a change in temporal properties, such as persistency and frequency of occurrence of weather and climate extreme events. Regional climate change may be caused by natural internal processes. It can also be caused by changes in external forcings, such as variations in the solar cycle, volcanic eruptions, but also as persistent anthropogenic changes in the composition of the atmosphere or changes in land use. Depending on the context, a region may refer to a large area, such as the monsoon region, but also may be confined to smaller areas, such as coastlines, mountain ranges, and human settlements, like cities. A variety of methodologies and approaches have been developed to construct regional climate change information, including global and regional climate model simulations, statistical approaches, and methods to adjust bias. And a commonly used source is long-term, end of the century model projections of regional climate change, as well as near term, we say next 10 years, for instance, climate predictions, and regional observations with their associated challenges are a key source for the regional climate information construction process. High-quality observations are used to adjust inherent model bias and are the basis for assessing model performance. Global and regional climate models are important sources of climate information at the regional scale. And the global models by themselves provide a useful line of evidence for the construction of regional climate information through the attribution or the quantification of the role of the internal variability, for instance. So hence, improving global model performance for regional scales is fundamental for increasing their usefulness as regional information sources. Most global and regional climate models can simulate reasonably well the current climatological features of South America, Central America, and the Caribbean, such as seasonal mean and annual cycles. However, significant biases persist, mainly at regional scales. For instance, over the subtropical Central Andes, the models are found to overestimate both mean temperature and precipitation values. However, at every new IPCC assessment, the models become more sophisticated, implying a reduction in bias. For instance, the biases in seasonal precipitation, annual precipitation, and climate streams over several regions of South America were reduced, including the Amazon, Central South America, Bolivia, Eastern Argentina, and Uruguay, in the models used in the previous assessment report when compared to that in 2007. So the evaluation of global and regional climate model simulations have increased over South America. And this specifically in the past decade, and have shown also improved performance. However, the results reveal that no model performs well in simulating all aspects of the present climate. On the other hand, there is still a lack of high quality and high resolution observational data that may explain part of the important biases present in climate models. Currently, scarcity and reduced availability of adequate observations increase the uncertainty of long-term temperature and precipitation estimates. For instance, precipitation measurements in mountainous areas, especially of solid precipitation, are strongly affected by the location of the gauge in the setup. But there are several other situations, including data-scarce regions, where products have to be derived using interpolation methods. In many regions of South America, the major barrier to the study of climate change is still the absence or insufficiency of long-time series of observational data. Most national data sets were created in the 1970s, in the 80s, preventing a more comprehensive long-term trend analysis. Now, I am going to provide some findings in chapter 11. So this chapter provides a table of the observed trends and related human contribution, as well as projected changes at 1.52 and 4 degrees Celsius global warming for temperature streams in Central and South America, subdivided by the AR6 regions and also the subregions. Most subregions show a likely increase in the intensity and frequency of hot streams and decrease in the intensity and frequency of cold streams. And also there is robust evidence of a human contribution to the observed increase in the intensity and frequency of hot streams. The climate models project robust increases in the intensity and frequency of extreme temperature events as global warming increases. However, for heavy precipitation, there is insufficient data to assess trends and limited evidence to attribute to human influence. But the climate models project an increase in the intensity and frequency of heavy precipitation as global warming increases. This slide shows the projected changes in some climate variables at different levels of global warming. And then you can see where significant changes are expected to occur or are projected to occur as warming increases. So here you see for the annual maximum temperature, the change in degrees Celsius at 1.5, 2, and 4 degrees Celsius of global warming, and significant changes, in particular for the 4 degrees Celsius, can be seen in this slide. Also in the second column, you see percent changes in the annual total precipitation, where changes can also be identified and projected. So now I go to the Atlas. In the Atlas chapter in the Working Group 1 report, the Atlas provides detailed information about climatic trends in all subregions. And for South America, studies show an increasing trend in the mean temperature and extremely warm maximum and minimum temperature, particularly for a large region in the North and South America and the Southwestern Andes that includes 5 subregions as indicated in the slide. So you can see, for instance, NSA, SAM, NES, SWS, and the north of SES, this large area where you see an increasing trend in the mean temperature in extreme maximum and minimum temperature. It always says that over central Chile, there are positive trends for mean, maximum, and minimum temperature that are largely restricted to austral spring, summer, and autumn seasons. Now, if we go to Amazonia and the Andes, 2 very focused areas in our region, the observed changes from observational studies for Amazonia, for instance, indicate an increased warming trend over the last 40 years. So we are talking about observed changes that have reached approximately 0.6 to 0.7 degrees Celsius and a stronger warming during the dry season and over the southeast. It also indicates the dry season length, an increase in the dry season length over southern Amazonia significantly since 1979. And for the Andes, temperature showed significant warming trends, especially at inland and higher elevation sites, but no significant trend of warming at coastal sites. And over central Chile, positive trends are largely restricted to austral spring, summer and autumn seasons for the mean, for the maximum and minimum temperatures. So this slide presents a summary of the major changes observed. And mind that I'm presenting just some pieces in the report, in the Atlas chapter, and also that can be seen in the interactive Atlas. So the historical temperature time series points strongly to an increased warming trend across many South American regions, except for a cooling of the Chilean coast. And for the annual rainfall, an increase over southeastern South America, the NES subregion, and a decrease in most tropical land regions, particularly in central Chile. And finally, it is relevant to note that the number and strength of extreme events, such as extreme temperature, droughts, and floods, have already increased. They are not only projected to be more intense and more frequent as global warming increases, but it's already being observed. So this next slide from the Atlas chapter in the Working Group 1 report also provides detailed information about climatic trends for North and Central America, which are projected to experience climate changes across all regions, with some common changes and others showing distinctive regional patterns that lead to unique combinations of adaptation and risk management challenges. These shifts in North and Central American climate become more prominent with increasing greenhouse gas emissions and higher global warming levels. And finally, in this last slide, the identification of the region in the Atlas indicated as SCA and CAR for South Central America and Caribbean, respectively, where increases in droughts have already been observed and will continue in the future. And also fire weather is also projected to increase in the SCA subregion. Obviously, there are plenty of information available in the Atlas chapter, as I already mentioned. And please explore the interactive Atlas. And in this presentation, I only picked up some observed and future changes. And that can be explored much more deeply in the report itself. So I hope that this presentation has been useful. Chapter 10 is a very dense chapter with lots of information. And for those that were able to see the previous presentation on models, how the models are improving, and looking at the global models that can be used to filter the regional information, you see that every new IPCC assessment, this improves. And the regional information also improves. So for some of them, we have higher confidence, as for instance, for hot streams, for higher temperature, higher minimum and maximum temperatures. For precipitation, not as much. And as I mentioned, there is a data scarcity in the region, not only South America, but Central America and the Caribbean as well. And this really impairs the ability for us to really get robust regional information. So hopefully these gaps in information and data will be filled in and allow that for the next assessment, the AR7 that starts in 2023 and ends possibly in 2030, there will be much better information data that can feed into the even more robust models that have been developed for the AR6 and in particular for the Working Group 1. So with that, I say bye-bye to all and hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Telma, por esa ponencia. sobre el último informe del IPCC. Les recordamos que estamos transmitiendo.
Thank you, Telma, for this presentation. We are presenting through the channel of the Ministry of Sciences and also in a continuous way for the scientific change and public policies. We invite you to leave your questions in the chat of the conference. And to let you know that this encounter has a simultaneous translation in English and Spanish, and you can activate it from your screen. The next panel, called Climate Change and Risk Management, will face the raising of the world temperature in the surface and the risk for human health, ecosystems, and life itself, from a perspective regional, but with context of specific territories that need attention. Measures of effective actions to better the risk management and decision taking will be in the hand of the following panelists: Sebastián Vicuña, coordinator of the adaptation table of scientific climate change, professor of engineering, Universidad Católica de Chile, and director of the Center of Global Change of Catholic University. He was the author of the main report of IPCC in the chapter regarding this issue. Welcome, Sebastián Vicuña. Inés Camiloni, she's doctor in sciences of the atmosphere in Buenos Aires University, but also associated professor in the Department of Science of the Atmosphere and the Oceans of the Faculty of Exact Sciences and Natural Sciences. She's a member of the Scientific Institute of Inter-American for the Research on Global Change. Very much welcome, Inés. The following panelist is Tania Guillén Bolaños, engineer in the environmental quality of the Universidad Centroamericana de Nicaragua. She works on natural resources supply in Cologne in Germany, and she's researcher of the Center of Scientific Climate Changes Services from Germany, and follows as an observer the negotiations on the climate change of the United Nations from 2010. Tania collaborated in a report on global warming 1.5 degrees and is author that contributes in the 6th report of evaluation of the second group of work of IPCC. Very much welcome, Tania, and you also. Following panelist is Edwin Castellanos. He's director of the Economic Sustainable Observatory, Center of the Institute of Research of Universidad del Valle de Guatemala. He worked as director of the Center of Studies of Environment and Biodiversity, and also in IPCC author for Central and South America. Very much welcome, Edwin. This panel will be moderated by Rodrigo Cienfuegos, Director of the Center of Research for Integrated Management of Risk and Disasters, that deals with the physical propagation of tsunamis and interaction of natural surroundings. Rodrigo, I leave you ordering this panel, and I wish you a great conversation. Thank you, Marisol. Very much welcome everybody here and all those who are connected to this seminar. Well, here our panelists are presented already, and the idea is to have expositions regarding the dimension that we are connecting the effects of the climate change, which are each time more high, because we are having impact much more strong with stronger events, extreme events. So there is a connection we are seeing these bridges and connections among the climate change and mitigation of greenhouse gases that are required in order to control global warming. But at the same time, we must look at the urgent task of adapting to this climate change that is present already and is being manifested in a very spectacular way in many places, as we have seen in the last weeks in different places of the world. So here we have these agendas of Sendai to reduce the risk of disasters that has been signed by the countries members of the United Nations, that needs to be connected with the Paris agenda that is working simultaneously, and these bridges are being developed in order to focus in a better way this enormous challenge. Now we will have some expositions that will focus on the risk problem in the frame of climate change, the problem of the threats, the climatic threat, how the climate is being produced in events that are much more intense and frequent in terms of impact and energy that moves these disasters. The expositions and vulnerability that are clue for evaluating and giving assessment to the risks, because it's important the human action for the greenhouse gases. And I hope that we see the vulnerability also, because it's a dimension that we have to face in order to control and mitigate the effects of these disasters. In this framework, we will listen also some expositions regarding the strategies facing climate change for the region. We will have presentation of each one of the panelists. Each one will have 8 to 10 minutes for this first round of presentations. I will tell you in the 8 minutes so that you can close your presentation. After these presentations, we will have a space for questions and discussions regarding this theme. So we will start with Inés Camiloni. Are you ready, Inés?
Buen día para todos.
Rodrigo, good morning. I will share my screen with you.
Para acompañarme con una presentación.
To have my presentation here. So we will speak a bit on which are the threads of climatic origin that could affect our region, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And so it's important to have in mind how this sequence from the threats that the climate produce, we can identify the risk or the impacts that are produced by climate change. This first step has to be with the identification of the threats and has to do with working with the climate pushers, climate impacts that are produced in the climate change. These ones are no other thing than a variety, different trends that push the climate, and we have to assess and analyze the temperature minimum and maximum of rains and rainfalls, changes in winds, in droughts, and in different variables that will allow us to describe the state of the climate system. When you identify these these trends that are relevant for this quantification of impact and risk, appear the options. The options have to do with the augment of temperature or diminishing of temperature or doesn't change. This is the first evaluation and the one based on intuition. But in this context of climate change, all these variables, all these trends will show us different things. As this image is showing us that these trends of change in the climate that generate impact and risk will produce different parameters and be modified, like the intensity and the magnitude. If we are talking of a wave of heat, this will be modifying the extremes reached, for instance, during this wave of heat, or the frequency in which it happens, events, the duration, how many days it takes, this wave of heat, the moment in which this event happens, when it happens, if it is snow, for instance, when the moment of ice start, of thaw starts, when, as you see, for instance, when this process of thaw is starting or modifying, and the duration, and this has to do with the speed in which it is produced. For instance, this process and will have an impact, a significant impact in the melting of the ices for the rivers, for instance, and a phenomena of wave of the area that will use this phenomena also can evolve during time. So the variables not only augment and diminish, but have modifications in this other set of parameters that also are very important. And from then, we can evaluate finally the impacts and risks, paying attention to the differences of impacts and risks regarding what happened in the past and what is happening in the present, but also the risks are something that we can see that could happen in the future, that existed trends of those risks could happen in the future and to have present, that these times are different because the risk could be avoided and diminished, while regarding what is happening already, the situation has to go to the adaptation or mitigation to what is happening. And in these impacts, we see that the climate change is producing different events and multiple events that can be and areas that can be affected, like the loss of biodiversity or crops that can be damaged, or infrastructure that can be damaged, or impacts in health, as some of the examples. And as we see this sequence of this stage, the first two stages, identifying the different impacts, the sciences would be the ones that accomplish the main role to provide these multiple disciplines, this cross-cutting data that could be classified in order to understand the risk, the possible risk. In the last IPCC report, it was generated a lot of relevant information for this process of quantification of risk. And this is what is showed in this map for our region in Latin America and the Caribbean. The changes that are expected from half of this century with all these climate trends. With red, you can see where it is foreseen already that they will augment with a lot of certainty, and the blue ones where it will diminish. And it can be identified significant modifications in all the regions, in many places, with a lot of floods, rainfalls and extreme situations that will be accompanied by augment of temperature and fires, for instance, or processes of diminishing of the snow, and that will be shown in the rivers, also in the fluxes of the rivers, and what will happen in our region in terms of the next years, and with a level of certainty very high. So now if we face in four of these events, like the winds, but also the floods, but also the droughts that could be produced, and the instability in the earth and the floor because of an extreme rainfall or the warming temperatures and the fires that could be produced because of that. If we can concentrate on these four threads that could be noticed as because of the global warming, because of rainfall or droughts or warming of the temperatures that accomplish an important role for the droughts, and also the winds or hurricanes that could be produced in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is a report produced in 2020 where it was divided, the region, according to the map that you are seeing there. In the screen, you can see that were identified these climatic factors that were relevant for the impacts that could be produced, which are those regions more affected by inside the Ibero-American zone, and with different climate events. It's very extensive, the region, but can be affected by very intense rainfall or by hurricanes, or the social risk had to be with the loss of human life or displacement of human population, other climatic refugees because of the excess of rainfall that will produce floods, especially relevant in our region of Latin America that is so much urbanized, but at the same time modifications of biodiversity that can be affected not only because of floods, but also because of droughts, auments of temperatures. That map, totally red, can affect almost all our region, and this table also indicates different urgencies when the points appear to be very much larger. It's something that is already happening, but in the measure that they diminish in their size and colors, because the risk is lesser. So we go in the time going to the short run and the long run, with different possibilities of acting over these risks that are not so important. 2 minutes more, Ines. So, regarding these impacts and risks, the consequences have to do with the floods, the droughts, and the refugees, destruction of infrastructure, contamination of water, food safety, etc. And with fires associated to winds and climates, an increase of temperature, for instance. And in that case, we see in the map again in red color the regions of Latin America that are more affected in front of these threats in terms of economical damage or housing, and also lives that could be lost, and biodiversity that could be lost as a result also of the fires and any accidents that nature accidents that occur. The consequences have to do with loss of life, destruction of infrastructure, and the deterioration of the earth, the ecosystem, food safety, and so on. So finishing, I want to arrive to some conclusions of these threads for our region, that is, of course, with many threats, very important. We have four main elements. The vulnerability in front of this threat, without any doubt, can be diminished, and this will be solved in the next presentation. And the way of diminishing this vulnerability of our region has to be with different alert system, and to accomplish with ordering of the territories and trying to stop the lack of forestation, to try to think of forestry, to eliminate poverty. Of course, it is very important, and fortify the interinstitutional coordination in order to manage better the risk and the problem. Here I finish my presentation. Thanks, Inés.
Thank you, Inés. Very good in time as well. We will continue with the second round of reflections and thoughts, and we're going to invite Tania Guillén Bolaños to present her submission. Yes. I'm going to warn you at 9-10 minutes so that you can start rounding up. Are you watching my presentation? I've got just a flower, a beautiful flower. That's okay. That's okay. You just can put it in presentation mode, and this is it.
Deberías ponerla en una sola pantalla.
Oh, disculpa, ya lo había probado y algo no está funcionando.
Pero me parece que si pones en pantalla completa tienes una opción de...
Estaba en pantalla completa.
It was incomplete screen, but I will try once again.
Voy con el desktop.
Right.
¿Ahora?
Sí, mira, tienes ahí swap display arriba.
You have the swap display. Okay. That's okay. Okay. So thank you for the opportunity, and well, good day, good afternoon for everybody. I'm just going to check a little bit the risk framework, as was commented by Inés. Inés was talking about danger, but this framework of IPCC was done in this last report, which is available, and next one is in February, where risk, as mentioned by Inés, is a result of the interaction of vulnerability, exposure, and danger. That we are talking about danger or climate events and the possibility or probability that they will occur. So danger or peril is the potential occurrence of an event or a physical natural tendency or human-like tendency, and invulnerability is a predisposition to be affected negatively. And when we talk about vulnerability, we talk about other elements as susceptibility and the capability of adaptation, which are influencing as well the socioeconomical systems. And when we talk about exposure, we're talking about the presence of people, communities, species, or ecosystems that can be in danger. So that would be the summary of all the components. And when we talk about risk and climate risks, particularly, which are the ones that were commented by Ines previously. I just want to take this quickly. And one of the conclusions that have been repeatedly given, particularly in the last reports of IPCC, is that climate change is occurring now. It is not the same in all regions. The risks are different, therefore, and the impacts of those risks are different as well. And for example, Ines was talking about some climatic drivers, and this is part of the results of Group 1 presented recently. You can see that from the climatic drivers, incidents or changes which are present are different in the sub-regions in the continent of America, Central America and South America, I'm talking. In the last report of Group 2, 2014, IPCC was saying that what would be the observed impact, that is to say, what had already happened that was collected in the report. And you can see that for all the regions or sub-regions of Latin America, and not Mexico in this diagram, but there is an increase of temperature, effect on biodiversity, vectors of health, reduction in some areas, increase of wood coverage. And those are things that we have observed in the region that we have already lived and experienced. As an example of vulnerability that we can see, I take Central America. And here we have some data from ICLAC 2013 that a long time, levels of poverty, parts of the factors that create vulnerability have been reduced in the region, where street life has come from to 25% only, and poverty was reported in 51% of the Central American population. These data are updated, and here I've got data from the Bank of Central American Integration saying that 40% of the region is under the levels of poverty, and those are quite alarming data when we are in 2020, 21. And if we see then, once again, ICLAC reports, this has been intensified. There was as well mentioned by Ines the instance of the hurricanes and tropical rain. A long time, we identify more and more instances of this phenomena. Nevertheless, more population has been affected, therefore, and this is population that could be in poverty conditions with little capacities to face this kind of an event. I would say information which is much more recent. Central America last year was impacted by 2 hurricanes, categories 4 and 5, in 2 weeks, with the same trajectory in the region. They came through the Caribbean part of Nicaragua, and they affected Salvador as well. Red Cross said that more than 7 million people were affected, and millions of dollars that are to be invested to recover. This is not new for the region. We are frequently being facing this kind of phenomena. 2020 was the most active period of hurricanes of all records that we ever had. So we are quite sensitive to climate change. 10% of the GDP depends on agriculture. Those data are quite updated though, and 80% of the production production of grains is under small farmers, and they depend whether there is or not rain. IPCC is given some guidelines on what can happen. The data that I have just presented is what has already happened, but IPCC can give us some guidelines on what would happen. So this is a reason for concern. And a global evaluation, we can see that as global warming continues, the risks and impacts are greater, are bigger for all different sectors. The same exercise was done for new systems in chapter 3, where Ines participated as well. And you can observe here that for the corals of hot waters, 2 degrees higher is extremely risky. And in general terms, all risks increase when there is greater temperature for all systems that were evaluated. Once again, I have to highlight that warming or global warming is not the same everywhere in all regions. Therefore, impacts are going to be different. Risks are greater, and these risks are linked to the different positions and vulnerabilities. A population which is in an area of flooding with poverty conditions will not have the same capabilities of recovering from an extreme event if we compare it, as we said in Latin America, a residential, that is to say, can be people which are better off, that can have their own means in order to face a situation like that. So at the end, when we consider the risks by region, we are to identify as well that the adaptation needs are today different, depending on the community we're talking, the sector we're talking about, and the climate risk they are facing. To conclude, I just wanted to give a message in terms of adaptation, which Sebastián is going to touch upon more generally. But it's important to have a reflection on how the public policies and investments from all levels could consider or should consider when we talk about investment. So vulnerable communities are to be prioritized, and this has to be based on robust scientific information and consider the medium term and long term. We cannot invest any longer in infrastructure just considering the return period, because this scenario that we used to have are different with the incidence of the global change. Investment should support ethical and just transitions, synergy between mitigation and adaptations, the co-benefits of climate, and something that mentioned Ines as well as Rodrigo, saying that the support to the different agendas that we have in our hands and regional and national cooperation. And obviously, the Agreement of Paris, the Sendai framework, and the objectives of biodiversity, which are other of the instruments that we have in order to cooperate. And maybe it's not in the list, but for the region, it's important. For example, the agreement of Escazú. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tania. Very interesting and very just in time as well. We're going to have a round of exchange at the end of the presentation. Today, I want to invite Sebastián Vicuña. Ready, Sebastián? Hello, Rodrigo. Hello, the panel and everybody listening to this session. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to prepare my presentation. Can you see well? Yes, it's okay. Thank you. Well, I'm just going to touch upon an issue which is a bit specific on the very many that we can be talking about on the theme of adaptation, climate change, and risk management. I want to focus my presentation on something that Tanya was commenting as well, which is investment in infrastructure. This is going to be a little bit methodological on how to be prepared in the region for this challenge, how we can think of the infrastructure of the future, with some examples on some previous works done. I want to thank once again the MERI Foundation and IPCC for the organization of this event and the Centers of Research that I participate in, and the Scientific Committee on Climate Change. Just to start and give a context for this region, is just to highlight that we are in an area where it has been described previously some years ago that we have an important gap in terms of infrastructure related to water, telecommunications, energy, sanitation, a set of different works that, according to this work, they are generating a kind of a limitation of the development possibilities of the region. We are just under the United or North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, or even the north part of Africa. And discussion has been quite fruitful in terms of what could be the reason, but maybe is that we need more or less 5% of our GDP in order to have a better infrastructure. I want to locate myself on this vision with this need. And the question then that comes is just by taking the same conceptual framework as Tanya said, how we can conceive the relationship between infrastructure, climate change, exposure, etc. Well, the occurrence of a disaster has to do with the presence of this threat, but also with the vulnerability and exposure conditions that were mentioned by Tanya. And in order to face these impacts or risks, the tools we have is the management of disaster risks, etc. And this is centered in infrastructure that can be seen or can be affected by the climate threats. Works are, or civil works are vulnerable in this case. And the climate change says that we have to check all the design and maintenance design of how we maintain all this works or civil works such as roads and ports or airports are to be related with this point. Threats associated to climate change can affect exposure to disasters, droughts, floodings, landslides, and we have to think where when we plan how and where to do this infrastructure, we have to think of other needs. For example, warehousing of water, some dams, etc., or the management of some disasters. For example, the design of rainwater drainage, etc. So clearly, there is a relationship which is quite evident between infrastructure and climate change, civil works that can be affected, others that can reduce vulnerability and exposure. Likewise, the civil work per se is means to satisfy and to meet other needs. So the effects that this can have are to be replicated afterwards in a series of other sectors and systems. And obviously, the case of water, resources, health, etc., and transport, agriculture, commerce, etc. So it is quite evident this relationship between the civil works and climate change. Question is, methodologically on how we can consider this challenge by thinking only that there is a gap between this infrastructure and this gap can increase because of climate change, how we can incorporate it to our adaptation strategies. And here, I just ask two questions. How we can consider the scenarios in climate change in design and planning of this infrastructure, and second, very complex, is how we can manage uncertainty, this deep uncertainty, when we start seeing scenarios in the long run. In the first case, when we see design and planning, we have a complex task separating somehow what is the natural variability that we have in climate, the one that have motivated the design of infrastructure historically, with the effects that we can expect to change based on climate change. This exercise is called the attribution exercise. It is quite complex. It's been perfected. In the last report of IPCC is maybe the most sophisticated show and sample on how we can do this attribution exercise, but it is still complex because in observation, it is limited because there are other factors that are inside in this, not only the climatic condition, where this attribution is easier when the space scales are bigger, when the time is bigger. When we are far away in time, we see clearly or more clearly these signs, but uncertainty still grows. So within this context, it is a work that was done by the Ministry of Public Works in Chile that motivated the design of the adaptation planning infrastructure, that we had this question posed. First, in thinking of a basic question, defining what is the kind of works that should be included, and then asking what would be the methodology to include these scenarios in design and planning. The result, it is this flow of decisions, has got two elements, quite clear ones. As the civil work has got a long time scenario, long time horizon, let's say, so it is reasonable to think of including scenarios in climate change and in works as well that they would be big enough to justify the incorporation of these different scenarios of climate change systematically. Works that say bridges, ports, etc. Under this logic seem to be elements to be considering all the different scenarios in an explicit way when designing and planning. So it takes us to a second part of the problem, which is how to manage this deep uncertainty that appears when we are far away in time. This is a table that comes from the summary of the decision makers from the report for different socioeconomical scenarios. What would be then the changes expected for different periods of time? And here we can see that for a short-term period, no big variations, and unfortunately, it says that little is to be done in a short future, in a near future. This is intermediate, but there is a big variation in longer times. This is just in terms of temperature. We can have information quite similar as well for the case of intensity in rains, etc. So how we can work with these ranges to consider these long-term variations? And this is a big challenge. For example, we have studied for the case of the provision of drinking water in Santiago, Chile, and the occurrence of extreme events that can cause turbidity in the capture sources that produces some interruption in the supply of water. How the city has been prepared? Well, they have created infrastructure, for example, some tanks to warehouse treated water in order to be independent from the water supply from the rivers for some hours. Additional works have been done that theoretically can be serving to respond for a shortage of 14 hours. Water, I mean. And this, in terms of comparison with the cost of infrastructure and the cost of the economical cost of compensation, is what happens is that today, for example, the shortage is not 14 hours, but 17 or 23 hours or even longer. We're going to be able to think of a bigger work every time, or do we have to work or to have a work for the most possible long time possible, I would say? Or do we have to think of alternative mechanisms in order to give or to be prepared for this kind of an event? The question is open, and I just close with two conclusions. In the design of big civil works, the proposal is that we have to consider climate change scenarios, but the deep uncertainty take us to choose, where possible, some scalable or flexible solutions for multiple benefits, for example, those solutions based on nature, in order to face this deep uncertainty. This is it, Rodrigo, from my part. Thank you. As I commented at the end of this first round of presentations, we are going to have room for questions and answers. So you are invited then to send us your questions through our chats. We're going to have time for dialoguing and respond to some questions. We have now our last panel member, Edwin Castellanos. You ready, Edwin? Yes, I am. Good day. So please, if you can share your presentation. This is it. Can you see well? Yes. At minute 10, I'm going to warn you. Okay, thank you. Good morning and good afternoon for those who are at the other side of the Atlantic. It's a pleasure for me and honor for me to be in this panel with such distinguished scientists, and I want to thank the invitation and this opportunity. I have been working in climate change both at the Guatemala level and South and Central America through the work in group number 2 of IPCC. Ines talked about the report that was published. You just saw in the news 2 weeks ago, there was a report of group 1 focused on science and climate. I work in group 2, which is focused on vulnerability and adaptation. And our report precisely was sent last year. So today it is still under process to be published in next month. It's going to be edited and sent to the representatives of the government for the final revision. And in February next year, we will have the plenary session with the representatives from the government to approve the report and to be published. So please be quite aware of on the launching of this new report from Group 2. I also had the pleasure of working in Group 5, where I could share with Sebastian as a co-author in this publication on Central and South America. Just to come into our point, I just wanted to show this graph, as we intuitively know, but I really like to show it because it is a graph where visibly we can see how the situation of these warehouse gases are affecting the planet. Here we see as a footprint of carbon in the planet. We see the big emitters, China and the United States in our continent. the two centers of these contaminant and polluting gases. Interesting point is if we focus in the area that I work in Central America, I live here in Guatemala, and I always like to challenge the audience so that they can look and try to find where Central America is here. Central America is just these small pink points that we have just in the border of the footprint. Central America, we are very low in emissions. If we go to South America, here we see here in the area in brown, and we see how the big ones, Brazil, Argentina, and Venezuela, are here in this part, and considerably much bigger than Central America, but much smaller than the developed countries. We see Mexico in Mexico is in North America, so in the IPCC, Mexico is in North America. How it is important? It's important to see this graph because finally we have seen that this graph, well, twice before with two different panelists, but it's important to mention two things. This graph has to do with the threats. Threats can be diminished, and can be diminished precisely by impacting or reducing the emissions of warehouse effect gases. Sebastian showed a table where he talked about this deep uncertainty at the end of a century, where you can have even 2 degrees of warning, or 4 degrees, or even up to 6 degrees of warning, depending whether the governments of the world, if all countries come to an agreement to reduce that. The best way of reducing this part of the threats is to reduce these emissions. And if we want our risks for the end of the century could be manageable, we need to have a much lower level of warning, obviously below 2 degrees. It implies that the Chapter of Paris should be implemented, and we should be leaving the fossil fuels away. So the natural change will create an increase, but it's much lower, this increase, and obviously it reduces the threat. Climate change, as we see here, is obviously depending on natural variability as well. In different regions of South America and Central America are quite variable naturally. We used to have it before climate change. So what we have is a range of extremes, which is quite wide, and is still wider today because of the anthropogenic climate change. This takes us to extremes in climate that were touched upon by Ines. So we used to have a region with lots of hurricanes in Central America, droughts, fire in woods, etc. And now we have this climate change that widens up this range of threats. Beyond threats, we had then exposure and vulnerability, as Tanya said. And here I want to emphasize an important point. On the one hand, by talking about threats and how they have increased in the last decades, as was mentioned by Tanya, those are data for Guatemala only, divided in decades, and we see that from 1980, the amount of extreme events has increased, particularly in the last decade. The amount of floodings, tempests, droughts, and extreme temperature has been incredibly high. And here we can see in this graph how it has meant lives and money. Obviously, each of these extreme events, as Sebastian said, talking about infrastructure, Tanya with the effects of hurricanes, ICLAC has made some estimations that every time we have one of these hurricanes in Central America, the losses of the GDP in the country affected are equivalent to the growth of this GDP the country would have had. So every time that we have one of these extreme events, our economy goes in contraction or stagnation. So it means that we take long time in order to come back to the stability conditions that we used to have before the event. Our exposure is quite high. Our vulnerability is quite high because of poverty. And just an example to show that. This is an example of the city of Guatemala. In 2015, we had this tragedy in a place called Icambray. So in this picture, in the right-hand side, we see then here a part which has been built, and then we have this wood, and then another part which has been constructed. It is very difficult to see the topography, but here we have this flat part, which is the higher part of what we call then a gorge. Then we have this vegetation, which is in the slope. And at the bottom of this gorge, we have another human settlement. And the people living here is much more exposed in comparison to the ones that live in the higher flat part. That was evident in 2015. It was not just a hurricane, it was just an intense rain, but there was a landslide that buried lots of different houses, and 280 people died. Although these houses were built 500 meters distance from each other, the exposure was much different. And with an event that was not that extreme, we had a disastrous result. Evidence show here that we have this vulnerability based on poverty. This higher part, which is flatter, in Guatemala is one of the richest part of the city, lots of commerce, lots of infrastructure. And this part here, in the bottom of the gorge, it is a much poorer area and settlement. So living poor and rich all together, we see that the poor part is much more exposed and affected. What the books would say is that these people should be relocated, taking them off from this path. This is quite easy to say, but very impossible to say, to do it, sorry. How we can relocate all these people? It would imply lots of money and infrastructure and political will, because although people living in a risky area, they wouldn't like to be off their places, although their places were destroyed. Obviously, the government wanted to build new houses in another part, but the only available part was in the outskirts of the city, 20 kilometers away from where they originally were, which is practically center of the city. So most families resisted this relocation because they are just living in the center of the city. So talking about reduction of exposure or vulnerability are very big challenges for our region, because we have this poverty problem that cannot be solved overnight. We are just lagging behind in education, where there are things that will take time, even decades, in order to resolve. In terms of infrastructure, for example, as Sebastian was talking, it requires much more investment. And what happened with the decision makers is that they are just seeing correctly in the short run. They see in the 4 or 6 years to come. Those are the years, sorry, that they are holding power, and they have immediate needs to be met. So it is very difficult politically to see towards the long run. 20 years, when we have needs of the population that are to be met in the short run. We have serious socioeconomic problems, education problems, food safety, etc. And climate change is on top of all this to exacerbate all these problems. Tanya was talking about farmers in our region which depend on rain. Even the big ones, they have their irrigation system, they are still affected by climate change. What can we do with them? What solutions can be found? Money does make the difference. With a risky activity such as agriculture, we should have loans and collaterals in order to be recovered from these extreme events, to include technical assistance as well, so that the adaptation is not from top down, but also from bottom up. And at the end of the day, farmers need to commercialize their products with a better price. For if these people, they have good income, they can face these events much better. And we have room to work there, because we see how producers, coffee, for example, that they just receive some cents of dollars for their production, when a cup of coffee in the United States or in Europe costs $10, there is a difference between prices, between the final user and the producer. There is a group of people in between that are commercializing, the ones who are taking all the gains. So we need to have much fairer, I would say, and much more just supply chain. Just to conclude, just to give you some ideas. When we talk about future climate change, but we have seen that what we expected to be in the future is occurring now. And this is saying how bad the future is going to be like. So the idea is that we have to be adapted to the situation today. We have a good opportunity of seeing where our weak points are in order to work towards the future. We have to think of this linkage between development, adaptation, and mitigation. We cannot separate these three components. As I said, if we don't have mitigation adequately, the levels of temperature are going to be high, and adaptation is not going to be enough. Mitigation and adaptation should be hand in hand, and adaptation should look for a development more integral, more inclusive. Because at the end of the day, poverty is what makes us so vulnerable. Tanya said that the levels of 40% of poverty, Central America, this is an average. Costa Rica and Panama, which are much richer than the rest of the country, Guatemala and Honduras, they have 60% of poverty rate, and poverty is growing, particularly with the impact of COVID. So definitely, if we want to face our vulnerability, we need to look for this inclusive development, this development that looks for the reduction of these gaps of inequality we have in the region. I want to thank your attention, and then I am open for questions that would come.
Thank you, Edwin. Well, now we have a space for interchange and answering some questions from the public that you may send through the chat to start this conversation for these minutes. I want to return to the beginning of the presentation that Ines did, and I will connect it with something that Sebastian said regarding uncertainty, deep uncertainty, that has to do with models, climatic models and projections that we can do in order to make some designs So I want to ask you, Ines, regarding these tools that is there, all this knowledge, how did 10, 20 years ago, all these predictions were possible? Are we better? Are we worse? How do we see the uncertainty for the future? Have you reduced this uncertainty? Thank you, Rodrigo. When one verifies the projection done from the first report of IPCC on 1990, today we see that there was a good correspondence among what was foreseen to be happen and what happened. And from one side, this helps us to better our trust in the beliefs, in what we have progress to reproduce all the data and processes we have studied in the climatic process, and with more detail and with more precision. The uncertainty, therefore, we can also estimate that this uncertainty associated with the climatic models will be reduced. We have a component of uncertainty regarding the scenarios, regarding how our emissions will be. And in this sense, it is difficult to think on a reduction unless we see that the agreement, like in Paris, will be accomplished. So we need to generate projections of future climate with a variability, which is a big range, because we don't know how these agreements will be accomplished. But without any doubt, from the first report of IPCC until now, after 30 years, we can say that the evolution of the scientific knowledge and the way this knowledge has been applied to these tools help us to comprehend better the climate change and to generate projections of future climate with less degrees of uncertainty and more information at a spatial and a time level that will help us to take decisions and to plan better. Yes, one has all the possible future trends, and we have to face the actions that we need to take. So when we do not see the worst scenario, we should be very happy, because unfortunately today we are in the worst scenarios that were projected some years ago. So I want to connect now with Sebastian regarding uncertainty, connected with these projections and this design in relation with these multiple priorities and urgencies or needs that Edwin was mentioning. In infrastructure, then, Sebastian, we do not need to design it for just one scope. Given this multiple requirement that is set, how can we face this in countries like ours, that we have sectoral ministries that compete among them, and it's difficult to have these cross-cutting objectives? How can we do it? This is a big challenge. Cross-cutting needs. I think from another perspective, we can see how to consider the infrastructure in a multiple alternative scenario. Not only the infrastructure to have many purposes, but many alternatives that could accomplish the same purpose. I like to pass from the infrastructure work to the service of infrastructure that helps to resolve the multi-purpose of cross-cutting objectives. There is not a recipe that I can say how to do it. We need to coordinate, obviously, in the design of this work and the resolution of many needs. Maybe to work at a regional scale at a local scale is the best space to look for such coordination, to come from the sectorial state level to a regional level, where in tools that we have in Chile as the infrastructure regional plan that we have in Chile, we can have such a space for the discussion in order to see the cross-cutting purpose. But I insist that we have to see also how to talk among groups within the state that have a very clear orientation regarding infrastructure and relax such need and to think in a complementary way with other options as the management of demand, solutions based on nature, and complement the works of infrastructure. Thank you, Sebastián. And with this dimension that Tania has referred to in her presentation, with the exposition and the planification, urban and territorial planification, which is clue to control the risk of these phenomena like floods, for instance, or rainfall. We can identify such events, and we can even, and we know about the past events. How can we do? This is a question for you, Tania. What you have seen in your country, how difficult it is to incorporate such knowledge in our tools for ordering the territorial. I am from Nicaragua, and my experience is to work with municipalities, with the environmental plans and protected areas. And I don't know if I share this, you share this, but I have always believed and confirmed that in legislation in our Central American region, legislation is quite complete, but we have lacked the implementation. The set of tools apply to the risk areas where we haven't built because there are some risks, but the governments in different levels, municipal, also national, should implement this legislation. For instance, we know what happened in the past. Now I am in Germany. You have seen that in July there was extreme floods in Germany, and those zones are used to have some floods, and they thought that they were prepared. But when Merkel went there after the disaster, the mayor was saying the maximum that we had as floods in the zone were 3 meters. But now we had a couple of days, 8 meters of the highest level of the water. So that zone, in many little towns that were also covered and disappeared, were little towns built in the side of the river, by the side of the river. So it haven't happened before, but then it happened now. So also we see that in Central America, and we see these extreme climatic change events that we are discussing in Central America. One of the events that were developed as part of the legislation on policy in management of risk was Mitch hurricane, where only Nicaragua, one of the areas, lost 2,000 lives, and that generated consideration for seriousness, risk management, and up to now our efforts have to go to the coordination of the risk management with adaptation to climate change, this can be complemented very well. So I want to conclude saying that we have the legislation, we have the instruments, we have the knowledge. What we need is to put all that in practice. And for that, what we need is the political will. And that is what we have as a weakness of all our region, not only Central America, but we can share with all South America. I take the risk of saying this. This is another theme very important in our countries, a better policy, a better participation, and balance also this group of interests that have a lot of asymmetries. We have a question here from the public. This is for Edwin. I will complement it with the role or how we can understand the climatic resilience in the cross-cutting environmental dimension. And I will like to see it in the context of COVID crisis that will have an enormous impact in what we have been doing and what we try to do now, how we manage to do now with this new source of inequality that is added to all the problems we already had. There is this idea to face in a systemic and cross-cutting way, looking at the problems from a higher level, and this is very difficult. Edwin? Yes, it is very complex, the situation, especially for the policy making, because we live in this cross-cutting world with many risks from everywhere. So we cannot think on climate change as something isolated. Climate change will always be there together with other risks, and this will be much more complex to try to reduce this level of risk, because not only will threaten climatic change, but also situations as COVID or health problems or market, economical problems. So we have to think in a cross-cutting way. And that is complicated because our governments traditionally work in a sectorial way. So we have always our financial ministry, our health ministry, our environmental ministry, educational, and we need to do a cross-cutting regard for taking decisions. And climate change is in the environmental ministry because it was seen as an environmental problem. But being located there, it's located in the weakest ministry in Guatemala. And that makes that the problem of climate change, when you see the scale of priorities, will be not in the third or fourth place, but it will be in the fourth or the fifth place. So these extremes that we are having in these years, as Tanya was saying, what happened in Germany, what is happening in the United States with the inundations in New York, with the fires in California, create consciousness in population, and population will pressure over the politics. So the good thing I rescue from these extreme events that come one after the other is that political will is wasting. It's a pity that even to the human nature we react that way. When we have the emergency there, we react, and as you said, Rodrigo, many times we do not have the capacity to see all the risks together, and we have to pay attention to the immediate risk only, and this is COVID, the most immediate risk. And we are all focused there, and the danger is that when we focus in COVID, we will forget about these climatic changes in the long run. We have to think on the long run and much more than the ministries and the governments, so that each one will take care of the sectorial part, but thinking on all the rest, because it will be the only way to do it. That's the way that the planet works. The real life functions that way. We do not have only one risk, we have many risks together. Thank you, Edwin. There is another question. It's open to any one of you. You commented it already. When you face a decision to localize, for instance, or to have a management, and Tanya mentioned when there is a political will, but there is also how do we convince among each others? How do we change culturally regarding inequality? This process of convincing ourselves is a dialogue process, a discussion process. Do you know any experience in this sense that maybe is being done in Latin America or other countries to start retreating from these exposed zones? I remember one case some years ago, and maybe the audience has more information. In Uruguay, there was a successful experience where a population had to move to a flooding, from a flooding area, and it was a very successful process. I knew about this in Lima many years ago. I haven't followed up this experience, but I think was very interesting. And I remember that the success in the case of Uruguay, there was an environmental ministry very well coordinated that was seeing these themes together with the land distribution, and the success was to recognize the importance of territorial ordering or managing. I don't have the register, but I could look for that. This is a very big issue and doesn't exist in many cases. I would add, Rodrigo, that it is important to think on relocalizations for a short time. To relocalize, to replace population definitively is very complex, but in front of an extreme event, we can do it in a temporary way. The United States does it many times, but we in Central America, I do not know why, but we cannot do it in front of flooding. We do not give that response. We knew since 3 days ahead that it was coming, this flooding, but the communities remain in the coast. Nobody moved until when the hurricane was over them, they started thinking what to do. So we have to change the mentality on risk management in our countries from a reactive management to a preventive management. And if we know that an extreme event is coming and we know about the population there, we could relocate that population to avoid the risk. I would like to add.
Sí, que mencionaba Edwin.
We have only 2 minutes, so it's be very short. In Nicaragua, it functioned the system of putting people in hotels and bringing them to relocalization, because there was no people that died there. But I want to mention the importance of these processes for the science and participation with the communities, and the work with the communities is very important, because it's not a matter of taking the decision to move a community from here to there, but to decide it with them. And that happened in Guatemala, because people will return where they live, where they work, where they have the way to live. So it is important to from natural sciences to social sciences to execute these policies. This interaction is very important.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Inés, ¿tú querías complementar para ir cerrando?
Sí, ya lo dijo.
Yes, Tania said it, the role that science accomplished to facilitate this dialogue, but not only regarding relocalization, but in any project environmental acceptable, which could be of green energy or whatever, it requires the social acceptance, an eolic park or whatever, for a community could be a problem. So to reach such transitional in energetic questions, we need that dialogue among science and the social community. This dialogue is central. Thank you so much for this panel. It was very important, and we are attentive to the vision you had at the regional and global level. We thank you so much together with the public. We think that we haven't reached our vision with your presentation, so I thank you again. I thank you again, and we go to a little break, and we will give the floor to Marisol again. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you to all the panelists. Rodrigo Cienfuegos, excellent moderation of this panel with a very good panel, and seeing the political and climatic resilience for a better management that should be preventive rather than reactive. Thank you, Rodrigo Cienfuegos, and all the panelists. The following panel has an exposition of a big panel of conversation. I am very expectant because it's agents of change and climatic urgency. The young people that are saying that this is no longer possible. And they articulated in the territories and organized regionally in order to be part of the solution, even if we were the ones that gave them the problem. We invite Sara Gognuk, 26 years old, from Costa Rica. She's part of UNICEF, co-founder of the Net of Youth for Climate Change in Costa Rica, and delegate in the coming days in Italy in the pre-COP26, where youth from all around the world will participate to see what to do with climate change. Sara is a passionate of nature and the ecosystem and works in a sustainable management. Welcome, Sara. I am part of UNICEF and from Costa Rica also. I will share with you my presentation regarding youth leadership in the climatic action. Here we will talk on youth climate leadership. We need to recognize that boys and girls are the less responsible of this crisis, but are the ones that will suffer mainly their consequences. This is because they are more vulnerable physically and epidemiologically, because they are more vulnerable to all the accidents of the environment. They need more food and water than the adults. And because the events will affect them more, this provokes that a series of impacts will accumulate in their cycle of life, limiting the capacity of childhood to acquire the better development. The climate change is rewriting the future of the young people. Latin America and the Caribbean are seeing the magnitude of this crisis in the UNICEF Charter developed this year. This examines the exposition and vulnerability of child to climate change and environmental degradation, and to understand how young people is vulnerable to this crisis. very important to give response to the ones that are in more risk. So seeing some figures, we can see that 9 from 10 kids from Latin America and the Caribbean are exposed at least to 2 crises overlap. 3 from 10 child are exposed to lack of water. 3 of 5 kids are exposed to dengue, and more than the half of kids are exposed to atmospheric contamination. So we can talk that climatic crisis is a crisis of the rights of childhood, because climate change is a threat for health, nutrition, education, development, survival, and the future of all the kids and their rights, established in the Convention of the Rights of the Kid. Climate change could stop decades of progress reached in human rights, the rights of kids, and the development, sustainable development. This treaty of the rights, human rights of the kids and adolescents is part of the debate of climate change. And it is important to frame the climate change from the vision of young people. It is important because they are feeling the impact. It's the first time that the whole generation is growing in a world that is much more dangerous and uncertain due to the climate crisis, and because there is a need of reducing the emissions, need to decarbonize the economies, and it is a global impulse in front of the Agenda 2030 and the Climatic Agreement of Paris, and in front of COVID-19. But really, are they incorporating the voices of the young people to the commitments, international commitments? We have tried to discover this and in order to see if these voices were incorporated at an international level. And through this study, we saw that 50% of the contributions from Latin America and the Caribbean are sensible to youth. This analysis, when we talk about 50% of Latin America and the Caribbean, we refer to 50% of the 16 chapters in STEM from 2020 and 2021. When we say that they are sensible to them, they mention the youth and childhood and consider their interest in the climatic change and consider part of the solution, incorporating their needs in the sectorial commitments. We can see some data that show us how is the behavior. There is a 69% refer to the voting of the youth, but this figure diminishes when it refers to the most vulnerable childhood, with only 9% of mentions. There is an identification of youth as vulnerable population. There is an 88% that recognizes youth as a vulnerable population, but 56 recognizes childhood as a vulnerable population. 56% of these studies recognizes youth as agents of change, but 31% recognizes childhood as agent of change. So there is a vision in which the young people are identified as vulnerable, but also change emissions, but in childhood it's not recognized them as agents of change. We have 88% of these studied say that it was participative. 50% says that the participation was for young people, but 0% of all of these studies recognize childhood specifically. But what are saying the young people, the activists, the climatic activists regarding this? We did an inquiry in UNICEF, and we saw that 60%, 65% of young activists never have been included in development of climatic and environmental policies. Also, young people, which are activists, commented that there are very little spaces to decision-taking in climatic matters. Also, that there is not the use of the capacity and expertise of young people that could contribute to reach public policies that are much more inclusive. And there is a perception that these policies only include their needs and challenges, but the young people told us that they have a strong trust on the impact that their policies will have. And in front of these scenarios, there is a lack of participation, but a big potentiality that would focus on the elaboration of climatic policies and environmental policies, because activists are asking for spaces for participation. There should be also a quality on education, environmental education, in order to give sustainability to these changes and the possibility of changes for climatic crisis. We are recognizing agents, youth agents as climatic agents, very important. And in 2019, a group of governments assumed young activists in order to sign the declaration regarding kids and adolescents for the climatic agents. This is the first commitment of this kind that the youth is taking during a conference on United Nations on climate change. Today, this declaration has been signed by some countries as Chile, Costa Rica, Fiji, Luxembourg, Mexico, Monaco, Nigeria, Peru, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Uruguay, Bangladesh, Santa Lucia, and Panama. It is important that many other countries could sign it, could sign this declaration and bring it to their countries. But what is saying the declaration? It is asking for the recognition of youth, for the right to live in a healthy environment, and the rights of youth in the policies and climatic action at the local, national, and international ambit. Also to recognize their vulnerabilities, but having present their role as part of the solution. To amplify the acceleration to resiliency and fortify the capacity of the kids to adapt to climate change, and to establish mechanisms at the national level to guarantee the participation of the kids and adolescents in the policy makers in terms of climate change, because some of these needs are being asked by the youth to their governments as special agents for the climatic crisis. I want to close this presentation with this phrase of Nicole Becker, who says that to go out from the climate crisis is collective. The future is in the movement that we are about to build. If we do not gain this fight, we will not gain any other battle. This is the climatic leadership that we are having as youth. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope to continue enjoying this conference and for you to be as fighters of this climatic fight. I hug you from Costa Rica. Thank you, Sara, for this magnificent presentation and your call for the climate crisis, for the rights of the kids and adolescents. We remember that this presentation is organized together by the Minister of Sciences, Knowledge and Innovation, by the Committee of Sciences for Climate Change, by MERI Foundation and the European Union. We are transmitting in the platform of Science Ministry by Jornadas for the Future and CNN Chile and the YouTube channel of Public Policy. I invite you to leave your questions in the chat, and remember you that we have simultaneous translation in English and Spanish that you can activate from your screen. The following panel is integrated by youth that have created a part of some organizations, creating a positive impact in their communities. It's a great opportunity to have the possibility to be inspired by them. Youth from all the regions, that include some of the selected to be part of the young generation delegation that will be a community initiative from UNICEF and MERI Foundation to represent the region in this conference. This panel will be Julieta Martinez, a Chilean social entrepreneur that created a tremendous platform that gives visibility to the girls and produce social impacts, what they call talento con sentido. She has several causes. She was in Paris in the International Forum of Gender Equity and interviewing Hillary Clinton. Now she in the Climatic Academy. She is in the Green Zone, going to COP26 in Glasgow, generating a leadership of girls and women from the Southern Zone. Welcome, Julieta Martinez. José Enrique Cerezo, representative of the delegation, youth delegation activist from Bolivia for climate change. He's a leader in the organization TRUSTED, trying to push a positive change for the young people. His areas of research have to do with the comprehension of climate change for the forestry and the water resources and the generation of electrical energy. Very much welcome, José Enrique Cerezo. Also is with us Maria Floridalma Lopez. Flori, they call her. She's part of the young delegation, a Maya young girl from Cachiquel, from 19 years old. She's from Caserío Pachay, Aldea Las Lomas of Guatemala. She studies in the university. She studies law and journalism in San Carlos de Guatemala University. She's an activist for the human rights, especially for the women's rights and for young people's rights. From 9 years, she's working in volunteers and in the process of formation for the Guatemala Parliament for Youth and Adolescents, and is working in different organizations as the Council of Maya Women in Cachiquel and the Youth Parliament at the platform of women, indigenous women. Very welcome. Also, we have Guadalupe Caner, representative of the young delegation from Paraguay, has 17 years old. She's from her childhood was interested in environment, especially on why things are as they are. So in May, she started her own environmental organization together with her companions and together with 50 volunteers that create consciousness regarding environmental problems and searching for solutions. Very much welcome, Guadalupe. And our next panelist is Nicole Reyes. She's also representative from the youth delegation from Peru. She's from the Scientific University of the South, and is an environmental education from Fundación MERI. She's co-president and coordinator of COA Peru. She's a young activist that works in projects of conservation and preservation of the sea ecosystem. Very much welcome, Nicole. And this panel will be moderated by Angelina Worrell from Costa Rica, and she will represent. She has 18 years old in Costa Rica and works in the learning department and innovation of the climate action and the youth leadership. And I leave you with this panel, and you are the leaders of this new conversation.
Hola, como ya saben, me llamo Angelina.
Okay, my name is Angelina, and this is a panel on young people panel. I want to thank MERI Foundation and for giving this opportunity to make young people participate. We are going to be with our distinguished panel members, so young people that are leading the attention that we all need. This panel is composed by people from different parts of our regions. Julieta Martinez. Thank you very much. My pleasure to greet you all, to salute you all. It's a pleasure to come to share with you. And I just wanted to talk about the name of the panel. What are the voices of the citizens? Why is it possible? It's important that today we're not only a subject of right, that we have to exert our pressure, hold our pressure, and that we want to be heard. So I'm going to share my screen. Please, you tell me if you see what I am going to present. Here we are. Okay, so hopefully you see me as well. Well, my name is Julieta Martina. I'm 18. I am my last year, my last grade on the secondary education, but I realized that my intention is activism for climate change, equality of gender, and particularly I would like to talk about today on a part of a society which is invisible, but nevertheless they do have the tools, that they have the tools to have the tools to change, and to change not only the future but the present. When I'm talking about this particular part, I'm talking about girls, where the girls are, where the voice and the votes of the girls are, why it's important to be represented when we're talking about the climate change and the crisis. Particularly, I want to say that today I can talk and I can say that one of the most important subjects for me is education. Education, no doubt, it is nothing new. It is a fundamental tool, not only to face this crisis, but all crises. The opportunity of having children and young people in a class, in a classroom, what do they learn and how this learning can help them become an agent of change, not only to generate small changes, but a big one. I want to talk about education on girls.
Un poquito más lento para que los traductores puedan escucharlo. Dale, súper bien, tranquila. Bueno, clásico de chilena, que hablo un poquito rápido.
Well, I'm talking too quickly. I'm sorry. I want to talk about the education of girls as a climatic solutions. And I just quote Malala, not only for girls to improve their quality of life, but to change the world and to change it for the better. What is the education of the girls for a climatic solution? Before going to the content that I have prepared, I want to talk about some pillars in data. saying that when we think of the poorest population of the world, we're talking about 70% of the poor people are women. When we talk about climate refugees, 80% are girls and women. The process of decision making, 33% are women. So when we talk about a climatic crisis, regardless that we are in the north or in the south, it is a crisis that will reach us. It is affecting our ecosystems, our flora and fauna, and sooner or later will affect us all. Nevertheless, there is a point here which is very important to put on the table, which is the concept of intersectionality. That is to say, what is our problem area that depend the context in which we live, the people that we are around with, what is your reality, and based on this, what are the tools and mechanisms to go off the crisis. If we're talking about climate crisis, it's different when we talk about people in the city or in the rural areas. If it is a part of a well-off community or a poor part, if we talk, that is to say, it's details, which are not details, in fact, but they do mark a difference. They make the difference, and for good solutions, we have to know that in this particular world, I'm talking about girls that they do not have access to education sometimes, without the opportunity of having tools to go off the problem, and they are being oppressed. Therefore, I wanted to say that, well, I represent an organization which is called Tremendas. It means tremendous girls, in fact. And we invite girls to identify their own talents in music, in science, in arts, in technology, in mathematics, different activities of humankind. But this skill should be linked to a social change possible. So we created academies, and we created climáticas. That started in March this year, that summoned more than 600 girls from all Latin America for free in order to have environmental education with a perspective of gender. Although the climate crisis has the face of a woman, today we are extremely vulnerable, and today we have to bear in mind what the solutions are and what are the solutions to be created so that we can face the effects of this climate crisis. So that academia was based in environment, in gender, social environmental pillar, and climate change, which is a project that was based on the 2030 agenda when we talk about the sustainable development of, goals of the United Nations. Equality in education, action for the climate, and alliances in order to have objectives done. As Sarah said, when she quoted Nicole Becker, today we are in a changing world. The world in the context of a crisis, of a pandemic, and we're talking about redesigning a new world, rethinking economy, our practices, politics, the way we negotiate, why do decide, who are we going to follow, and who are the leaders. So which are the decisions, and me as part of the civil society, I can leave my own trajectory here, and I can create an impact for the future generations, and generating a multi-sectorial, a cross-cutting area. This multi-stakeholder, that is to say, different parts from the government, civil society, foundations, etc., NGOs, private sector. That is to say, what Climatica said, we got united with universities, with NGOs, with foundations to give these tools to our affiliates and to show once again that education of the girls is climatic in nature. And when we talk about particularly to what is education today, at present, there are 263 million of girls and children in general that they do not have access to school, and 130 million are girls. And I cannot ask a girl to be focused or work based on sustainability, changing routines, recycling, etc., if she lives in extreme vulnerability, in what could be Afghanistan, for example, that obviously she is running a risk of life. She doesn't have any possibility of going into a classroom. So it is important to understand two blocks here, to give the opportunity to girls to go into school, and on the other hand is what do we teach them in the classroom. So the education to girls has to be sustainable. There is a project called Drawdown that giving access to girls to education and family planning, we could reduce this 105 gigatons of emissions of CO2.
Voy muy rápido. Entonces, promover los derechos sexuales y reproductivos de las niñas.
So we have to promote the reproductive rights of girls. We have to work, and obviously it's important to understand that if they do know what to do with their own marriage, they can have a better life. And we have to foster the climatic resilience. This way we can improve the circular economy as well, that we have to have a labor force into the future based on the green area. And we have to create leaders or leading girls. Okay, thank you very much, Julieta. And as we're short in time, I'm going directly to José Luis Cedesa. Welcome. Thank you very much. I'm going to present my screen. I'm going to warn you at minute 8. Okay, good morning to all of you. We, as young people, we consider that there are two principles to rule our societies, which is the sense of purpose and action, basic, so that each of us can reach to have a positive impact in each of their own regions and the organizations they represent. This is fundamental. Which is the role of young people? Who are the youngsters today? Well, we come from childhood, adolescence, dissident group, and indigenous communities. Why it is important the participation of young people? Because it is not just a messenger in awareness, but we have to be active in making decisions. That is why it's important that if each of us young people, they have a sense of purpose, we have to emphasize the sense of action, that each of these ideas that we can have, we can put it into action. Every person has got a reality that has to be taken into a conversation. Why? Because we come from different countries, different places, and we have lived different experiences, making us having new ideas and different ways of contributing. We don't want to be another adult in the discussion. We are young people, and we will feel the effects of the climate change. So as a society, they are limiting our future by deciding by us. Do not decide by us without us. That is to say, the young people's voices is to be heard so that we can be part of it. Being awareness of what is going on in the fight against climate change today, as young people, we are inviting more people, more young people and adults as well, even the elderly, so that they be part of it. That is to say that they can take this idea of being fighting against this climate change. What can we do? What have we developed? We have been able to create dialogue spaces, for example, local conferences on climate change that are held in different parts of Latin America and the Caribbean, in which it is more or less 2,000 or 3,000 young people, and finally 250 or 300 are selected to be in these conferences. That is to say, with this, I want to say there is a lot of people that they want to be part of this change. And we have had spaces for training and for discussion, for self-management, and we have been self-summoned as well. We have different experiences, but it is obviously our obligation to democratize all the ideas from different areas of our planet and our region. Through these spaces, we have declared climatic emergencies in different parts of the region. For example, in Santiago, Chile, Buenos Aires, Argentina. With these declarations, we have been able to raise resources in order to tackle some disasters that have been occurring in different areas. Likewise, an important agreement was the agreement on Escazú for young people. We've had access to information, public participation, and access to justice. This is the Escazú agreement, that is to say, is basically all these 3 points. We believe that these 3 points are elementary, because if in our countries we demand access to information, public participation, and access to justice, we know that we are going to have all the conditions in order to tackle climate change. That is why it is our need and obligation of Latin American young people to demand the compliance of Escazú. We needed 11 countries to ratify that, so that this Escazú agreement can come into effect in our countries. Why? It is important to work united in this, because it is not enough to work only in one country. It is an obligation of everybody living in this world. So we have to unite all our efforts. It is needed that all people should be involved and participate in this agreement. What are our challenges? An important one is to integrate children in an intergenerational focus, so that changes can be developed in the long term. Access and security for the activists of our region, because we need as well that all our rights be cared by each of the laws of our countries, because many of these human rights have been violated. Active participation. We have to participate realistically and come from participation to integration in the political agendas, and to foster changes or change agents so that they can be leaders. It is an obligation of the young people as well to be part and to have a clear vision that today we are to be leaders, because today we are young people, but in the future we are going to be adults, and we need to be adults helping the young people so that as adults, we can make young people participants as well. So that is why we need young people with the purpose and action ideas so that they can become leaders. And I was just to conclude with something important. We are what we decide to reveal and to discover. Be brave, discover, be united for the change of the present and the future. We only have one opportunity. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Now we're going to Maria Floridalma. Hello, my name is Maria Floridalma Lopez Atz. I am 19. I am from Guatemala, and I am part of the delegation of young people from Fundación MERI UNICEF. And today I've got the opportunity to talk about Latin American young people and their participation in management of risk. The idea is to identify that we are the most vulnerable area in a natural disaster that can occur because of climate change, when there are some risks, losses, there are some vulnerations or violations of rights. Young people, they lose everything. They don't have any place for sheltering, and there is a violation of the right to education, particularly for those people who live in poverty. They can make decisions that they can have damaging problems on young people. For example, they can be taken off their schooling system, etc. And this obviously generates more poverty. The right to food as well has been violated, and obviously it's got an effect on the development of the children afterwards. So safety in food, or food safety, was substituted by food sovereignty, where this food has to be nutritional, balanced, and with the possibility to be accessed from all or by all the children. At present, we don't have this necessary food, as we only, when poor, we only depend on grains. So when there are flooding, plagues, etc., they affect the croppings that can be important for the family consumption, or even for their incomes afterwards. Second, there is no help for young people when there's countries or the states, they have little resources, and we depend on international help, and even young people have responded to this crisis. There are no strategies that would give response to the adolescents and young people. What are the challenges for participation? Saying that there is no evaluation of risk for the prevention of disasters. This is quite general in terms of risks, because there are no studies on the water, on the land, on the earth, etc. It's something that we have to have. The lack of planning on the territories for mitigation and adaptation to the natural disaster. There is no organizations in order to reduce the negative effects, to identify the threats, and these measures are not applied in order to reduce the impacts. We need an education which is not thought of by the importance of the environment and the strengthening of resilience in young people. Though the information is not widened up in terms of awareness, there are some initiatives which are extracurricular, for example, some drillings, etc. Nevertheless, young people who do not know what are the national or international laws, and some agreements like the Escazú ones, which are not prioritized in order to have actions favoring the environment. So young people are not considered when as a protagonist, in fact, when making decisions, when identifying, for example.
Tratar de hablar un poquito más pausado, pero súper bien.
Muy bien, excelente, gracias. Bueno, como mencionaba...
When I was mentioned, there are communities that when identifying that they are vulnerable, for example, a foundation, a young girl need to escape from flooding. So we need as well training, planning, when we have some mapping to identify actors that can be helpful when any natural event happens, before, during, and after risk. And young people are not taken in consideration as leaders when making decisions. In fact, for example, when we are talking about general population. What are the practices that we have identified? Well, we have led, and we still lead, and we will continue leading good practices. For example, in Panama, the guardians of the swamp areas, that they have rescued to 26 hectares in an area. These swampy areas are the main ones for the as a barrier from wind and tides. And this area has got good roots. There is a good amount of them, and they can reduce disasters. It's a place for animals. It cleans water, capture the debris in the water, and despite the threats of deforestation, because there are some areas open for tourism or for firewood, young people are protecting these swampy areas, and based on ancestral cultures. This team creates other groups in other areas. Other initiatives are, for example, small businesses that they sell some materials which are more friendly for the environment. And this is thanks to the technological advances. We have spaces for connections, chattings, lectures, etc. And obviously this means learning from experts, from our own experience, and to have intergenerational relationships. We have these swampy areas where we have woods, we have forests, we have different means that we can use. For example, the social tools as well, so that we can reach the young people. We have some campaigns of recycling and debris collection, for example, of how we can process the organic trash, and as well other possibilities, for example, selling clothing that have been used, so that we can then recycling everything. We have worked as a young delegation, as a team, in the risk team that was created and constituted by Angelo, by Wendy, by Anthony, and Stephanie from different countries. And as a speaker of these leaders, I just want to end up with this sentence. Catastrophes are called natural, as if nature was the executor and not the victim. Thank you very much. Now we go to Guadalupe. Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm sharing my screen now.
Un momentito.
Ok, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es
Good
Guadalupe.
morning. My name is Guadalupe Carner. I'm 17. I am from Paraguay. I want to talk about the climatic emergence, but on how young people can be key parts of the change. This change in climate affects all living beings, but particularly how it is affecting us, young people and children. As the presentation says, the crisis is not a problem in abstract, neither future. So we need to talk and to work now to reverse this scenario. We have inequality in impact, lack of access to food safety, climate crisis as a crisis for the rights of children, vulnerability of housings in case of natural disaster, vulneration and violation of our rights and violation of the right to health. So the index of climate change, climate risk for infancy gives us 600 million of children are exposed to illnesses by different factors and factors such as yellow fever, for example. We estimate that 600 million children will live in the future in areas with lack of water. And maybe the most important one, considering that we are in a pandemic based on a crisis that affect the respiratory system, 1 billion children are exposed to the contamination of air, the ones that generate the climate change. 2 billion children live in areas where contamination goes beyond the standards set by the organization, the World Organization of Health. So as young people, we have the obligation of making actions and to fight in a world that we can live in. But unfortunately, there is lots of difficulties still here when being part of the solution. For example, the change of access to environmental education. According to the United States, the environmental education increases the knowledge of people on the different problem areas in health. Giving them the tools when making decisions which are informed and responsible measures is important. There is a fault of support from the government, particularly to the activists. There is censorship against between many different Filipinas, Venezuela, Colombia, Guatemala, etc. They present the most amount or the greatest amount of homicides against activists that are against the contamination of different areas, and the lack of information from the state about environment. Escazú gives the possibility to the citizens to have free access to the information of the state and opens the door to the public participation. Countries such as Colombia, Brazil, in Peru, they have not ratified the agreement. So we want to make a call here and to petition to all countries to adhere to this agreement so that we can reach our goals. Fortunately, in many countries, there are movements and groups of people, young people with good initiatives. An example is Eco House in Argentina that fostered this campaign, which was care for the butts, that is to say, butts of the cigarettes, collecting all these butts in different areas, in different parts of the city, and awareness was given and reached in terms of how do you smoke and what do you do with the butts. And the government of Buenos Aires approved a bill that prohibited launching these butts into the streets. So this is just an example of what the young people can do if we are united for a common cause and for our future. To close this presentation, I would like to say that there is a long road to go, but fortunately there are young people who are fighting for this change. The most important thing in life is this, to have an initiative and being willing to create a better world. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we go to Nicole. Thank you. And please tell me when you can see what I'm presenting.
Thank you so much. In the first place, thanks to UNICEF, Fundación MERI, and all the other organizations that make possible the participation of youth in this conference so important that we have in front of us. I am Nicole Reyes. I have 22 years old and I'm from Peru. I want to talk about the climate change and the oceans, a young regarding this issue. So in order to respond to this, it's a complex question. How does the impact of climate change affect the ocean and how this has some impact in the youth and childhood? Maybe this complex question needs to be separated by points. Part about the impact of the oceans. The seas are rising and have a greater level, and what could happen in the populations? It could produce something called movement, and what I mean by movement, that this coastal population that will be affected by the raise level of the sea, so they will have to move to another part of the continent. It's just a movement, but it includes the lack of possibilities of education and job and the threat of food. Why food? Because the ocean feed the populations, and many of the populations that live by the sea live because of the fishery. So let's imagine what could happen if we have the impact of climate change and at the same time unsustainable activities that are the ones that occur in the ocean. Maybe this will bring us to uncertainty, but we need to reimagine how this youth will take action and is taking action. Now let's leave the oceans issue and let's see some other environmental ambients like manglares that mitigate the climate change because they give opportunities to the wetlands and allow to extract resources from these areas to economical sustainability. Like different examples can be made in order to see the regulation of the climate in several locations, like in Peru, Puno in Peru, that have several difficulties. Thanks to Titicaca Lake, the climate is very stable. So it is important to maintain this value. There are some other impacts that we can talk regarding the oceans, like acidification of the oceans, that will have impact in this population, in youth and child. Let's see the opportunities that we will have and the challenges. We, the young people, we lack of information. We still do not have enough information in order to respond to the complex answer that I made at the beginning. How will the ocean race will impact in the youth and the child? We know that we need to know in order to empower ourselves and to have participation. We need more opportunities of environmental education and sensibility regarding all these issues that occur in the planet. And power is to reinforce the leadership we already have and to participate, to have more spaces like these ones with actors from all the sectors and with a common work, with a real governance, because all the actions that we have as civil society must reach the policymakers, and they are the ones that need to assume them and make them part of the legal regulations. But we also have a lot of opportunities because each time we are more young people, who are leader activists, people in movement, young people that have left aside the anthropocentric axis. We realize that we are part of the nature and we are not with the label of a country, but of the world itself. We are in the road to reinforce democracy and mechanism of participation, and with an economy that may see not as enemies the private enterprises, but to give them the opportunity to take mechanisms which are more sustainable, like the blue economy that can use the energy of the oceans or the principles of the oceans to sustain their companies. If we speak of good practices, I cannot not mention this initiative, which is Bahamas Plastic Movement. Crystal Ambrose, a teacher, where the leaders or the ones that have the charges are boys and girls from that school from 5 to 10 years old. But aside from that, from initiating this movement, going with the students to clean the beaches and collect plastic, she did something more, which was to go with the students and went to the government and said, we want to stop using plastic in this country, and they achieved it. They achieved that this youth initiative is being implemented now. I want to thank you, UNICEF, Fundación MERI, the Chilean government, and all our allies to have united to bring together this reality. And these are my partners, Fabio, Nicole, Camilo, Jose, Jocelyn, and some others also. And we need that our voices and reports and activism will be considered. We need to be part of the youngs to all the solutions in order to mitigate climate change. This is not a political gadget, it's not a secondary issue, it's a primary thing. Thank you, Nicole. Now we will have some questions, and I hope to have a little time to talk with you. If you can open your cameras, please, all the panelists. So to initiate this discussion, I want to ask Julieta, which was the main challenge that you have faced with Tremendas? I will go to the first thing that comes to my mind, has to do with anthropocentrism. It's a very individualistic society. So when I started Tremenda, I started on innovation and all those issues when I was 8 years old. And I started going into this world with the first Festival of Social Innovation. And somebody said to me, hello, My name is Sad, and I dedicate myself to change the world, to make this world a better place. So I said, wow, I can do it also. I can research. I can take everything that mobilizes me, that creates passion on me in order to generate a positive impact. So I grew, I mobilized my ideas. In the school, they were bullying me because I was not in their space, but when I grew, I started building a project more clear. When I was 13, 12, 14 years old, I started receiving, I don't know if you have also had this comment, like people say, how beautiful is what you're doing, but how are you thinking on this? Why don't you concentrate on the important thing, what you will study? Please focus yourself. These are the comments that take the value aside from what you're doing. So if you are less than 18 years old, you're inactive. We protect the child, but we do not give them the rights, because as Jose said, who understand better the problems of the kids than the adolescents? And to finish, just to be young is not enough. I am also a girl, and I had an interview when I was 14, but I started receiving the questions, will you be a mother? Will you have kids? And I was talking about the climate change, about content, very important, but people was asking me regarding reproduction. And this is happening to millions of girls all around the world. So these are not small things, these are big things, and we need to look for solutions. We need to look for good solutions and have an intergenerational dialogue now more than ever. Thank you. You're a fantastic model. You're known as the Greta from Chile, but what caught my attention was that you said, as Greta, there are much more people, and we can all get together in this change and have motivation. And here I make a question to Kike. Do you believe that the youth are the present, the future, of both, and why? I think we are both, but we are more the present, because it depends on the present, the actions we put that will bring us to the future. We have an opportunity, and we have to get together and put up actions in this moment. Thank you, Kike. And thank you. Something that we talk in our delegation more than victims, we have to be part of this change. And I don't know if you want to talk about that. Yes, to be part of the solution. And be part of the action also. It will depend that we have influence regarding our kids, because we leader with the example. So our actions, as we have said in this panel, each time we are more, and that is a big joy, that we should be the best example for the new generation. Thank you for that comment, because there I will raise a question to Nicole. What have you found in your team talking about seas, climate change, and social action? We can find information on how it will affect climate change of the ocean and how it will affect the population, the human population. But if we talk of children and youth, something changes. And something that is for me very clear that we talk with the team is that about this regard of intergenerational regard that we need to have, a global view that we need to take. To talk about ocean is far away from the land, but to talk about the land is different than to talk about the ocean. So it is important to understand that it's a whole planet and intergenerational, because what we will do as young people will have impact in childhood, and what the adults will do also, and in one day we will be an adult. And something very important that I can mention is that while sharing with other young Latin American people, I focus myself more on listening what is happening in each country, because there are situations completely different. What we live in Peru was similar to what was lived in Colombia, the need of more environmental education, but in Nicaragua, they need more empowering, because the knowledge they had it. So to know about these particular cases has been very enriching for all of us, because we as youth will create new agendas, new commitments, and it will be important to consider all these aspects. I wanted to say to you that I loved when you said that with the oceans we are all committed, and we are not having the label of one country, but the label of the planet. I have, Florialma, another question. Which could be the role of the indigenous communities in the fight against climate change? The indigenous people have a very important role in relation with the climate change, due that our way of life and our cosmovision and the connection we have with the Mother Earth, it has been applied in many situations as defending the rivers, forests, and territories. We are a victim of climate change, but we are also agents of change. And we have to give importance to reduction of the carbon emissions in order to protect the forestry. And we need to criminalize people like Bernardo Taal, that is someone that is in prison, but is a defender of human rights because he has defended the earth and the rivers. So the indigenous people, we fight for our conservation of our territories, our motherland, and the human rights. Thank you too much, Guadalupe. Now I have a question from the public. Knowing that the oil is one of the most important sources of the economy in the world, how can we reduce it? Your mic is muted. Sorry. I think that creating consciousness, as with all the causes, educating people, creating consciousness, and an alternative could be one that we discussed in my family a few time ago, was the project of the electrical cars, in order to leave aside the fuel. But in general, it's a complex theme. And as you said, the question is one of the motors of the world economy, but it's not impossible. Thank you very much. And now one question from the public. Why the race in Bangladesh is the sea level is so important? I want to put an example of what is happening in Peru. We are a mangrove here in Peru, and they have lost a great part. We have each time less mangroves. And why this happens? Because having the opportunity of extracting resources from this place, you look for an industrialization, and how it is mentioned, this word can be a bit shocking for us as activists. We can do sustainable industrialization, but maybe this message that we can use blue economy or green economy, this message has to arrive to them, to the ones that are forming such industry, and why it is for the coastal zones exclusively, because they are there, this mix of water among the drinking water, the seawater gives a high productivity at a difference of other parts of the territory. So it's because of that. Finally, I want to ask everybody, you could ask for one desire that will be accomplished magically. Which will it be? Many things. When I think in many things when you ask me that, but I would like that we could live in the equality of rights in terms of environment, access to information, education, etc., because only in that way we will reach the world in which we want to live. It would be nice to have that possibility. I will ask to live in a just and sustainable world where all our rights will be respected and we could live in a proper way. Nicole? Very good question. Very good question. I think that aside from the words mentioned by Guadalupe, Florida, and that were mentioned Jose and Julieta, I would say unity. Unity, not to see more difference in any aspect, nor in ethnic, not in gender, not in roles, not in countries, unity. And that unity brings us to a better future. Great response, Nicole. This, I do not believe in luck or in destiny. I do not think that a magician has to come, but it's urgent. And together, when we speak about crisis, to leave aside the beautiful words, but go to the real action. Sustainability today balance three things: economy, environment, and society. And those three things has to be together. And I think that for that, we go for education, and the importance of education needs action, needs real work, because to speak is easy, but the action is what is needed.
Gracias. Y Marisol, no sé si le das un chance a José a que responda la pregunta.
José, please answer the question. I think that is basic. All the answers you have given are very important, but it's important also to live in harmony. Live in harmony, live with nature, and this will make us independent, and to respect that without one thing or the other one, we cannot live well. So these are things that we have to action. This will depend on us and on each of our desires. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to say that we, the young people, we are not the future, we are the present. We are leading our processes, thanks to Fundación MERI and to UNICEF for warranting the participation of the youth in this panel. Would you give me 1 minute? I want to congratulate you with the enormous energy that you have given to our conference. And I have only 2 minutes, so I give you one phrase that when COP26 will be there, what would you expect to be resolved? Julieta, please. One phrase to resolve something in particular from COP26. To understand that all the crises are connected. When we talk about environment, human rights, or whatever crisis, all of them are linked together. If we solve one, we can solve all. Angelina, one phrase, please. I have one phrase. Change. Jose, please. Action. That all what we do beforehand, let's go with action. So to add more actions. Thank you, Jose. Nicole, please. To take in consideration, please, the Agenda 2030 regarding the oceans, and that still is not enough clear in these conferences.
Bueno, creo que Marisol se le pegó. Entonces, tal vez Guadalupe, ¿cuál es su frase?
Guadalupe. Education. Because the majority of the times people does not do things well because not because doesn't want, but because doesn't know how to do it. To pass from protest to proposals and from proposals to actions. So we can witness all this energy and all this knowledge.
Hola, soy Martina Gómez, tengo 15 años y soy parte de Jóvenes por el Clima Argentina.
Soy Alexandra Rocha de Aníbar, tengo 16 años y soy de Bolivia.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Enrique Cerezo, soy de Bolivia.
Hola, soy Joaquín Salinas, también me considero una persona activista, eso quiere decir que a través del arte promuevo el cuidado del medio ambiente, a través de la música, a través del canto.
Hola, me llamo Pia Córdoba, tengo 25 años y estudio Ingeniería de Recursos Naturales en la Universidad de la Frontera.
Hola, yo soy Silvia Guerrero, soy comunicadora social y soy comunicadora popular del municipio de Gramalote.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Camilo Ramírez, tengo 24 años, soy ingeniero civil y especialista en manejo integrado del medio ambiente.
Hola, me llamo Angelina World, soy parte del colegio Golden Valley School, estoy cursando mi último año de colegio.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, Anthony Jordan Macías Sornosa les saluda.
Hola, saludos, quienes habla Jefferson Esmeraldas. Vivo en el país de Ecuador, soy ingeniero medio ambiente, soy activista ambiental y pertenezco a la ONG Jóvenes Protectores del Planeta.
Soy Wendy Barrera, tengo 22 años y soy salvadoreña.
Hola, mucho gusto. Mi nombre es María Floridalma López Satz.
Mi nombre es Stephanie Vanegas, soy estudiante de la carrera de Derecho en la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras.
Hola, mi nombre es Fabio, soy de México y soy graduado de la licenciatura en Ciencias de la Tierra de la UNAM.
Hola, soy Luis Gerardo Carvajal.
Buenos días a todos, mi nombre es Jocelyn Blanco, tengo 23 años, estudié Turismo Sostenible, actualmente estoy estudiando mi segunda carrera como Ingeniería en Recursos Naturales.
Hola, mi nombre es Angelo Graciani, tengo 15 años, soy de Panamá.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Soy Nicole Reyes, tengo 22 años, soy egresada de Biología Marina. Hace 6 años formo parte de Sustainable Ocean Alliance Perú y actualmente soy una de sus copresidentas.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ana Aguilar, soy presidente del Centro de Estudiantes de Ingeniería Ambiental y coordinador del Grupo de Estudios sobre Cambio Climático de la Universidad Nacional Mayor de San Marcos en Lima, Perú.
Hi, I'm Matai Samuel, an enthusiastic 16-year-old youth climate activist.
Hola, soy Alejo Muñiz, soy activista climático juvenil, soy estudiante de biología de la Facultad de Ciencias de mi país, Uruguay.
Hola, Fundación MERI UNICEF, mi nombre es Verónica Barbosa, tengo 19 años y soy de Venezuela.
I couldn't say bye-bye to these young people, but with that energy, we pass to the next panel called Solutions of Mitigation for Climate Change. How to reach a profound cultural change. Human being can be seen as another being of his habitat. How can we sustain transformation, the sustainable development, and understand the sea ecosystem and terrestrial ecosystem as the ones that provide the ecosystemic services for mitigation of climate change? We welcome Flavia Liberona, Executive Director from Terra Foundation, biologist from Universidad Católica, and author of several publications. He teaches and coordinates several nets of work at the national level as native forestry, environmental institution, and biodiversity, transgenic, among others. Also, Ana Maria Molina, Executive Director of MERI Foundation, that promotes climate change and is biochemics, magister and doctor in sciences from Universidad Católica de Chile. She's a manager in scientific and academic researches and educational things. Also, Maria José Specher is from the study RRC6 lawyers who leaders the area of energy and natural resources. She's coordinator from the Commission of Environmental Lawyers from Chile and tries to raise the voice of women in this area. Very much welcome, Maria José Seques. This panel is moderated by Patricia Morales Arrasquez. It's from Philanthropia Cortés Solari and MERI Foundation. Patricia, I leave you lead this panel. Thank you, Marisol. You're very much welcome. These wonderful panelists that accompany us to speak about the challenges in Chile and in the region in matters of conservation as a main tool for mitigation of climate change. Chile has gone further with the sea areas protected, with new marine areas protected. But nevertheless, we have spoken so many times that these areas, sea areas protected, will be in a frontier. We don't know the exclusive areas, and we have talked many times about what do we understand about conservation, if it is active or if it is open to society or close to the communities. Ana Maria, I want to give you the floor. Thank you for accompanying today. Hello, thanks. We have been yesterday and today in this conference with many interesting debates, and I want to share with you the work we are doing in Fundación MERI for conservation and our vision, because this is necessary, why it's necessary, and what we're doing. And also, Julieta Martinez in the recent panel was commenting about this. So I will tell you, how do we work in MERI Foundation and how do we contribute to these issues? Well, first, what is, and I will rescue again, and never will be enough to say that biodiversity is very important and is threatened because of the situation of climate change. And biodiversity is important. What is biodiversity? It's the variability of life organisms that live in our planet. There are almost 9 million of different species in our Earth, from bacteries until the blue whales, which is the most big mammiferous in the planet. And we know that there are so many species that what we know is just the point of an iceberg, because there are many species that we don't know that exist and they are extinguishing. Which is the consequence of this threat of extinction is that we will lose what is providing this biodiversity, that is products like our food and medicines, but also services of the ecosystem that are maybe not well known, that are well known by society, and we do not give them value, which are these ecosystem services that are in danger because of this lack of biodiversity. There are many ecosystemic services. There are some of regulation, and they are very important for the climate, for the regulation of rainfall, and is given by eco-services, which are also some services cultural that allow communities to develop with their identities, with their development. There are some providers. We have water, air, wood, from all the ecosystemic services that nature gives us. And there are some others that support them, like the disponibility of nutrients in the ecosystems. And this is threatened by the climatic change, by the modification of different natural habitats, the introduction of exotic species, the anthropic pressure that is unsustainable, and the lack of knowledge and lack of valoration of this diversity. So MERI Foundation, in a context of philanthropy of the group Cortés Solari, is giving importance to the ODS from United Nations. We belong to this group of philanthropy, and we try to concentrate on science and on environmental education in this context. And we have several organizations like Fundación MERI, Caserta, and Reserva Elemental. And we work in different strategic ecosystems in Chile, applying a model of effective conservation that I will comment. Fundación MERI then has a scientific vision and environmental education in order to mitigate climate change, and we work in these 3 natural labs with our natural reserves that are in San Pedro Atacama in the north, in the metropolitan area of Chile, in San Jose de Maipo commune, and in the Patagonia, northern Patagonia, in Melimoyo. And we develop scientific research and environmental education according to the territories. And our education has an integral viewpoint according to what we have worked with Caserta Foundation. The model of effective conservation that we work in this foundation has 4 main dimensions and a 5th one. We have the environmental dimension, fundamental for the conservation. We have a social dimension, fundamental also for conservation, and that shouldn't be worked in a separated way as it is done many times. And these themes are multidimensional, so we have to combine all these dimensions and not in a separate way. We have a cultural dimension, very important, of the identity, and also an economical dimension that we are pushing a lot with Fundación MERI, with several projects where we want to put in value the ecosystemic resources and an economical talk on which are the values of conservation and how we can compete and we can give positioning these environmental issues regarding other uses that are extractive of or destroying of the environmental territories. The blue whales are the main animal that we are working with. It has to do with Corcovado Gulf, which is the place where the blue whales feed themselves, and that is why we have developed environmental education with this particular element of conservation. We work also in drinking water areas in Melimoyu and other reservations water. And a third object of conservation is our forest of Cypress de las Huaytecas and the forest with emblematic species in other latitudes. So in the central latitude of Chile, in the 33 latitude, we work with the hydrobiological net of our reservation, the Guayacan, which is a treaty that is in thread, and the formation of xerophytas and geosites, which are on the condor, which are all of these species with the threat of survival. In the hydric systems, we work in the north. It is a desert, so the water is a big issue in all the ecological places of there, and we work with these saline, with salty lakes, with two trees, chañar and algarrobo, with agroecosystems, and with some birds that are threatened in the desert. And all this work, we do it in collaboration from our research, scientific research, environmental education, and link with the communities together with international and Chilean organizations, scientific entities, and cultural organizations from all the ambits. We make we have a model of conservation which is very important in this net of collaboration. Up to the moment, we have worked with the blue whale since 9 years. We are with a monitoring of passive monitoring, and we have published a lot of things, and we are doing expedition studies, publication from environmental education. We have developed a program regarding these animals in northern Patagonia. All of this material is free for the use from our website, and also in the link with the communities, we have developed material and many materials with the objective of reaching the larger part of society and its actors. Our work is not closed, it's fluid in the way which we treat the threats. For instance, in environmental education, we work with the schools, but also with clue actors, as they are, for instance, the Navy, the tourism sector, that are bringing tourists to see the blue whales, and they could incorporate many knowledge, a lot of knowledge, to make sustainable these activities. And we have this, for instance, this graphic that assumes that the blue whale goes to the deep profundities in the seas during the day, which is different than what she does at night, because at night she's much more near the surface, so it's much more vulnerable due to the transit of ships. And many times they cannot go around the ships, so they are threatened in coalitions because of plastic and contamination by physical and chemical contamination. It is very normal that the ships damage the community of blue whales, and we are working with many NGOs in order to see how we can face the problem of the sea transit and the coalitions that occur, putting in risk these whales that come to our coast. This work with several actors of society we have developed together with Castro Port, this ruling that is volunteer and that help us to diminish these coalitions, but we consider that it's just a volunteer regulation, so we put up the Blue Boat Initiative as the Blue Boat Initiative has its website, and you can look there all the details of this project, which is magnificent, but I cannot explain because I have very short time for it. We want to install some objects that will allow us to detect the presence of the blue whales so that the ships will avoid passing over them. So this project also is including to bring the conversations from the policymakers in order to value the ecosystem services. We are talking about the population of blue whales, all what they provide us and how the oceans are benefiting from their presence. And in that sense, this project is not only technological and scientific, but it has a strong policymaker aspect that tends to value the services of the ecosystems that are unbalanced in the moment of assessments of projects of development in our country and in our region. For these objectives, we are calling in a very ample way many institutions. This is a project that is led together with the Ministry of Environment. Many of them are sea protected areas, and it has a lot of value in that context. Another area is a lab of bioacoustic lab from Catalonia University, and the detection of the satellite alert with NOAA, with the Army, and with several other institutions, with several other institutions that enlarge this work, and with which we are developing this technology that will have these apparatuses to detect the presence of the blue whales by buoy, and this will decodify this sound and will clean it from the noise and from the presence of the ships, which is very high in this zone, sending an information to the ships so that they should take these measurements in a volunteer way that are in this regulation in order to avoid crashing them, especially during the night, and with somebody that will be observing at night. And another thing that we are very happy is about this paper that see the economic assessment of these blue whales that visit our coast, the ecosystem services that they provide. At least they consider the tourism of observation of whales, the bettering of the fishery because of the presence of blue whales, and the CO2 capture that they develop during all their life cycle. And this brings us to value from $1,000 million, the presence of blue whales in the presence of the ecosystem that justify us why to consider the blue whales is so important, not only because they are beautiful, because they are extinguishing, but also because the eco services they provide is valued in $3 million. And any damage to this population is a damage to our country. That and this blue boat initiative has an institutional which is quite complex, that convokes and that where we hope that all the other institutions can join. We have an executive committee and a consultative committee where two institutions participate. And this executive committee is giving the times and frames to the project. And from this project, we hope to produce changes and bettering to all the conservation and biodiversity from Fundación MERI.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria, to talk about this point about science being the center of decision making. A bit of what you've shown is what we're doing in the effective preservation and it is project that we have been talked about in different panels on institutionality, how this could go beyond the frontiers of science and it would come into dialogue with the community, with the public sector and private sector. Maria Jose Sergers now, our lawyer, as she has been presented and present in many of the discussions of today. So please, Maria Jose. Thank you, Patricia. You see now? So my presentation, very briefly, as I am a lawyer, is on certain proposals on ruling for mitigation actions for climate change. First of all, I want to mention that there are some initiatives worldwide which are being iconic in terms of the mitigation of this climate change. The widening of the London airport that was paralyzed at the beginning of last year because the tribunal said that the widening of it did not comply with the objectives from the government in the Agreement of Paris. So under the interpretation of this appeal tribunal, the objectives of the Paris Agreement were binding for the government of England or for the British government, but the Supreme Court was reversed it. Nevertheless, this is an important stepping point so that the government should comply with the commitments of the Agreement of Paris. Another one is the case of France and the proposal from President Macron of including in Article 1 of the Constitution of France that France would guarantee the fight against climate change, which is something which is relatively historical for the constitutions worldwide. Unfortunately, this proposal from the president was rejected by the Senate. Nevertheless, once again, it is a precedent on how climate change could be considered in the constitutions of the different countries. And finally, this is a good news. It is an award from the Dutch tribunal saying that Shell was forced to reduce their gas emissions in 45% because for considering the responsibility of this company in climate change. That was meant for 2030. So this is an important precedent because this is the first time that a tribunal said or orders a private company to control their emissions. In Latin America, we see some initiatives as well of mitigations of climate change from the ruling point of view. The first one is the taxes on fuels, Argentina, Mexico, and Chile. In Chile, we do have it, but it's different because it is a tax on emissions. And other initiatives is the case of Peru, that they have reformed transport, including the electrification of transport so that this could be sustainable with the objective of complying with the objectives of assumed by Peru under the Paris Agreement, and Costa Rica as well. From 2019, they started a decarbonization strategy to comply with the commitments as well, with several measures in different areas, such as transport, electrification of the network, reduce emissions in certain industries, etc. Suffice it to say that these initiatives on mitigations not only have emerged from the public sector, but also from the private one. And one of the main reasons is that the private have realized that the impact of climate change, they do have an impact in their businesses in an economical way, in such a way that in this survey done in June this year, the bankers were asked of what are the main risks for their businesses in the next 5 years. First of all, they identify the risk of a climate change. And this is quite evident in some industries such as agriculture and what has causes droughts, and they have been forced to reformulate their strategies. Hydroelectrical companies obviously are quite different from the estimations that they have now because of the lack of water, etc. So, considering these initiatives, I want to mention so briefly some recommendations on reforms that are important for me to mention so that we can go forward in this mitigation. The energy sector is the one that contributes most with the emission. The idea is to have a clean energy mix. And I think that Chile has given an important example with the advancement of renewables last year. 46% of the energy generated was produced based on renewables. Nevertheless, in the second recommendations, I believe that in Chile, we are still lagging behind. That is to say, going forward for the circular economy, the law of plastics or the producers to be responsible of the lifespan of their products. It is a law that is not yet enacted, and there is lots of doubts on how this is going to be implemented. Likewise, I think that we are lagging behind on the policies to foster the reuse, efficiency, and new sources of water. Among other recommendations at the regulatory level is to include climate change in the legislation. Going back to Chile, because it's the one that I know better, we do not have a law on or an act on climate change, although it's been discussed in Congress. But what can be included is that when we evaluate the project environmentally, the climate change should be included, and the persons or the owners, they should have some mitigation measures done. For example, this happens so far in Spain or in some parts of the United States. I want to mention as well as the promotion of green investment. In general terms, some countries, they have the ESG investments, but I believe that they are not sufficient enough today. And these initiatives, they value these three aspects as a set, but there is little knowledge of what is a green investment, how it can be applied, what is the regulation, etc. And in the same report or the same surveys that I mentioned before, they ask why they have not increased these agreements, and they say, but because there is a lack of knowledge about the different rules. The importance of having a tax on emissions or carbon, reflecting the externalities of these emissions. For example, in the case of Chile, we have a tax which is $5 per ton, but there is consensus that clearly this is not enough. And some people say that it should be like $22 per ton or even more. If we see the levels of collection in relation to these taxes, and not only the tax on carbon, but to fuels as well, we see that Chile is above the average of OCDE countries, OECD countries, but Costa Rica and Honduras, they are as well above the average. And the other one is to have market instruments, the ones which are the transferable permits, in which the state authorizes private people to emit certain contaminants, and these permits can be sold in the market, and the market will set the price. And recovering what Ana Maria said, is very important to go for the ecosystems, both the marine and the land ones. And along this line, in Chile, we are lagging behind as well. We are quite indebted because we do not have a bill still passed that will create a service on biodiversity agency that will care for these ecosystems. And what we are having now in Chile, and probably in other countries as well, will come in the future, we have the question whether this climate change should be included in the constitution. For example, some proposed that there should be the right to the climatic stability enshrined in the community. It is just the state, the political people is the one that they have to pass laws, the private that are contaminating, something that should be regulated. Because probably that obviously will give a big step for the control of the climate change. But I think that in the Constitution, we should consider the sustainable development as a ruling factor and as a part of the state. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Jose, for this tremendous presentation. Lots of things that I would like to talk about. But for the moment, we're going to have Flavia. I just took what you talk about, the rights and how we can promote more investment, not only in green industries, but in preservation. This is just an enormous debate that we are going to have in the future. So now, please, Flavia Liberona, the word is yours. Hello, I will try to share my screen. But I've got too many windows open. So, and that was I was the last one. It was the last one here. So I'm just going to tell you about this issue and how we can then address it. First, saying that Fundación Terra is an organization from the Chilean civil society, and we work on public policies in environmental issues. Can you see that? Because I cannot put my complete screen in my computer. I can see you, but I see myself frozen, she says. And we just see your screen in black. Well, I'm just going to talk. So, as I said, we work in public policies in environmental issues, and from this, we have been working for long years in climate change. So, when we have this recent report from IPCC on climate change, which has caused so many discussions all along the world. For us, it was not something new. And that is what I wanted to show in my presentation. But basically, here it goes. Precisely the one that I needed. Precisely, this is a slide that shows what I was saying about this report on 2007. The emissions of the greenhouse gases would start to reduce towards 2015 if we wanted to maintain the limit of the increase of the world temperature. Today, we know that this was not the case. In 2019 was one of the moments in which we emitted more as mankind. And today, this report reveals that we have increased between 2011 and 2020, 1 Celsius degree. And this is tremendously relevant for the preservation of the ecosystems and the species, because little has been said, but species, plants, bacteria, virus, whatever they are, they move within certain ranges of temperature. And therefore, every time that there is an increase in temperature, where they live, this can generate that a population can migrate or be extinguished, or another population that was limited because of temperature can grow. So what I want to say with all this is that we are having problems. And when we talk about mitigation, in fact, what we're doing is to address only one part of the problem, which has to do with the reduction of our emissions. And for us, the reduction of emissions has to do with some activities that are done in the country. Chile is one of the countries that emits little, only 0.2 or 0.3 of the emissions of the whole planet. So mitigation in terms of the emissions reduction, it means that we are not a big contaminant, but it is important to reduce our emissions. And in Chile, we established in 2019 a voluntary agreement between President Piñera and the electricity coal-based plants, and five of these plants has been shut down, I would say. They are just off, but they are in this what we call the state of a strategic condition, but they could be eventually reconnected. And this has created a controversy in the last 2 weeks, because the National Electrical Coordinator said that one of them will come back to be activated. It is in a sacrificed area. It's a very old and with little efficiency, this plant based on coal. So for decarbonization, we need to go forward in an agenda that can be much more solid and committed. In fact, we have something which is quite related with decarbonization, which is the standards. We've got the standards of particular material number 10, the one of 2.5 that has been rejected for 5 years from the beginning or the initiation of it, and the environmental, the Ministry of Environment has denied the application of it, and the DC13 that has to do with the thermoelectrical plants, which is under development yet. Chilean standards, they do not follow the norms from the European Union or the United Nations. So we have these standards which are awfully bad, even worse than the Chinese ones. So we have to do a reform of what do we do in terms of emissions, not only in terms of the real emissions, but also in what the effect can be on health, because we have some sacrifice areas or zones in the country, and we have communities around these plants which are in total uncertainty. So on the other hand, if we want to mitigate, we not only have to stop emitting, but we have to go for the absorption part, let's say, which means along this line that carbon neutrality is an important step. And there we find the nature-based solutions. There is a traffic here of well, there is a report from the Ministry of Environment where we show that the sector that absorbs is the one called use of land and change of the use of land, where we have the forests and everything that has to do with land vegetation, which is quite important for the absorption of emissions in Chile, and to balance what is coming from the transport and electricity areas, which are the big emitters, in order to absorb the emissions. And it looms large, the maintenance of our native forests and the control of erosion. Those are relevant issues in terms of what has to do with contributing for this mitigation through nature-based solutions. In this slide, and without going into details, we have the commitments of Chile in terms of forests and land ecosystems, basically, I would say. And we have some commitments of sustainably managing more than 200,000 hectares of native forests, and to plant more than this amount of a hectare, more than 200 hectares of new forest and national recovery plans. Why do I put all this, which is quite detailed? Because we have a serious problem in Chile. We are very good at assuming commitments, but we're very bad when we have to do a coherent public policy. We know that in Chile, there is a lot of these plants that, and we have a lot of different species. Some of them are, I would say, 18,000 years long, in fact, and they are a source for capturing coal, and when we manage or manipulate them, there is a CO2 liberated or freed. So the preservation of these areas is quite relevant if we want to reduce or we want to control our emissions, because there are two things here. decarbonize, reduce our emissions, and on the other hand, is to see how through nature-based solutions contribute to the absorption of emissions and not generating new emissions. For example, the extractions of these woods. For example, if we have a fire on woods or in forests, obviously this will generate lots of emissions. So along this line, these plants, they accumulate more than 1,400 millions of tons of CO2, and they accumulate much more than the forests themselves. And from our point of view, we know that we are going to have in 2025 a national survey of what the compost would be, for example, and we know that we are indebted with that in terms of commercialization of peat bogs, and we need to do something quick in order to have a legislation and public policies according to what do we have to do with the peat bogs. So on the other hand, in general terms, when we talk about forests and climate change, countries declare that this is an issue, the preservation of forests, etc., and the capacity that they have on absorption and to stop degradation of land are so relevant that are part of the national security areas. Nevertheless, Chile, and this document, ODS 15, talks about the sustainable management of forests, but we have problems to comply with the commitments. Even internally, if we were not in a dramatic situation as we are today, that has to do with the problem that we do not have a good system of laws, and the tribunals says that what we have institutionally cannot manage the forest, but we need to have a forest public system. It is something that occurred in 2008, but from 2008 up to now, we have not reached. In the different governments, we have not been able to take this into parliament to have a new legislation on forest management. And this is a complication in order to have regulations or to improve the existing regulations in terms of reforestation and restoring the land that are in agreement with what we need to today. So that would contribute finally to absorb emissions and everything that is committed in NDC. So we believe that going into a public institutionality for forest is urgent, and we also believe that we have to check part of the forest legislation that we have in terms of Mediterranean ecosystems and the xerophytic formations which are in the central area of Chile, which are highly exposed today, and there are no protected areas in this area, and they are being threatened by the expansion of the fruit production areas. So we believe that the commitments, the public commitments, are not only reflected in the documents done or signed by the ministries or the government or the parliament or whatever they may be, but they are reflected in financing. And along this line, although Chile somehow has got good documentation on that, what we do is to have little financing. And here, I want just to put some examples which for us are quite concerning. Financing to the framework law on climate change, which is in the Senate today, only has 4 billion pesos a year when coming into effect. And this is nothing in terms of all the actions that are committed inside, particularly at a regional level and municipal level as well, where there are no additional budget to implement these actions. On the other hand, Maria Jose said it, today the bills that come to evaluation do not consider environmental issues. So we needed to change our laws in terms of climate change with a more modern legislation to evaluate all industrial projects. And in protected areas, the fact is that last year we did a very important analysis on what is the amount of money given by the state of Chile on what we call the fiscal contribution for the protected areas of the state. In 2010, the state invested $372 per hectare. In 2020, it was 229. That is to say, it diminished 93 pesos by hectare, the state contribution, and obviously this does not go along with the commitment that Chile assumed in terms of preservation with the creation of protected areas inland and in the marine ones, where the budget is only 200 million pesos a year, which is nothing. So we believe that along this line, we have to go forward, not only in regulating some things, but also to incorporate climate change in the regulations and also see what the budgets are to implement these actions. Otherwise, finally, we are going to have just a dead letter in our documents, because if the municipalities or the state hasn't got money, no possibilities of making anything. So today, the Senate is discussing the bill that would prorogate subsidies to risk. And this bill, we have a law on this relation, but it is 35 years long, and they want to postpone or to enlarge the right of use of water for watering croppings, but it means eliminating native forests, and it generates erosion, it generates greenhouse gas effects, and it obviously generates problems with the water to be drunk by the community and used by the community, and we have to evaluate in terms of climate what is going on with it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Flavia.
Thank you,
we have
Flavia,
been talking
for
about that.
underlining something we have many times said. Maybe we could see each other all together. That has to do with this resonance that exists, the climatic evidence and urgency, a citizenship that has a lot of consciousness, that is asking, is shouting for the climate responsibility, but many commitments that we have as country, that we have a lot of commitments, but they do not correspond with the institutional the aspect that we have. But you mentioned also the budget that does not coincide with all these efforts. So adding to the conversation, I would ask Ana Maria if to have all this in a constitution, like the right for climatic sustainability or whatever, the constitution that frames this right, do you think it's enough that will be translated in norms, in budget, in all the aspects that Flavia was telling us? Do you think that that will be enough? In my opinion, it's a first step in the sense that you give to climate change the importance it has. But as Flavia said, we are very good on committing, but very bad on acting. And to have a constitution that will guarantee a lot of rights, but will not be able to implement them, will not help. And it's possible that will raise the people's demand. So we need to see how it will be in the practice. It will be we will need that the state take care, or we will blame the parliamentaries that deny all, like in Australia, the climate change process. How will we deal with these difficulties? We will deal with directly against the companies that will contaminate, and that there will be a lot of practical aspects that we will need to consider if that right will be included in the new constitution. So, as an economist, I cannot think that we need a regulatory aspect. The one that contaminates needs to pay. We need rules to establish limits. I think that we need also how to promote economical sustainability of conservation. How do we assure that the big industries generate incentives for sustainable development? If we see the productivity in Chile, the development of the country, we see that we have not gone into cleaner companies. So I would love to have the view of Anita and Flavia. How do we surpass the tool of regulation and we start thinking on a much more modern country? And how have other countries done it? I want to complement, and I want to listen to Flavia. I think the advantage of a constitution as a text of work where we can put ideas is that in the long run, it is seen much more than other laws or initiatives that are much more for the short run. So I think it's important to look at the long run and see a constitution that recognizes the Chile that we have today, but also the world situation. The climate change needs to be recognized. This is the present, this is the near future, and it's what we will have to face with the new constitution. The same as the recognition of the diversity of our original populations needs to be included in the environmental perspective of our development and our economical and industrial development. So the neutral carbonicity must be in the constitution. We need to orient our development to such objective. We cannot have an unsustainable goal. And our constitution allows us, the new one, to think in the big terms, in the objectives, the great objectives that we have, and not the ones of the short term that are not the definitive ones. Sometimes I am a bit pessimistic, but we have very short time. So thinking on what Ana Maria was saying, we need to do both things. We need to go forward with the norms and regulations and the rules that are already in Parliament, but at the same time go with the Constitution. When one talks with the lawyers, they think that to implement what will be written in the new Constitution, it will take 10 years. So that means 12 years to regain this talk. We don't have the time. So we need to do both things. And there are things for the Constitution that are very relevant. First, to go out from the subsidiary state, because that allows the state to take a role. Up to now, all the solutions come from the market, and many times in basic things like water, electricity, or basic services, the state has a neutral role, and the state cannot have a neutral role. It has to have an active role towards all the vulnerable situations in terms of poverty, culture, health, etc. So that's one theme that is important to be established in the Constitution. The state is to equilibrate the situation, to kind of deal with big enterprises from the private sectors, and the others are communities affected. And the second issue is the climate change. How can we establish certain principles in the Constitution that will allow us to work in the climate crisis that we are in? And we're talking a lot on equity, intergenerational equity, which is to guarantee what we have for the coming generations, which is quite complex in this scenario of climatic crisis at the world level, but it could push us to make an effort in this sense. And how could you consider the role of the citizens? We have talked a lot on the role of the state, but also there is a civil society, a person, how they could be agents of conservation, which is a space that they have to act as conservationists. How do we become active agents of conservation? I think that each time there is more space at the world level, and in our country we are empowering the citizens that consider that the big projects cannot be done without the allowance of the citizenship, with all the citizens. And this is a pending aspect of the services of environmental evaluation to make them more participative. There is a way. In the Constitution also is an opportunity to give a greater space to civil society, to the citizenship, to give more rights, but also more responsibilities. The conservation of the water, for instance, the management of this resource. We need to increase participation with rights and also obligations on the part of the preservation of the resources. I believe, yes, there is space and we need to advance. Anita, please. Yes, from Fundación MERI, we work with communities and groups organized, and we have seen how people know, and they are very empowered on the need of taking decisions. We have talked on the sciences regarding the taking of the decision taking, but there are different instances to take decision. And I think that citizenship is very much empowered, and it's important to be very well informed. I think this event is supporting that. And because of the decision taking of each citizen in different levels, and from the votations, from the elections, to the decisions of consumption, of style of life, of transport, of any kind of decision that we take many times in the day are part of these changes that we are pushing forward. I think that citizenship is very well organized, and there are many instances of local participation, agrupations, organizations, neighbors. We have had a panel with youth, which they are very empowered. So we need to have this power and take the decisions with more information, with more coherence, and in a more organized way, in order to put forward our interests and the themes that can be visible. As Foundation, we are working on that and supporting that. Thank you, Anita. Flavia, please. I think there are two levels. So, in terms of our contribution or the ones of the organizations. One is this thing of being in the territories with the people, to educate them, to work together, which is a very relevant level. And another one that has to do with the public policies and how do we build those spaces where the state is weak. These organizations could contribute so that the state in some things will assume its role. We have two levels of work which are very relevant and also complementary, in the sense that they will help us to build the country more worried about conservation and climate change effects. And each one of us will have a role, a central role that is the state, but there is also a role for contribute many organizations of different types, and that is bringing us to a situation where everybody is more informed and we can take better decisions, and the ones that are taken in the territories are also more adequate. Thank you, Flavia, Ana Maria, Maria Jose, for this conversation that has been very well. The frontiers among what is conservation and the challenges that we have ahead, the urgency. Thank you very much. And I give the floor to Marisol Camiroaga again. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia, for leading this panel of conservation and mitigation of climate change, reinforcing a reflection so deep and that has been done in this space during the urgency of climate mitigation. Thank you, Patricia. Now we will give a break. From my part, I say bye-bye. I have had the honor to accompany you yesterday and also today with this wonderful panelists of the second conference of scientific and public evidence of climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean. At 14 sharp, we will continue with this day. And I welcome Magdalena Madrigal, who will accompany us during the afternoon in the presentation of our guests. So good afternoon and a very good afternoon.
El agua es la base de la vida. Sin ella, nuestra existencia en este planeta azul sería imposible. Miles de millones se invierten en el mundo cada año buscando agua en otros rincones de la galaxia. Llegó a la Tierra como un regalo del universo. ¿Por qué no protegerla y proteger así nuestra vida?
El sistema hídrico es un sistema complejo y el ciclo del agua es un sistema complejo. Y por lo tanto el agua de la cuenca nace, probablemente puede venir parte de derretimientos glaciares, parte de cuencas altas, parte de humedales altos. El agua va fluyendo, pero el agua va fluyendo superficialmente y parte del agua va fluyendo en forma subterránea. Alimenta acuíferos subterráneos. Es como un sistema circulatorio nuestro dentro del sistema geológico de la Tierra.
La prioridad del agua está súper mal definida en Chile. Una empresa extranjera puede venir y decir vamos a necesitar el 90% del agua de este río y lo pueden hacer. Y no queda para un uso racional o un uso sensato de la naturaleza en que el hombre pueda vivir armónicamente. Son impactos demasiado drásticos, en tiempos demasiado cortos. Entonces eso genera impactos irreversibles.
La ciudad te da una sensación extraña de olvido de dónde vienen las cosas. O sea, los niños, y esto como un cliché, perdona, pero el niño que va al supermercado y cree que el pollo lo están haciendo atrás en una pieza y que la lechuga le hicieron allá atrás en otra pieza, y no tiene ni idea de dónde vienen esas cosas que se están comiendo. Entonces no entendemos nuestra historia, no entendemos nuestros orígenes, de dónde venimos, y por eso estamos como estamos.
Cuando se produce una crisis tan grande, que no es solo económica, que no es solo ecológica, que es también psicológica y espiritual, que compromete el interior del ser humano. En el otro polo, puesto que todo es bipolar, surge la disidencia. Esa disidencia siempre toma contacto con la cultura popular, siempre. Y con las culturas indígenas. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos conservan todavía esta vinculación con el orden natural. Y ellos saben que no habrá recuperación de la enfermedad mental del hombre moderno si no nos reconciliamos con el orden natural, si no nos reconciliamos con la creación.
Toda nuestra vida, todo nuestro sistema, todos nuestros bosques, todos nuestros animales dependen del agua. Si no hay agua, no existimos como humanidad. Si no hay agua, no existimos como cultura. Nuestros abuelos se guiaban por las señales astronómicas, el sol, la luna, las estrellas también. Cuando el sol salía en cierta época del año, ya sabían ellos que esa época comenzaba el tiempo de las cosechas, o el tiempo de sembrar, el tiempo de limpiar los canales. Y eso fue por miles de años que se practicó el respeto al agua. Si no hubiese existido el agua o no hubiese estado el agua en estos lugares, no hubiésemos existido como cultura.
Entre los ñen o los seres de nuestra cultura existen algunos que son más importantes, podríamos decir, como el chahuanti, que es el padre sol, la ñuqueale o ñuquequillén, que es la madre luna, que regula la fertilidad, la siembra, las mareas. Y también el chauco, el padre agua. El agua purifica, el agua revitaliza, el agua nutre, tiene 1000 propiedades y lo más importante es que da la vida. Donde no hay agua, no hay vida. Lo más importante que yo siento ahí es la energía del chauco, del padre agua, y la importancia que tiene respetar su nacimiento y su continuidad en el territorio que llega al mar, y el ciclo natural del agua que debería ser respetado por una política de Estado.
Tú, si alteras este ciclo en una cuenca, si alteras este ciclo a nivel global por deforestación, por falta de evaporación, de humedad de los árboles, etcétera, etcétera, tú lo que vas a tener es degradación completa del sistema hídrico.
En la evolución de la vida en el planeta siempre se han respetado ciertas leyes. Todos los organismos son respetuosos de ciertas leyes, menos el ser humano.
O sea, él mira la naturaleza y dice, son recursos naturales. La madera es recurso, el agua es recurso, el aire es recurso. ¿Todo para qué? Para hacer cada vez más poderosa tu ciudad, para hacer más poderoso a tus empresarios, para hacer más activa la lógica de los negocios. Para eso, tú llamas a la naturaleza recursos naturales.
El crecimiento económico hoy día se ve como aquella palanca que puede traerle el bienestar a la población. Pero el crecimiento económico además nos está trayendo pasivos ambientales que se van acumulando y que van a terminar poniendo en riesgo al propio ser humano.
Uno tiene que poner antecedentes de que esto no es solamente por salvar a los animalitos, esto tiene que ver con salvar el bienestar de la gente. Entonces, por tanto, yo creo que es necesario el crecimiento, pero el crecimiento infinito no es posible en un planeta que es finito, y por tanto la transición ecológica no puede ser hecha con la misma mentalidad que creó los problemas que hoy día queremos enfrentar.
El planeta no tiene los recursos que necesita un desarrollo del 3,5% o el 4% anual mantenido por 50 años. Por lo tanto, la pregunta es, ¿por qué no están haciendo estos cálculos? ¿Por qué están llevando a la humanidad al precipicio?
Entonces el ser humano está literalmente desmoronando a la biosfera. O sea, por un lado, exhalamos cantidades increíbles de dióxido de carbono y después destruimos los bosques y el fitoplancton que podrían absorberlo. Pareciera que estamos en un suicidio, estamos tratando de suicidarnos, desmoronando nuestro propio ser. Este es nuestro propio ser. La biosfera es nuestro propio ser macroscópico y estamos nosotros mismos derrumbando.
El ejemplo principal hoy día en el mundo es el cambio climático. Genera niveles de cambios meteorológicos que son brutales, como lluvias torrenciales, huracanes, tsunamis, etcétera, etcétera, y que va asociada a menos agua, y todos sabemos qué es lo que pasa en una sociedad con menos agua. Sin agua no hay posibilidad de vivir.
Estamos en una situación de estrés de nuestras napas freáticas que es generalizada entre Atacama y Chiloé, donde se extrae más agua de la recarga. ¿Y cuál es la solución que le damos? Es que cada vez que hay una crisis hídrica se profundizan pozos. O sea, agrandamos el problema.
Y por tanto yo creo que la salida de todas las crisis, la crisis socioambiental del país, que también explota la crisis social y el estallido social, y hacia la crisis hídrica, es necesario tener ese diálogo. Porque cuando uno habla de que es necesario ahorrar agua en la casa, me aparecen en Twitter, esto no es sequía, es saqueo. Y la verdad es que es un poquito saqueo, es un poquito sequía, y también tiene que ver con las decisiones que nosotros tomamos. Porque tenemos huellas de agua que son importantes, la que ocupamos en la casa, lo que comemos y lo que compramos. Y por tanto la minería no hace productos para robots, son celulares, son computadores, son automóviles. La agricultura no hace comida para otros, son las cosas que nosotros comemos. Cada uno de estos sistemas se puede optimizar y tener menos impactos ambientales, pero tenemos que entender que la única base de esto es que nosotros tenemos que impulsar este cambio hacia una transición ecológica inclusiva, sustentable y resiliente.
El llamado es a buscar soluciones de verdad. Y las soluciones de verdad son ajustar la demanda de recursos naturales a la oferta que el planeta tiene de recursos naturales. Si no entendemos eso, nunca habremos entendido el concepto de sustentabilidad.
Debiera ser una razón de humanidad cuidar el agua en todo su ser.
Es la misma gente que tiene que empezar a darse cuenta la importancia que tienen los ríos, la importancia que tiene la naturaleza para su vida diaria. ¿Por qué no vemos más allá? Vemos que dependemos del agua, dependemos de los glaciares, dependemos del mar, dependemos de esta conexión entre las nacientes de un río y la desembocadura. Todos estos sistemas están vivos. Ella nos entrega todo con los brazos abiertos y nosotros no le estamos dando nada a cambio.
Sí, realmente ves lo que estás mirando, ¿no? ¿De dónde viene el aire? ¿De dónde viene el agua? ¿De dónde vienen los alimentos? ¿Qué es lo que te puede dar realmente calidad de vida? Y la respuesta a todas esas preguntas es retórico esta. Naturaleza, 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 naturaleza. Entonces tenemos que entender quizás lo más fundamental. La naturaleza está primero.
El cambio climático es uno de los grandes desafíos de nuestra era. A diario, el planeta da cuenta de las enormes transformaciones que sufre y cuyos impactos nos afectan a todos. Vivimos un punto de inflexión en el que urge tomar medidas drásticas ahora. No actuar implica que adaptarnos al cambio climático y mitigar sus efectos será un proceso cada vez más largo, más complejo y costoso, poniendo en riesgo el bienestar de las futuras generaciones. Sistematizar y contextualizar la evidencia científica sobre cambio climático es vital para tomar decisiones que se materialicen en políticas públicas robustas, efectivas y trascendentes.
A propósito de la COP25, este ministerio convocó a la comunidad de investigación con el objeto de disponer de la mejor evidencia científica para la toma de decisiones, para las políticas públicas y para asumir compromisos nacionales e internacionales con metas ambiciosas y factibles. Además, para contar con capacidades para enfrentar desafíos globales y locales en mitigación y en adaptación al cambio climático. La exitosa instalación y gestión del Ministerio de Ciencia se ha basado en vincular la institucionalidad con el mundo científico nacional, incluso más allá de nuestras fronteras.
Así, más de 600 investigadores e investigadoras del más alto nivel, con destacadas trayectorias y vinculados a los principales centros de investigación y desarrollo, así como a universidades nacionales, acogieron el llamado y están trabajando colaborativamente. Coordinados por el Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, la labor de estos profesionales marca el inicio de la vinculación entre la ciencia y el sector público en una materia de interés nacional, y aspiramos a que se consolide como...
A todos quienes se han conectado en esta tarde para continuar participando en esta segunda conferencia, Evidencia y Políticas Públicas, Cambio Climático en América Latina y el Caribe. Primero que todo, queremos agradecer a quienes han permitido que esta actividad se lleve a cabo. Quiero mencionar al Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación de Chile, el Comité Científico de Cambio Climático de Chile y la Fundación MERI, además de la Unión Europea a través de su programa Euroclima, CEPAL, y dos instituciones que han colaborado también, que son el Instituto Interamericano para la Investigación del Cambio Global e INSA, International Network for Government Advice. Así que muchas gracias a todas estas instituciones por haber hecho posible esta actividad. Quiero comentarles que este evento está siendo transmitido de manera simultánea con interpretación en inglés. Así que estamos tanto en castellano como en inglés para nuestra audiencia.
Spanish and English for our audience. So as to start with our blog this afternoon, we will have an interview with José Miguel Samaniego, which is the Director of Sustainable and Human in ECLA since 2004. He is a doctor. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you. I would like to let you know that José Luis is a doctor in natural resources and the economic faculty in the Universidad Nacional de Armenia and licensed in economy in the autonomous and magister in economic in the University of Las Americas and for the international Prince in the College of Mexico. His trajectory he has been director of sustainable poster and coordinator of international affairs in the environment, natural resources, and fishery. During 1994 to 2000, he participated in the negotiation of Kyoto's agreement and biosecurity. He's author and co-author of different publications where we have the book that is published by ECLA for climatic change in Latin America and the Caribbean. All these documents are available in the webpage of the ECLA. Welcome. Now we welcome you. Thank you so much for participating in this conference. So we will start with the questions. First of all, today, because of the pandemic, the COVID-19 has been a great impact in regional economies and poverty indicators. From your point of view, in this context, do you think this will delay the objectives for 2013 in the Paris Agreement and in ODS agenda? Or do you think this is an opportunity for the government to see how they can reach all of these objectives? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation. I would like to be a well-educated person, so I would like to thank everybody in the public policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, where the Ministry of Science has taken a great initiative, got its scientific committee and the presidents of the COP25, which is in the environment meeting. So I thank for these great efforts for Fundación MERI. In relation to your question, I think that there is no positive answer in general, I would say. With all the quarantines and the lack of activities, of course, there was a increase in the emissions of warehouse gases that are linked to all of these fossil and the local emissions. But this was for just a moment, because now when we are leaving our quarantines, the road of emissions in Latin America is again the way it used to be. So if we think in a certain moment, because of the restrictions in aviation, commerce, and transportation, would be easier to reach the Paris but that was just for a moment. Maybe we have a little margin, so we can take some measures to accelerate the implementation of measures that have been agreed in advance, but not more than that. So in structural terms, and we are still having the same problems with trajectory to accomplish the Paris Agreement. In terms of sustainable agreements, the thing is really serious. In the ODS 13, we have the Paris Agreement, and we don't have to leave anybody aside. If we see this in relation to poverty, I think this is terrible. We had 187 million poor people, but with the evolution of with the pandemic, we have 10 million of extreme poverty, and if it was because of the governments with the money that they have implemented, been given, we would have not only 210 poor people, but we would have 230. So economical restrictions were really affecting all the region, but thanks to the intervention of the support of the government to their society, we would have had 30 million more poor people. So in relation to the agreements of Sendai, that are talking about the resilience and the reduction of disasters, I would say that the report of the World Meteorological Organization with scientific basis, they say that we are exposed to that 2020 was a record in increasing temperatures and also in droughts, because we have a risk of hydroelectric operation and with great risks on South America. So we have droughts, extreme events, fires, hurricanes in Central America and the Caribbean. So I don't think we're doing too well. So in terms of the agendas of global development, we're not doing well. The combination of pandemic and climatic changes, they have negative impacts that are really affecting us. So it's not very auspicious, this balance. But nevertheless, we can continue working and that is important. So we can reach all of these agreements. I will be talking about something that is linked with an analysis that you have in the CLA, with the advances of the countries of the region to incorporate the environmentalists when decision-making is, and something that we have been talking about this conference in relation to environmental legislations for environment. But there are some difficulties to implement this in public policies in the right way. You made a summary in relation to how the assessment of the improvements in relation to international agreements have been, which what are making these difficult for the most ambitious objectives that we have in environmental topics. I would think that the most important problem is the resistance of economical areas. They don't want to be regulated in relation to environmental topics. So taking into account the environment for productive strategies, this has a cost. Maybe the development could be of a better quality, taking into account some environmental. For example, what we're looking at in renewable energy, and in a region that we have, the environmental regulation is like a limitation to the type of development that this region is used to, that is damaging the environment, fisheries, the loss of species and everything in every environment. And these will depend on the destruction, and that part of their earnings will be affected by this change. That is something that is very important. When we legislate in the importance, and the productive circles are in learning about these restrictions, then you can go with respect and make some improvements. And they do it as, they take this as an opportunity to have their productive pattern compatible with nature, of course. I think there is a second limitation that is very important, and I think that this has a direct relationship with what we're doing, scientists are doing. The development decisions, public policies should be well informed through science. One of the great contributions for the environment was to reach an agreement, a shared agreement in which are the limits of global warming. And this was achieved in the Paris Agreement. We're talking La COP21, we're talking about 2015. After 5 reports of the IPCC, then globally, there was an agreement not to go over 1.5 degrees, of course, never to go over 2 degrees in temperature. And that is a concentration of nations at a global environment. And that is a national flow of emissions, not to go over these 2 points. If we have the contribution, this budget of global carbon that was expressed in the Paris Agreement is now moved to the different economies of the countries. So the environment ministries are asking to their nations is they should have a scientifically defined budget for carbon to their economies. So this has to be respected. They have to look at their budgets, and their economy have to be in agreement for carbon. And in Chile, this agreement is assigned to different sectors. Maybe it could be assigned to the whole populations. This could be done per capita, for example. This scientific agreement has been applied in 2 international conventions, in the zone layer and another one. And this could be a reference point for other environmental limits. other scientific discussions that would be limiting the expansion, that they should work with it from the economical point of view and natural limits. We haven't quantified some of them, and this is really concerning. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and the loss of biodiversity, the extraction of drinking water and other chemical substances like arsenic in nature. So there is a great amount of natural factors that should be quantified, and we should establish limits per country, per economy. And that is a dialogue that is pending between science and economy, because the alternative is what we have already lived, is an economy that is violating every natural limit. And this is not sustainable for nature and for welfare and human health. So it's not just to take agreements in the framework of one of the conventions. There should be a constant dialogue between science and economy, so we have a great and fair development. You recently mentioned that in la COP21, they gathered all these reports. That was the fifth report, an intergovernmental report. Now, in November, next November, we will have la COP26. And in this conference, we have things which are the consequences of this informed, and we have presented that this will be something relevant to be considered in next COP. Which are your projections in here? Are you optimistic or are you skeptic of what would happen in Glasgow in November?
There are only few pendings for Glasgow, and one of them is to agree on what will be the mechanism for international compensations, which creates a new asset in international trade that was discussed with the clean development tool, but today we expect to reach a greater scope. Once we solve this, what is remaining is to have a record and make the progress transparent to a worldwide level and compare whether these goals is achieving the objective of the convention. But the convention, the treaty, is a legal entity that is reaching to the end of their main mandates. And if today we solve this issue of international trades and compensations on emissions, we will be presenting the main items of our work. And then we will need to have a regularization of this, where we will be recording in a participative and transparent manner all of this related to finances and so on. I'm positive about that. I think the error margin on having a conciliation that will recognize the work that we have done in the past from Kyoto and the efforts needed in the Paris Agreement level are minor risks. Continuing with this path, such as the one that we're today. So I believe that in terms of the work of the convention, will be positive. If we don't solve this today, we will do it in the next one. Historically, it's not much time, so we will be solving that. What is not solved at all is the one of emissions and compliance of commitments, especially by countries that are great issuers, that have great emissions, such as the European Union, the US, China, and India, which are the main emissions. The main emissions are coming from those countries. So if they don't comply, their agreements, which are especially on the contribution of countries in the EU, financially speaking, and China and India with their own commitments, that actually will be a concern. Latin America is not a great issuer. 8.3% of the emissions only come from Latin America. But having said that, every ton issued is related to many local contaminants and many local destruction processes, which are serious. So we will not only measure it by the percentage of Latin American countries, we need to be aware of the local damage that is generated. With those low level of green gases, we will be affecting Latin America, even though with those low levels of emissions, and we are making a devastation of many ecosystems of the region. So we need to measure the little emission and compare to the local damage that we have. So if I go back to the pessimists or positive optimist, I think we need a lot of work by the greater emission countries in terms of emissions, as well as compliance of the commitments that they took to compensate the rest of the world that is suffering the consequences of emissions due to the development of those main issuing countries. Without a doubt, the rest of the countries can benefit from this technological change and the improvement of life quality by adopting this technical progress. Without a doubt, having low emission buses and efficient public transportation will improve the quality of all Latin Americans. As we all know, Latin America, we are mostly urbanized. More than 80% of the population is urbanized. More than 60% of the people uses public transportation in our cities. So this effort of mitigating will be multiplied as it goes together with many local benefits. Later on, we will discuss about that topic and see how the region is facing the impacts of climate change, and we will see the analysis in terms of the adaptations of that. Before going into that, I would like to take you to another topic, continuing with the line of the conference. The dimension of economics and climate change is one of the weakest in Latin American countries and the Caribbean. This dimension is key to strengthen actions to face climate change. How does ICLAC will incorporate capacities in the region? Several ways. I think it's important the decision-making information. For instance, an effort that we are creating with part of the regional public goods generated by ICLAC is to take annual emission flows in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, which would imply a certain rate of decarbonization of the economy. So we will compare the rates of decarbonization, the historical records per country, per region, with the rates of decarbonization rates that are necessary to be in the right pathway in compliance with the agreement that we will take. So we will see the importance of the need to reinforce public policy measures. And then is where you see, where you gather knowledge, science, and economic policies. There are other ways to do this. For instance, emission inventories usually have an important data from the moment that public policies are designed and monitored. So if we close a gap between the generation of information regarding emissions flows, and the adjustment of public policies in such a way that they will be within the same year or even a shorter period of time, we will have greater activity and greater match between scientific knowledge and economic public policies responses. To close the gap, we're working on a specific case with Copernicus satellite monitoring Copernicus system from the EU and the Universidad de Chile math department that have a supercomputer and the technicians needed to apply the technology to turn the satellite information that usually is concentrated in the emissions, contaminants concentrations, to take them to the measurement of contaminant flows. So what the cities monitor are the concentrations, but what the Paris Agreement will monitor the flows. So we need the concentrations and flows. If they are more or less the same, we will have a powerful tool of scientific knowledge that will be harmonized almost in real time, that will recognize from national scales to urban scales, valid for large countries such as the Caribbean as well, to make the adjustment between emissions monitoring and public policies measures in such a way that we will have a better coherence between these two. I think there are many collaboration opportunities between the ministries of science to take them to different dimensions of development, such as protection of soil, diversity, and adjustment of policies to those environmental policies. I think the Constitution of Chile has a great opportunity to incorporate this vision of the environmental limits with development that will not violate the environmental limits to ensure greater sustainability in our development. It is an opportunity where we are playing many of the roles, and the environmental aspect is present as well. It's very interesting what you're saying, how it's going in terms of closing the gap between the scientific work, progress, the evidence, and decision makers. In Chile, we have the Scientific Committee for Climate Change, as you well know. How does the ICLAC promote initiatives of this kind? Specifically in Chile, was organized by the Ministry of Science. How does ICLAC promote the installation of instances such as this one in other countries of the region, so we can formalize this bond between science and public policies decision making? We are already trying to do that from the first conference, and once again in the second conference. The presence of COP25 has the commitment to develop a regional focus. So progress that is generated in public policies in Chile and other countries will be well known and shared in a faster manner. In scientific conferences cases, the first one and the second one, there's been a great effort and shared because there's a regional bias. So institutional progress for the scientific discipline and the possible discussion for public policies will be known at the same time. So these first and second conferences are de facto used as a school for Latin America. So we can try to reach a harmonic strengthening of all countries. Based on the experience and success level that we obtain in these conferences, we will try to sustain this dialogue between science and economic policies. Thus, this discussion will overcome this development in silos and will be mutually reinforced. This is part of our mission with the cooperation program that we have with the EU through the EU Commission called Euroclimate, which is part of our organization. We have the commitment with them to sustain this dialogue between science and economic policies to keep this alive and active. Thank you. Now I'd like to take you to specific topics in terms of emissions development model at Latin American level. As ICLAC, you state that there's progress in the region in terms of environmental institutions and legislation. Understanding that climate actions should be implemented by all stakeholders of society. how incorporated is in this sector, productive sector, this challenge of reaching sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean? Well, this part of the private sector that is highly committed to sustainable development. They play a key role, for instance, those dedicated to recycling of waste recycling. And this is an important chapter to those entrepreneurs that are seeking to promote livestock together with agriculture, all integrated, having this regenerative capacity of ecosystems. Those who adjust the fishing to the requirements of decreasing the industrial fishing are collaborating with sustainability in the productive sector. And this growing penetration of renewable energies is a contribution that comes from the private sector. Also, the increasing incorporation of low-emitting vehicles to public transportation is due to the commitment and the opportunities that are created by the private sector. And we need to remember that the private sector will respond to specific incentives. Usually they will respond to incentives such as the profitability rate. So there's a limit up to which the private sector will try to experiment and change their fundamentals of development. To be able to reach that level, we need to be coherent in the public policy tools that are determining the profitability rates together with the private sector initiatives. And what do I mean with this? That while due to the unaccountable externalities or subsidies to fossil fuels, profitability rates of high-emitting activities will be greater than low-emitting activities. So there will be a limitation for the commitment that the private sector can take.
So the combination should make that the relative probability rate should be major. So sustainable activities are low in carbon. Then for those who are not sustainable and they are high in carbon. And then we have to, all public policies have to be part of it. All what we have for technological development and scientific research, all what is on fiscal policies, how they can gather taxes, what it is, and how do you apply the expenses in everything related to taxation, where we have the tax stimulus, chapter number 3, financial rules, which will have low interest rates, technical assistance, how do we account in climatic risk. Chapter 4, the profitability rates, which are oriented to investments in their own sector, economically, cultural. Those 4 or 5 factors should be modified so we can achieve this change of profitability. Is there participation of the private sector? But before of the pandemic, all activities high in carbon are predominant. So if we have to align public policies with the commitment of private sector, this is very high. And there are many sectors, especially in private sectors, that they are used not to recognize these environmental externalities. And it's difficult for them to change their productive activity. But we have identified at least 8 sectors where private sectors that we have to flew, and there is no problem in the sustainability of the development. I will just mention 2 or 3. Circular economy is one of these sectors that will give more employment, less footprints, more economical dynamics in the GDP, etc. Public transportation and public sectors like water and in public spaces, renewable energies, the same characteristic. They are dynamic, they cost less, So it's beneficial for the economy, then they can give more employment and they have less environmental footprint. Agricultural together with livestock, and here we have other economy of the concern, health, bioeconomy, and we shouldn't forget about digital gap. And we see that this is very important as we could realize these during the confinements of the pandemic. This is something that we can see in relation to a digital gap, because many of us thought that we had advanced, but then after COVID, we realized that a great amount of people had no connection, no Wi-Fi. So this is an important task. All the answers that you are presenting, we have private sectors, and there are some efforts that are being done so we can reach a sustainable development. But I would like to ask you, because Latin America is one of the sectors that are exporting food, and we have the greenhouse effect in these countries. Now you're saying how productive sector can have a sustainable development or improve or advance to a sustainable development. This expert sector related to agriculture, what could we ask to the authorities of those countries that are, their economy is based on these export activities? You mentioned something before, but I would like you to talk a little more about these sectors and talking about the high emissions. We have two dimensions for this topic, for this question. One is talking about rotation, and then we're talking, and the other part goes to mitigation. If you want to guarantee that this sector that might be very important for the incomes of the country and the generation of new employments, maybe they can maintain their productive capacity, then you should have an adaptation policy. And then you have various problems with this. Countries have two different ways or two doors to continue with the adaptation route, but we have to be conscious that there are some problems. One is that you have to adapt populations, and the other one is to adapt the productive sectors. And we have to know when the adapting these productive sector might start being a public policies problem. So there is a limit, because we have a threshold that there's not really clear, but we should have policies that should minimize the impacts that will be received at a national level. More requirements in relation to the authorizations for soil use. You don't want some things to be done in certain regions, but they should do them in other regions, and then you will have higher costs. Remember, because the insufficiencies or mistakes in adaptation will be transmitted to the rest of the society through fiscal policies. Every productive activities may have a drop in incomes or in expenses, and this is what will be transferred to the rest of the society finally. If you lost all your incomes because you didn't have the right crop, then you will have to be in foreign debt. And then you will have to minimize this risk and have a clear adaptation policies. And you have to say when this threshold is the limit between private problems and public policies. And maybe you should have a short, if you see that the basin is getting dry and you're taking water away, then you will have a systemic droughts. And this is a problem that you will have strategies with the use of soils, the territory, and of the resources as water, which are critical resources for this type of production. but we have the problem of mitigation too. You have a great margin to decide if you want to account the environmental externality. If you tolerate or not tolerate the change of the use of the soil. If we see that is when you do something, when you damage health, your workers, or nature, something is legitimate, something that is taking, so you have to take into account the real costs. So if you want to maintain all the agricultural activity, you are degrading floors, changing, affecting indigenous, affecting global emissions. If you are stimulating a type of development that could be maintained for a short period of time, but long term, this would be impossible to sustain. So those countries which are mainly exporting agriculture, you have to have clear adaptation policies and mitigation policies so this economy can be adapted to what it is presented by the economical policies and at the same time for climatic changes. I know that you present that those countries who are linked to extractivism are not working in the welfare of their communities. And these are the challenges. We have to work with all of those challenges at the moment, thinking in these policies when you're talking about adaptation and mitigation based on climatic changes context. We have some time left for some questions. And as I was saying before, I would like to talk about disasters. As you said, that Latin America, if we compare it with those countries that you were talking about, the United States or European unions, are the ones that have the highest warehouse emissions. And if we compare it, but it suffers the effects of climatic changes, and especially of all disasters caused by climatic changes. We have evidence because hydrometeorological events have been increasing in Latin America, and the Intergovernmental Report of Climatic Change that was recently presented the 9th of August says that these phenomena will be more intense because we are exposed to more disasters. We know that our regions have high indexes of vulnerability because then so we are vulnerable to disaster. Then you say that we have to implement adaptation. How do you think that we can implement all these so we can reduce the impact of these disasters? What do you think in relation to this topic? We have the evidence of that because the reduction of the risk of disasters, this can be assimilated to what would be a typical, when you invest in infrastructures and you have many benefits, and this has an important multiplier. So if you want to minimize the economy, if you have fiscal margin to make all the investments, or you generate all these frameworks so the private sector will generate this infrastructure, you will have an important multiplier. At a global level, we know that depending on the type of infrastructure, you can recover in terms of core benefits in relationship with cost and benefits. 15 times what you invest. For each monetary unit you invest, you can recover 15 more time in relation to benefits. And this includes infrastructure, services, in restoring ecosystems. For example, you have all these investments are high in employment, low in carbon footprint, are very inclusive. So I think that this is related with the 8 sectors that I was talking about that could help in our economy. There is a lack of institutional arrangement. So In many cases, we can have the financing of these adapting costs. When we pay for environmental services, very few countries in Latin America and Caribbean have experience with this, and sometimes they had in other public sector has to be intermediate. For example, when we charge in cost water payments, and then we can maintain the payment for these environmental services that will help in the financing the adaptation of other measures. The other are resilience regulations that they could be exposed to disaster risk. They should have the guarantee certain risk activity, and this could increase the cost of the exposition that will be increased by the risk. But this could be with the insurance companies for certain infrastructures that are exposed to a certain risk. So we have various mechanisms where how we could finance these adaptation measures. Of course, this is of a public interest to protect certain populations and others, and then we can support them. But there are some limits, of course. There are some in Latin America and the Caribbean that are specially exposed and limited to have some adaptation activities. Here we have the Caribbean, first of all, and Central America in a short distance below. And these two countries are in the root of the hurricanes. They are facing a vicious circle, and they have a greater exposition. They are vulnerable because they have low capacities to protect themselves. And as a event, they could be 7 points or 10 points. We have seen cases that they can lose 100% of GDP in one event. There are 2 years that we have seen 2 disasters very close one to the other.
And this makes the countries to be in debt. And as they are vulnerable, the qualifying agencies will decrease their scores. So the cost of paying that debt increases. So you have a vicious circle accumulating that, which makes you more vulnerable. So we need to break that vicious circle, and this can only be by multilateral vision. You need to find a mechanism to lower the level of debt, to turn debt by resilience, which is one of the proposals by ICLAC, and it has a greater echo in Latin American countries and regional financial entities to change the debt by adapting capacity, to lower the level of risk and exposure that countries have. For instance, debt payment clauses related to payment capacity that some countries in the Caribbean are using already. They are applying that. And parametric insurances when an extreme event goes out of a range, a drought, a wildfire, or a flood, the insurance will pay immediately and will reestablish the capacity, the economic capacity of the country. Within these countries, we know that there are differences against women compared to men and lifestyles. And as this is a macro, we need to have a risk management and something that will be sensitive to genre. Women are much more exposed in our countries. So this is part of the structural change policy that should be happening in Latin America and the Caribbean for problems so important, such as adaptation. And after saying all of this, it has many benefits. As this is such an important agenda for Latin America, we should pay more attention than the one that it's receiving today. Not only women, but also girls. And the differences on the impact is very strong. we need to incorporate that general focus on the policies aiming to risk and disaster management policies. José Luis, unfortunately, time has passed very quickly. We will need to close this interview block. It has been very interesting the way that you have presented this focus from ICLAG, from challenges. I would like to highlight the one that you just mentioned about risk transference, which is a great challenge that we need to address from the point of view of collaboration and multi-sectoral collaboration. I would like to thank you for your participation in this interview. Thank you for sharing knowledge. And to our audience, I would like to tell you that we will have a break for 10 minutes so we can come back with the first afternoon panel. Thank you, José Luis. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. ¡Vamos a territoriar!
La criosfera antártica y la andina poseen los mayores depósitos de agua dulce del planeta, convirtiendo a Chile en la tercera reserva más grande a nivel mundial. Nuestros 24.000 kilómetros cuadrados de glaciares proveen hasta el 50% del agua a nuestros principales ríos durante el verano, mientras que la nieve blanca y el hielo de la criosfera, debido a su capacidad de reflexión de la radiación solar, ayudan a aislar el suelo y el agua, evitando que el calor sea absorbido y acelere el calentamiento global. Pero esto no es garantía de nada, porque la criosfera es altamente vulnerable al cambio climático. La pérdida de masa de hielo en la cordillera de los Andes, por ejemplo, ha sido de 23 gigatoneladas en los últimos 20 años, que equivale a entre un 8 y 10% del total global. También se estima que el derretimiento anual de los campos de hielo norte y sur bordea el 80% de la capacidad total de los embalses de Chile. Los efectos negativos del cambio climático se multiplican, dada la importancia del hielo y de las aguas frías, afectando organismos, ecosistemas y comunidades.
La pérdida de hielo en la Antártica se aceleró en más de 6 veces durante las últimas 4 décadas, mientras que el 87% de los glaciares andinos monitoreados en Chile muestran algún retroceso. Asimismo, el hielo continental perdido más el derretimiento de los glaciares andinos son responsables de cerca del 13% del alza global en el nivel del mar. La criosfera antártica y andina entonces proporcionan muchos servicios al planeta, donde destaca la protección, mantención y regulación del clima.
Pero el equilibrio es frágil y es el mismo carbono que emitimos los humanos y que se deposita en la superficie, lo que aumenta la temperatura que derrite la cobertura de hielo. Gran parte de la solución la provee la propia naturaleza, y es la conservación de la biodiversidad lo que ayudará a amortiguar los efectos adversos.
Existen microalgas en el océano que se dividen todos los días, a diferencia de los árboles de sistemas terrestres que requieren de años para su crecimiento. A la fotosíntesis de estas microalgas marinas le debemos el 50% del oxígeno que los humanos necesitamos. Es decir, 1 de cada 2 veces que respiramos es gracias a ellas.
En tanto, el krill de la Antártica y los fiordos tienen la capacidad de contribuir en la mitigación con un potencial equivalente a sacar 35 millones de autos de circulación. Sabemos que la sociedad y sobre todo la población más vulnerable sufre los efectos del cambio climático. La ciencia y la academia tienen la responsabilidad de contribuir con información, evidencia y propuestas concretas para los tomadores de decisión. Es por ello que acogimos el llamado del Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, y 72 académicos conformamos la Mesa Criósfera y Antártica del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, por el bien de las personas y de la naturaleza. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
Afternoon, we're back after listening to this interview with ICLAG and knowing a little bit more about the scientific Committee on Climate Change and their work. You had the experience of knowing about their work. And now we will begin with the afternoon session. But I would like to talk a little bit before about what this will be about. This activity comes up in 2019 when Chile was preparing to be the host of COP25 with the need of providing a regional vision from the South to scientific evidence in climate change. The committee, which is a consultant body from the Ministry of Science, had the proposal of creating the first regional conference for climate change to discuss and presenting regional evidence about progress and the effects of climate change that will contribute as an instrument for designing and implementation of public policies for climate change and climate action in Latin America and the Caribbean. This was successful, and due to this moment that it is represented by the different countries in the Southern Hemisphere, we decided to create this second vision, this second session to provide this regional scope. We've met and we will be meeting until Friday about the different point of view of different scientific and to make the evidence present to all of us and discussed about this 6th report by the IPCC based on the experience of our region and the European Union, and we will also discuss about the scientific consultant mechanisms for decision-making on climate change policies. Without a doubt, these will be days that will strengthen the scientific bond and promote collaboration between researchers of the region. Before we begin the first session of the afternoon, I'd like to tell you that this is simultaneously broadcast in English as well. So you can call your friends that speak English. So in this afternoon session, we will begin with our panel about the update on evidence in terms of climate change and how the evidence contributes to decision making, where we will address different topics, as I said before, related to the IPCC Working Group report. In this opportunity, we will have 2 researchers of a long career. So first of all, I would like to welcome Carolina Vera, who will begin this session. Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Dr. Vera is a Bachelor on Meteorological Science and Doctor on Atmosphere Sciences from Universidad de Buenos Aires. She is full professor of the Department of Science of Atmosphere and Oceans from Exact Sciences and Natural Sciences Faculty, UBA, and principal researcher in CONICET. She has worked as vice president of the working group first of the IPCC, director of the French-Argentinian Institute of Climate Changes and Science, and director of the Atmosphere and Ocean Research Center. In 2019, she was awarded with the Cleveland Abbey from the American Meteorological Society, and today she is member of the Exact Sciences, Physical, Natural from the National Academy in Argentina. She has a long career in research, understanding simulation and prediction of variability and climate change. I give the floor to Dr. Vera. Please begin with your presentation. Thank you for that introduction. I will share my presentation now that we will do together with Paula Arias. She will continue. And very briefly, we will try to tell you about, talk about the key messages of this report that we have published August the 9th. I've selected some messages. It's quite wide, this report. So I would like to invite those who are listening now to read this in depth. One of the key messages is that the recent changes on climate are generalized, fast, and intense, and they don't have any precedent in thousands of years. An example of this is this analysis of the evolution of the mean global temperature that has been presented in our report, assessing the scientific literature and also analyzing data. You can see here on the left-hand side this evolution of the mean global temperature obtained through climate indicators, and on the right-hand side from 1850 up to date. You can see here as the human influence has hit it with the speed that it doesn't have any precedent. And we are 1.1 degree on top of the industrial levels. Another change that this report highlights is that the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere is the highest in at least in the last 2 million years. The increase of sea level has had a velocity that has been the fastest in the last 3,000 years, and the melting of glacier has no precedence for at least 2,000 years. These reports have a detailed evaluation of observed changes in frequencies and intensities of different severe events. I would like to highlight that in 1950 up to date, there has been an increase on the frequency of the extreme heat waves, of rainfall, droughts in some regions, and this fire weather of having dry, hot, and windy environment. On the other side, the oceans we have the heating, acidification, and loss of oxygen in the ocean. We conclude also that immediate reduction fast and at a great scale of greenhouse gas effects emissions are essential to limit the temperature. The report uses 5 scenarios of emissions, future emissions, very low emissions to very high emissions. Also, it concludes, and it is expected that in the next 20 years, to 2040, the mean global temperature will be over 1.5 degrees. But also, it concludes that if future emissions continue with the same pattern, with this same trajectory of low emissions, we can sustain temperature under 1.6 degrees, and it can even decrease in the future. If together we consider contributions done by some countries, such as in the Paris Agreement, we will be under scenarios of emissions. We will be under the scenario of intermediate emissions. We will almost reach 3 degrees by the end of the 21st century. The report also shows clear, specific information about every additional heating or warming. It does matter. For instance, the changes forecasted for the annual mean temperature of 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, and 4 degrees. And it's visible in this graph to see that changes are greater with the global warming. This is also replicated in other variables related to climate. On the other hand, the report has contributed to the human attribution contributions to detect with mathematical methods and different sources of information to detect and allocate the human contribution. And it concludes that these human activities are generated the climate change, making extreme climatic change such as rainfall, heat waves, and droughts will be more frequent and more severe. One of the examples of our conclusions out of the analysis conducted is the one of allocating the observed warming that I said that is 1.1 degrees and identifying the causes. The report concludes that greenhouse gases in pink are the main contribution to this warming, and they are partially covered by the aerosols, this particulate that is present in the atmosphere, while the external forces such as geological changes, volcanic emissions, radiations from the sun do not have a significant contribution to be able to explain the warming. Neither has the internal variability of climate. Human influence has been detected as main cause of extreme heats, the warming of the oceans in the 70s, and acidification of the oceans. Also changes in the cold's location in the planet, such as the receding glaciers from the 90s, and also the human interaction is the main cause, and in decrease of the ice layer from springs since the 50s. There's no turning back. It's one of the main conclusions, such as the assessment of the changes of the sea level. The sea level will be increasing for thousands of years due to the warming of oceans and the melting of the ice caps. Can we make it slower? Yes. We presume some scenarios in the future of emission reduction. We can slow it down, but we cannot stop this. Finally, to limit the global warming, it is concluded that we need strong, quick, and sustained reduction of greenhouse gases. There is a linear relation between accumulation of carbon dioxide emissions and the increase of temperature, and it is estimated that to not go over 1.5 degrees warming, we will have about 400 and 500 gigatons budget. That will mean a reduction of about 5% per year. That is and sustain over time. And that's just to create an idea of the reduction in 2020 due to the pandemic. Finally, the report concludes that carbon dioxide, which is the predominant gas for warming, and in today's climate, it is observed and captured by natural sources, oceans, and the earth. But this capacity of observing carbon dioxide is limited or reduced under scenarios of greater warming. Also, it calls our attention to the need of having quick solutions and ambitious solutions related to other gases such as methane. Thank you very much. I give the floor now to my colleague so we can continue then with Paola. Thank you, Carolina. It was very interesting that you were able to summarize in brief minutes what are the main conclusions of this very recent report that it was launched, and it has already generated, since it was presented, a lot of debate, without a doubt. It will bring new discussions. Before continuing with our next lecture, I would like to remind our audience that you can ask questions through the chats that are enabled for those who are connected through YouTube, and also those audience that is connected through IDM 3 of the conference. Now, I'll give the floor to Dr. Paola Arias. Hello, Paola. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome. She is professor associated to the environmental field of the School of Engineering and Tequila. She had the degree in civil engineer and magister in hydraulic resources in the University of Colombia in Medellin. She also had magistry diplomas in science of the earth and atmosphere in the Technological Institute in Georgia, and she has a doctorate in geological science in the university and the Universidad Geophysics in the Universidad de Chile. Now she is member of the first working group of climatic change. She is part of scientific committee in climatic change in the government of Antioquia, Colombia. She's also member of hydrocometology panel in a group of work in regional hydromorphology in Amazons, and lighthouse activity in the working group. So Paula, we open the microphone so you can present. We give you the floor. Thank you very much for this invitation, for an important and necessary place to present, just to let know and to express what we have understand in our region in relation to climatic changes. So as to start with our communication bridges to talk about these environmental and human crises. To continue with what Carolina was saying, I would like to stress another part of this report of the first working group will present new perspective in relation to the regional part. So we will talk about this regional information. That is the first time that we can present this with a broad evaluation of the changes that we have observed and we have projected for different parts of the world. So to continue with the findings of this report, and it says that climatic changing is affecting every region of the planet. There's no region that is not affected with different changes, and these changes we will experience them, and this might increase if the global warming will continue increasing. So this is a report that for the first time in the reports, we have a third part with the content dedicated to the regional part. And from that point of view, this report will present a group of regions that are more regions than what we had. In the upper part, we have the region presented for the 5th region, and this is the updated regions for the 6th region. If we talk about Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, we realize that Central America now is divided in 2 regions. We have South America in 7 regions instead of 4. And then we can see that we can observe these regional changes, and we can improve in how to go from the global to regional for the decision making. So this report presents 45 new continental regions, and we also represent this region not in a geographical conventional way, but through hexagons of the same size, because what we wanted to demonstrate that climatic change is affecting every region of the planet. And the size of the region and the size and the shape of the region will not determine the size. This is how regions are changing in the world from extremes. This is a figure that you can see in the summary, and we use this approximation of hexagons. And we see changes observed in the warm extremes, and and if you see the red color means that we have medium or high trust in the intensity of these warm events or heat events. And then you can see if we go to Central and South America and the Caribbean, we can see that the whole region except the south of South America have an increase in the intensity and frequency of these events. When you see 2 or 3 circles, will determine the amount of how we rely human contribution to the observed change. And then we have high rely on these is because of human effects. And there are other regions where we have a medium trust in human contributions. We know in changes in precipitation per day or rainfall per day, we have something well identified that we have seen this since the midst of last century. And we have a low because this is human contribution. And this is in the part of South America. But we have to point out that in almost all the regions of Central and South America, we have a gray hexagon. That means that we have data, limited data, to be able to indicate which is the change. That doesn't mean that changes are not happening. It means that we don't have enough literature. Remember that IPCC is based on literature, and there's no evidence or not enough information that will allow us to present changes that we can see here. And at the same time, when we go to extremes associated to agricultural and ecological drafts, we realize here that in this part of South America, that is a very dry, but this experiment, the increase and intensity of these agricultural and ecological drafts, and we have a low human, we don't think that there's a high contribution of human contribution. There is a low agreement in the type of change, probably because there are some changes that are being compensated. These are big regions and a local scale, but we have to continue looking for evidence for these type of drops. Other improvements that this report is giving, and Daniel Ruiz will be talking in his presentation, is something that have been presented in the analysis of risks based on climatic changes, which are talking of climatic conditions that will lead us to impacts in ecosystem, productive sector, etc. And some of them are associated to cold and high temperatures, rain and droughts, snow and ice, wind, coastal ranges and oceanic ranges, and those who are conditions at open sea. Hi? Sorry. If you can, gracias, muchas gracias. Thank you so much. If she can go slower. What this report and chapter 12 of the report will present is that these indexes can go in different frameworks in 21st centuries, and we have important impacts in different systems. And from that point of view, that is taken from the summary so we can make the decisions. Here we can see that in every region of the planet, we see what we can see. At the beginning, we have an increase in events linked to warm events and a reduction in for almost every region in the planet. For example, every region of the planet where it is relevant, we have an increase in the indexes that are linked to an increase in level of the sea, coastal erosion, or flooding, coastal floodings, everything is related with the sea level. And here we have a reduction on the indexes that are in cryosphere indexes, the amount of continental glaciers and maritime glaciers. So these will show that every region in the planet where these indexes are important, we can see them with a medium trust in humans. And then we will see an impact in different sectors and what we will see later on. In this graph, and I bring it just as a summary, you will see this in a technical summary. If you want to see in detail in the different region, here we have the South of Central America, the Caribbean and South America, but we have it for the rest of the continent. You can see here an increase in every index related with temperature. There is a projected increase in every index related with the level of the sea and a reduction of cryosphere and indices related to cryosphere with all those regions where it is relevant. Here I will give you the link, but this is part of a new result is that we develop some type of posters or graph. We call them regional fact sheet. We present each of the findings in each of the continents. Here's what we see for Central and South America, beginning with regional changes that are common for all the region and some specific changes for each of the regions in which I'm talking, and you can ask for it in this web page. We can have a summary, a similar summary for small islands, for example, where you can see the Caribbean here, so you can see all changes that were observed and the projection of these changes. And here we have, in the case of the Caribbean, more global warming. There is some part in mountain regions, and then we will be talking in the next panel where we will see for the specific case of the Andes that there are some changes and projections in the cryosphere of the region. And an important improvement that we have that is important to point out, changes in urban areas that are recognized as hotspots for climatic changes. And this is a fundamental part when we think on the strategies to apply. You can find all this material in this web page, and you could discharge it on PDF, and then we have the interactive atlas that we had, you could see it yesterday. And to finish, I would like to present, as it was said at the beginning, the importance of presenting all the participation of all Latin America. Here you can see the 22 scientists that were part of this report as coordinators of experts, and it is important to present 11 men and women. We have a gender equality, and it's important to say that IPCC can elaborate some summaries. Thank you to the science presented in different countries. And from that point of view, Latin America and the Caribbean has made a big growth, and a great amount of the research that they are carrying out is what we are using as basis, and we can see what changes are being projected in this area. Thank you so much for this space. Thank you, Paola. This last image that you presented, so we could see that there is an important role of scientists in Latin America, and they are all present. And sometimes we just see the name of the report, and now we can see now the faces of those who participated, and many of them in this conference. A good recognition. We recognize all of those who participate, and for presenting your presentation. So after listening to these two presentations, we will open our discussion panel, and we will incorporate Elizabeth Silvestre, Carolina, Paola, and Elizabeth will be part of this discussion. So welcome, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure, Carolina and Paola. Good afternoon and welcome, you all. I will introduce Elizabeth. She's a meteorologist in La Molina, Magister in Meteorology with Climatology, and she is a doctor in Meteorology and Numerical Science and Atmospheric Science, both degrees obtained in the Instituto Nacional of Pesquisas Espaciais in Brazil. She has been scientist director in the Servicio Nacional de Meteorología from Peru and the National Foundation of Science, and Director of Science and Technology of Thailand, and Director of Policies and Programs in CONICET. She is named editor of Geospherica Peruvian magazine, and since 2017, she is member of the Director Council for International Medicine, Science, and Advice for INSTA, for American and Caribbean, which is collaborator institution for this. At present, she is a member of the production technology. Her research areas are adaptation to climatic changes, hydrology, climate, and climatic changes. So I will give you, thank you. And I would like to present the moderator of this panel, Martín Jacques. Right, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Martín is an academic from the Geophysics Department of Universidad de Concepción, doctor in climate sciences from the University of Bern. His research is focused on climatic variability in the Southern Hemisphere, mainly in South America. His pre-degree or undergraduate training was conducted in Universidad de Chile, where he had a bachelor in also a master's degrees in geophysics, especially his major is in meteorology and climatology. He conducted a postdoc in the University of Bern. He worked in Meteo Suisse. He works in the Meteorological Swiss Service, and he's a main principal researcher from the Climate Resilience CR2 Science Center. Now, if you have comments, you know where to place your comments. Martín? I would like to start thanking Paola, Carolina for these presentations, which is a huge challenge to summarize in only a few minutes a work of many years since the last report, but also a work that is built upon previous reports. So we have this history of many researchers, many efforts of those who take those observations and reach this conclusion on climate change. So thank you, Elizabeth, for being here as well. There are many questions that are coming from these presentations. And I would like to focus on South America and see the differences that we have about the precipitation, extreme precipitation events, extreme temperature. It seems that there are more interest on temperature than precipitation according to the literature. But also it calls my attention, and maybe you can comment on this. It seems that we have more evidence and more diagnosed on extreme precipitation events. Also, in extreme events of temperature in Central Africa and the southern extreme of South America, we lack information. So there's a challenge for the coming years to maybe collect more data and have a better monitoring of those locations. Maybe that will be a second topic to address. Carolina, you have something to say. Yes, I would like to contribute with that. What you said. I would like to focus maybe on the mechanisms that you have an extreme heat wave, or the mechanisms that make the temperature to increase with regards to those who make rain fall. It's evident the influence of global warming or climate change and the increase of greenhouse gas effects. It will increase the conditions of temperature, so it's simpler to detect without going into details, to detect changes on heat waves, for instance, or minimum temperature, for instance, than in rainfall. If you think rainfall, I have many variables in play. You need to have air, it has to increase humidity, it has to be cooled down and then precipitate. So we have an overlapping, and it's presented in the report, the combination of the natural barrier and climate change generated by human settlements. So rainfall mechanisms in many locations in the planet still dominate the natural way, but also this chaos of our climate. Maybe, although we need more literature, there are some instances in that sense, some limitations. We understand that the mechanisms that generate precipitation are more complex, but there is a spatial heterogeneity that is more complex in South America in precipitation than temperature. Elizabeth, it is a pleasure, Carolina, Paola, Martin. I just wanted to supplement what Carolina was saying. I think the direct variable that we can easily understand what changes or not is temperature. Precipitation in this case is an indirect variable, is due to a physical process that depends not only, it also depends on the regional aspect. There are some aspects that belong to the climate system, making this precipitation to change or not, the processes and times that this can happen. But also I would like to say that temperature, as it is the most direct variable, is the one that we measure easily. We can implement observation networks that can be automated to measure temperature. But the challenge, after everything we have heard in this report, what do we do now, knowing that temperature is increasing, or knowing that in South America, cold extreme events are decreasing? That's the first question. Second question, what happens if we see this at the local scale? What we've seen in this table that Paola mentioned, if we see this regionally, what happens at the local scale? In Peru, for instance, we have regions that are very close to the Andes that have a temperature variation that is our height, and few kilometers distance, you see the variation of temperatures have a negative trend. I think the challenge, as well as going into regional scale, is to go into the local scale. Temperature is one of the variables that will take us to determine the rest of the processes, such as precipitation or rainfall. Thank you, Elizabeth, for your contribution. Paola? Supplementing what Elizabeth and Carolina was talking about, precipitation involves complex mechanisms, but also there's something important about observation. Peru, Chile, Colombia, Argentina, we are Andean countries. We have our land, big part of our land in the Andean region, and monitoring and observation in high mountain is too scarce. It's happening also in terms of temperature. We don't have a lot of monitoring in high mountain regions, and even more related to precipitation. So I think from that point of view, this shows us the need and the importance of not only developing further research, but without data, we cannot conduct research at that level. Modeling also is important. Many initiatives of regional modeling, from Codex to initiatives that come from a local area. The importance is to bet on research, and this involves investment, resources to invest on those topics, and all of the process comprising research. And finally, this can go into the user, go into the decision makers or policy makers, and we can use this information. It is an opportunity to have this level of details with the report. That is not enough if we see what Elizabeth was saying, all the differences we have. In Colombia, we have many climate differences between our country. The report doesn't go into specifics such as that, but it's an important step that allows us to realize in which areas we can have key research that will help us. So in the next report, in the number 7, we can have greater knowledge and to establish a solid assessment. Thank you, Paola. Elizabeth, you would like to supplement? Yes, I would like to complement. And I talked about this to highlight that, yes, the IPCC reports are the more concrete evidence of scientific base for decision making. We have increased from the global vision to a regional level, but we still need to give the next step. And that's the main challenge that we present ourselves in hopefully close future. That the moment we live in today is that we need to be aware that the decision makers have specific evidence to take action in those places that are affected today. And probably we don't have local scale data, but we do have a specific vision, sustained, solid, to bet on the development, on research to determine the impact and manage this with a specific policy, and to present the next steps and actions. And it related to what Paula was saying, financing, investing on research, thinking on a close future with regards the local impact scale, the impacts at the local scale. Otherwise, we will not have any outcome. The concrete message I would like to give you is that we have sustained evidence, scientific-based evidence, and I think right now is the time to take action so we can manage impacts at the long term and start taking actions in the knowledge taken locally so we can manage it locally as well. Thank you for that observation. And talking about monitoring the system to be able to understand this, I would like to highlight that tomorrow, within the context of this conference, we will have a session dedicated to observational methods. So we need to have better monitoring in the atmosphere specifically, but there are other disciplines that are studying these changes towards the past. Carolina was showing us how this evolution of climate has been globally because of indirect effects. And we have other disciplines that are converging in this analysis. And taking the analysis that you have conducted, I would like to ask you, do you have a diagnosis on how we are today in South America or Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of critical mass for research? One thing is to have data, environmental monitoring, and then research here. What do you think about that? What are the challenges from now to the next report? Carolina. As it was mentioned when I was introduced, I'm in the Ministry of Technology and Science in Argentina, so I can see more details about the scientific model and also this, knowing for many years the scientific community in Latin America. I should recognize that along the last decade, it has been increasing, as Paola was saying. This is not random to have 22 people in Latin America and the Caribbean in our working group. It was always dominated by authors from developed countries. And I would like to clarify that it were mostly men. So our contribution has been great, but it's not enough yet. So the number of researchers in general that we have per 1,000 inhabitants in Latin America is not enough in all sciences, specifically climate sciences. So we need to attract, and as you said, to study climate from many different disciplines. So climate change with this interdisciplinary study provides many motivations to expand our studies. And with this, I would like to finish and we need to have support by the governments to have more precision, more funds to address this increasing, at least from the Argentinian side. This is what we're trying to do in that sense, but we need something regional as well. Very important point, Carolina. I think efforts such as the IPCC show the importance of having this evidence, of having this data, and it has been highlighted. So we need to take this need of reinforcing scientific research from our Latin America. Paola, would you like to say something? Yes, I would like to elaborate on that. I believe that we go through a critical mass, but it's still not enough. Only if, because I looked up a Facebook of different authors that we were in the first working group, and I started counting. We are 22 people from Latin America, and that's a number of authors only from the UK, for instance. Or if we see France, we see that it's 15 or 16 people from France only. So we're still a smaller number of people, considering the great number of climate system researchers. I think it's worth to show that although 22 people are involved in this working group, we can see that there are many other countries that we don't have representatives, such as Central America. Central America, we don't have not even one author for this type of work, but for others we do have. Here we have a Mexican, but we don't have anyone from countries in Central America or a large number of countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. We have 2 people, one from Cuba and Jamaica, and that shows that that level that involves focal points, which is one of the ways that these applications conducted by IPCC to invite and motivate people from focal points and to promote these applications at national level, from Science Academy, and so on.
But this is not the only way that we can get with the report. We don't want to see those who are experts or writers or reviewers of the reports. That reports are written by many persons, and then there are 3 public reviews when we receive about 70,000 comments. I think that is fundamental, the fact that we can see the balance of the evidence and regional, that we don't realize that it exists. For example, this is an important aspect, so we can have the right regional balance. But I think that that is something towards where we're going. And a specific case, because I'm familiarized with this topic, the fact that we can say in the report that we have a high level of reliance, that the American monsoon is starting later this year, and we rely that this could continue happening. And this is based on Latin American research and other countries also, but mainly Latin American. This is cases that I've been working with, but it happens the same thing with other topics. This is because we have a community and there are groups that are working together, and they're not authors of IPCC, but they are working, and we have to continue with this synergy because it is very important, not only for a report, but also this will be translated, I hope, in a better future in every country. So I think that it's important to point this out. Thank you. It's impressive. And we have 2 minutes left only, and we have to close the panel. So I would like to thank Carolina and Paola for their contribution. So thank you, Martin. Very quick, just to mention that in relation to science, and the amount of researchers, it has been mentioned, we have a lack, we have a gap, of course, in Peru. And the report of IPCC is something that is evidence, and there we can see there that there is a lack of research. If you want to conclude something in this report, it's because it has been done. Or you can develop the report. If there's no scientific evidence, we cannot conclude. So this is a strategic tool so we can implement policies in different countries. For example, in Peru, this is a topic we could have a Ministry of Science and Technology, and one of the problems would be a critical mass, highly qualified to investigate in this topic. Okay, so I would like to thank you, the three of you, for all the contributions made today and sharing all your thoughts, and mainly for your job and in each of your countries and at Latin America. New researches, and so we have very few time left, and we won't be able to talk about the implementation of solutions. We are in a constituent moment here in Chile, creating a law, so it's important. So it was great seeing you, and I hope I can see you again in another opportunity. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Carolina, Elizabeth, and Paola, and all of those who participated, all of those who heard the presentations this morning. We can see and all the comments that you have made about the different challenges, and also good news in relation of the creation of a Ministry of Science in Peru, the monsoon, and to have the equilibrium between researchers from South America with all of those of Central America and the Caribbean. So thank you so much. Now we have a break, 10 minutes break, and then we will continue with the next panel.
El cambio climático y la evidencia muestra que la temperatura en Sudamérica superó la del siglo XIX en 0,6 grados Celsius. El cambio climático es una de las principales amenazas globales a la biodiversidad. Altera los procesos fisiológicos de las especies y sus interacciones, el comportamiento de los organismos, la estructura y funcionamiento de los ecosistemas y su distribución. En un ciclo que se retroalimenta, afecta la captura del carbono y la cantidad almacenada en el suelo, los ciclos de nutrientes, la productividad, la polinización y la resistencia a los patógenos, transformando los ecosistemas.
A partir de la generación de evidencia empírica buscamos contribuir a mejorar la relación sociedad-ecosistema para mitigar y poder adaptarnos mejor al cambio climático. Ahora, esto requiere, por un lado, cambiar ciertas prácticas productivas y también prácticas económicas que tienen impactos negativos sobre los ecosistemas y que contribuyen también al cambio climático. Y por otro, reconocer que el ser humano es un componente más de la biodiversidad y depende de ella.
El impacto del cambio climático sobre la biodiversidad y la forma en la que nos relacionamos e interactuamos con ella contribuye a que los ecosistemas y las funciones que prestan se degraden, afectando su capacidad de mitigar emisiones y de aumentar el bienestar de las personas.
Las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza son un apoyo importante en las iniciativas de descarbonización de todas las economías en el planeta y en particular de la chilena. Adicionalmente proveen cobeneficios para la adaptación y la biodiversidad y requieren, eso sí, proteger los ecosistemas y restaurar sus capacidades para capturar carbono de la atmósfera.
Cuidar los ecosistemas es imprescindible para evitar el doble impacto en la biodiversidad y el cambio climático. Por ejemplo, cuando el suelo está contaminado, eso se expande a ríos y océanos, promoviendo la proliferación de microalgas nocivas para la salud humana. Asimismo, la pérdida de bosques hace que se deje producir oxígeno y no se pueda secuestrar el CO2 que contribuye al calentamiento global. Impactos como el anterior hacen imprescindible que tomemos conciencia del cuidado de la biodiversidad si queremos hacer frente a los avances y efectos del cambio climático. Atendiendo esta realidad, 105 académicos se comprometieron con el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, dando vida a la mesa Biodiversidad del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático. Porque potenciar soluciones basadas en la naturaleza promueve el equilibrio entre lo económicamente sustentable y lo medioambientalmente sostenible. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación. Chile es altamente vulnerable al cambio climático. Sus impactos van desde la disminución de recursos hídricos derivada de las fluctuaciones en el nivel de precipitaciones y el derretimiento de nieve y hielo, hasta consecuencias climáticas como la mega sequía que afectan tanto a la población como a la infraestructura y a los sistemas naturales. Al cambio climático se le atribuye la extinción reciente de especies, alteraciones en su distribución geográfica, actividades estacionales, migración de especies, repercusiones negativas en el rendimiento de cultivos, entre otros tantos impactos en diferentes ecosistemas a nivel local y mundial. El concepto de adaptación tiene que ver con prepararnos y resolver las consecuencias de un cambio climático producido, en gran parte, por la acción humana. Es esperable entonces que sea la misma sociedad la que se haga cargo, aumentando la resiliencia y reduciendo las vulnerabilidades.
Para lograr el desarrollo sostenible en Chile, se deben implementar medidas efectivas de adaptación a nivel sectorial, nacional, regional y comunal. Tomando en cuenta la incertidumbre y más allá de la meta a la que aspiramos llegar, la implementación de cualquier medida se debe entender como un proceso en constante evolución que implica resolver permanentemente los impactos que ya existen y prepararnos para los que vendrán en el futuro.
Para avanzar en la adaptación al cambio climático, es necesario hacer frente a desafíos que muchas veces están vinculados con el desarrollo, como son la pobreza, el hambre y la disponibilidad de agua. De las crisis deben emerger las transformaciones como procesos conscientes y guiados que promuevan establecer objetivos comunes, la creación de nuevos modelos de desarrollo y avanzar en justicia social y ambiental. Ello implica capturar y mirar evidencia que nos inspire en el establecimiento de nuevas medidas.
Para responder al cambio climático debemos adaptarnos, y aunque mucho de lo que estamos haciendo hoy es útil, para esa adaptación no es suficiente, por lo que hay que complementarlo con innovaciones y cambios profundos. Debemos realizar procesos y respuestas transformacionales para salir adelante. Por otro lado, aceptar que el cambio climático está lleno de incertidumbres activa el potencial para diseñar procesos transformacionales que involucren a distintos actores sociales, utilizando a su vez información basada en ciencia.
En Chile hemos avanzado en el diseño e implementación de políticas públicas, pero aún existen posibilidades de mejora. Nuestro país debe ajustarse a los impactos del cambio climático de forma transversal, a distintas escalas administrativas y con participación de múltiples actores sociales, donde la ciencia cumple un rol clave al disponibilizar información y evidencia científica al servicio de la generación de políticas públicas y propuestas en materia de adaptación. Es por ello que con la participación de 73 académicos y cumpliendo con el mandato del Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, se construyó la Mesa de Adaptación del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, generando conocimientos y propuestas concretas de apoyo a la toma de decisión. Porque adaptarse es mucho más anticipación que reacción. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
Mitigar es una herramienta fundamental para hacer frente al cambio climático. Es intentar neutralizar la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero, impidiendo que el planeta se caliente en extremo, lo que en concreto se traduce en metas de largo plazo, para evitar el aumento de la temperatura superficial del planeta, más de 1,5 grados Celsius sobre los niveles preindustriales, de acuerdo con lo planteado en el Acuerdo de París. Pese a que Chile produce aproximadamente el 0,3% de las emisiones a nivel global, nuestra incidencia cambia al considerar agrupadamente todos los países que se encuentran en similar posición y que juntos aportamos cerca del 40% del total de gases de efecto invernadero. Somos entonces parte del problema, pero podemos ser mucho más protagonistas de la solución.
Debemos tomar posición respecto del gran potencial de Chile en energías renovables,
tanto para abastecer nuestros requerimientos energéticos internos como para exportar. Nuestro potencial de producción podría cubrir en torno al 10% de la energía que se demanda en el mundo. Exportar energía limpia permitiría asimismo a otros países dejar de usar energía de fuentes contaminantes, reduciendo tanto las emisiones como sus efectos.
Hay un espacio de eficiencia no explotado, donde la mixtura de energías renovables no convencionales juega un rol preponderante para incorporarlas. Ello implica enfocarse en desafíos, tanto de conocimiento y tecnología, como de capacidades y talento nacional. Ser ambiciosos en términos de intensidad de emisiones de CO2 es un desafío tan coherente como posible, que pasa por descarbonizar el sector energético, reducir la demanda de energía final y cambiar a combustibles bajos en carbono, incluyendo la electricidad. El trabajo de la mesa de mitigación del Comité permitió fundamentar los compromisos de Chile en el presupuesto de carbono y la meta de carbono neutralidad para el 2050, conectando a la evidencia científica con políticas públicas ambiciosas que responden a nuestros compromisos internacionales.
Debemos hacernos cargo de las interrogantes que afectan el gran proceso de transformación energética que hemos emprendido. Necesitamos planes alternativos que nos hagan menos vulnerables. Esto requiere de políticas creativas y robustas que permitan que un país se organice para encontrar soluciones potentes y se prepare para afrontar un mundo incierto.
Si queremos tener la posibilidad de proyectar un futuro, es imprescindible un abordaje multisectorial y que supere el ámbito nacional. Chile requiere tener y cumplir acuerdos a nivel mundial. Asimismo, la evidencia debe ser la base sobre la cual se adopten las grandes decisiones, con foco en las...
We are back after this short break and we were sharing some videos. Now, we are having the panel with focus in regional impact. This afternoon it will be very interesting. And now I will introduce the first presenter of this panel that will be with us, Daniel Ruiz. Hi, Daniel, good afternoon. Greetings. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I would like to give you greetings from New York. Daniel Ruiz, he is licensed in civil engineer and his Master of Science in Water Resources, both from the National University of Colombia. He has an MPhil in Science of Earth and Environment and Nonsense Art, and Master in Art in Climate and Society. He's Doctor in Science in Earth and Environment. This granted by the University of Colombia. He's one of the authors of Chapter 12 of the Information of Climatic Change, Regional Impact and Risk Evaluation of Working Group 1. Now he is a researcher linked to the Department of Ecology and Biology and Environmental Biology in the University of Columbia, New York. His areas of specialization is climatology, water resources, science, and environmental health. His research line in climatic changes, variability of climate and impact, human health, and the environment. So everything is ready for your presentation. Good morning, good afternoon. In behalf of the three coordinators and also the ones that were two scientists in support for Chapter 12 in the sixth report. And I really thank the organizing committee of this event for inviting us to be part of this group event. With these 13 simple slides, I will present an idea of general structure of this chapter and conceptual framework presented as the axis of this same, as to point out some key elements for Central and South America, and of course in the region where Chile is located. I would like to mention that previous reports in IPCC didn't have a chapter that would be like a bridge between working group number 1 and 2 of the panel. We thought that it was necessary to structure our chapter in such a way that we could have information based on every previous chapters, global chapters and regional chapters, in relation to relevant changes on terrestrial climate that would have an impact in different sectors of our society and ecosystems. We wanted to point out that the changes in those climatic variables could first, they might not have consequences, and secondly, they could have impact that could be positive or negative, or thirdly, it could be a mixture of the three that I mentioned before. In other words, we wanted to explore what would affect on all potential benefits. In this slide, you can see the final structure of this chapter. Our group made a great effort in trying to explain the methodological in section 2 of this same, analyzing every sector that is sensible to climate. In section number 3, we made an effort to identify in articles and reports reports of risk analysis and the impact of climatic changes, the indices and thresholds that are on each sector that are sensitive to the climate. Then we analyzed the changes that were observed, projection to every region of the report of evaluation and every hotspots. In 5th region, we synthesize every change and projection so as to provide a global perspective. In section number 6, we evaluate the use of the information from climatic changes at regional scale for climatic services. And in our last section, we closed our chapter with those aspects related with uncertainties and the gaps in knowledge. We can see here an example. There is a big amount of literature in relation to the impact of climatic changes, climatic variabilities or impact for these human health. They have been classified, as you can see in this diagram, in direct and indirect. The indirect are classified in those who are ecologically mediate, those who are physically mediate, and secondary. Then we can see the articles that have been published between the 5th report and the present report that will present all key variables that should be considered when you analyze thermal stress because of hot waves or extreme cold that are presented in respiratory disease, cardiovascular disease in our population. This is why we have a conceptual proposed with proposals, with impact drivers, and what we find in Spanish literature too, with impacts in our societies and on our ecosystems. All these changes for climatic conditions that will lead us to an impact, they were classified in 7 types. You can see them there in this slide. Each of them might have 2 different categories, as you can see in this next slide. We can see that these drivers will change in the next years or decades in every region of the planet. The type of cities which is hot and cold, so we can know that average temperature of the surface, extreme heat, and the heat waves close and ices. If we talk about extreme heat, that you can see that 50 of the regions of reference of this report of evaluation will have an experiment of a high trust, and then you will have a great increase in heat waves. The majority of them are available for your analysis in the interactive atlas. The definition, the math of each of the index, you can look for it in the annexes of the report. And you can see many codes, sources, databases can be found in the GitHub that is supporting all this information. In this slide, you can see the projected changes in two of the main key indexes for extreme heat and how human health is affected through human climate stress. We have exceed the threshold of 35 Celsius degrees in the upper panel. That's what you can see. And the amount of days per year with this heat index exceeding threshold of 41 degrees Celsius in the lower panels. If we supplement the information given by different regions, specifically the degree of agreement with all the evidence that we have, that is to say, the observations and studies, also with the knowledge that we have of the physics of these processes, we might quantify the degree of trust that we have on our evaluation. We can observe the role of human activity in the different changes that we have observed. In this slide, you have two indices of interest that haven't been presented in previous intervention. And they include, first of all, these changes projected for the needs of present century in 100 years of return variance stream in the position changes and then in the line of the end of the coastal in the right panel, the shoreline position change for scenery 8.5 presentations or representations. And we can consider that this information can be very useful for decision-making process and well-informed from the climatic point of view. The synthesis of projections for mid of these centuries of the different CIDs that have a high confidence level, and for the region where Chile is found now, we can say that there is an increase in extreme heat and heat waves, an increase in temperature, humidity, and speed of the wind that will go in favor of the occurrence and dispersion of fires. Then we can have increase in indexes related with sea levels, flooding of coastal areas, and aside that from heat waves in the ocean and acidification of the ocean. And projections will suggest for a decrease in median emission and glacier masses, snow fields that are not permanent, and other interest index, then we will see a decrease in all of these areas. It will be presented by Luca Ruiz from Argentina. So with this, I would like to thank you. We would like to express our thanks for your attention, and we would like to let you know much more of this information through the channels that we have available and where we presented these slides. Thank you, Daniel. It was interesting to see these maps in relation to the link that we have, the connection that every impact has with human health. So thank you so much. To continue, I would like to present Lucas Ruiz. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Nice to meet you. I would like to present Lucas first, and then he can present. Dr. Ruiz is a researcher in Argentinian Institute of Glaciology and geologist and doctor in geological science, or UBA. The research is in understanding how glaciers are affected by climatic changes and different changes. Then he studies dynamic, mass balance, shape, and geological registration of glacier through measurements, remote sensors, and numeric program. He is in charge of monitoring of the details of national balance in Central Andes and the Patagonia. So thank you so much for being with us today. I will give the screen and the microphone open so we can see.
Thank you for that introduction. It is a pleasure to be with you and to be able to present changes on cryosphere in Latin America and the Caribbean from the latest IPCC report published in Chapter 9, as well as big part of the information related to changes expected and observed in the cryosphere and CIDs key are also part of Chapter 12 that Daniel just presented. One of the key conclusions of this report and changes that we are observing on climate are generalized, fast, intense, and some of them have no precedence at a 1,000-year scale, especially one that has no precedence in at least 2,000 years is the velocity that glaciers are receding in the world. But what does this mean in the world, and how would this affect changes in cryosphere in cold regions, in the ice caps and snow in our region? For this, allow me to present you a small chart of a publication that was recently presented to assess changes on the cryosphere in Asia, but it can be used to understand what is happening or what may happen in changes in the cryosphere in our own region. We need to think that glaciers are a water reservation that is used as a recharge for aquifers to supply water for development of our regional economies. Snow is a water resource that is vital to supply water to our region. And above all, in our cryosphere, we have the mountain permafrost, which is a permanent frost in the mountains that have a role in water, but also on stabilization of slide hills. When we talk about glaciers and the speed of the receding glaciers and contraction of our glaciers, we also need to talk about lakes that are created in the basins that were part of the glaciers, and now they're filling up with water. And these lakes are potentially dangerous because they are contained very often by unconsolidated materials such as moraines, glaciers, and glacier deposits that might be influenced, lose their stability through avalanche or slides, mudslides. Glaciers in our region, as presented in the report, they are analyzed in two main regions. One, low latitudes, which are the tropical regions, which include glaciers in Latin America, especially in Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia. They also include small glaciers that we can still find in the mountains in Mexico, Africa, and in some areas of Indonesia. The second region is known as the Southern Andes in Chile and Argentina as well. In Chapter 9, one of the things we assessed were the changes on mass and how has glacier mass have been changing over time. And we see some records from the 60s. Glaciers in the tropical zone, such as the southern Andes, have lost its masses. And especially in these two graphs, we can see that our level of trust about the loss of mass in the last decades is greater. So we can see that the southern Andes have lost, as an average, a greater amount of mass than in the tropical Andes in the last decades. Nevertheless, we see how mass of glaciers have been changing in South America. We see these changes of mass are not homogeneous in space. So it's important to analyze the loss of mass in these glaciers and consider characteristics in the different regions in the Andes. Specifically, if we talk about glaciers receding and the generation of lakes from glaciers or glacier lakes, what we observe is that in relation to this increase of loss of mass of the latest decades, we have had an increase of the volume of these glacier lakes. From the information assessed from the last report, we can conclude that this glacial receding has favored the creation and expansion of these lakes and flow glacier lakes. And in the last decades, the number of mudslides have increased due to these pro-glaciers lakes. These alluvions have damages on structures that are downstream. We need to understand that climate change is affecting all regions in the planet in different ways. As Daniel was saying, these changes that we are experiencing will increase with the further warming. Glaciers are not the exception to the rule. And as we can see in the chart, the mass loss that we will live in the future will be greater depending on the warming degree that we will reach. In these two charts, we see the evolution of the glacier mass relative to the total volume of ice for 2015 for the southern Andes and tropical region, and on the we see the reconstruction of changes in the glaciers, observations, and also the projections to the future depending on three climate change scenarios. What we can see is that if we reduce the carbon dioxide emissions in the future, the mass loss that we will see will be lower. This brings great benefits as a greater reservation of water in a solid state to mitigate the effect of droughts, but also it brings a decrease on all risks related to the glacial receding, such as the generation of pro-glacier lakes. As a summary, and going back to these impact generator drivers related to snow and ice in our region, what we can observe is that there's a reduction of the snow coverage in the latest decades, especially what we know as the Central Andes region. We can talk about Santiago, Chile region, and in Argentina, the Andes on Cuyo. There is a loss of glacier mass along the whole region. There's evidence of the permafrost melting or thawing, which is the active layer of permafrost, and there's evidence of destabilization of hillsides related to areas with permafrost. Especially, it's forecasted a greater level of global warming. The impact on the Andean cryosphere will be greater. If we see the forecasted effects, we see changes on maximum temperatures per year, annual precipitation, maximum precipitation in 5 days in a row, or how many consecutive days with dry days, and the greater warming temperature in the Andean region will increase even further in terms of the conditions of drought, especially in the southern Andes. It will increase even more. So it is crucial that we shall decrease greenhouse gas effect gases that will affect the decision making, that will affect the future, and it depends on the decisions that we make today. And as Daniel said, please take this into account. Thank you for your time, and here you can see my contact details and the IPCC details, so you can read this report and take action about this topic. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you for your presentation. And it's important to know this information about glaciers at the southern tropical Andes, and this that will increase alluvions are putting to risk not only downstream infrastructures, but also the population that is exposed to these effects due to the melting of the glaciers. Thank you very much. Now, I will introduce who is incorporating me to this panel so we can start our discussion. Anna Sorensen is joining us. Hello, Anna. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Anna is a Master in Physics from University of Linköping, Sweden, and PhD in Science of the Atmosphere, Universidad de Buenos Aires, developing her work in the atmosphere and ocean sciences. Today, she works as an associate researcher in CONICET from the Sea and Atmosphere Research Center in Buenos Aires. She's a lead author and coordinator of the IPCC coordinator. Her research line is related to the interaction of humidity, soil hydrology, vegetation, climate in South America, focusing on the De la Plata Basin using satellite products, surface models, and atmospheric models. Thank you, Anna. Now I would like to introduce who will be in charge of moderating this session, Francisco Mesa. Good afternoon and welcome. Good afternoon, Magdalena. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for joining us. And Francisco is an agronomist engineer and master's in sciences in hydraulics and environment engineering from Universidad Católica de Chile and PhD in atmospheric science from Cornell University. He's the founder of the Global Change Center in Universidad Católica de Chile, where today he's a member of the Academic Council. He works as full professor in the Faculty of Agronomy in Universidad Católica de Chile. He has research related to the impacts on climate variability, climate change, agriculture, water resources, biometeorology, and applied climatology. Before beginning, I would like to remind the audience that you can ask questions to the panel and you can write your question or comments in the chat that is available in the different platforms for those who are in YouTube and those who are following us through Evidencia platform. Francisco, you can begin with our conversation. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to have in this panel these distinguished lecturers that also participated in both chapters of the working group one report, and we have the opportunity to listen a little bit of Anna. Maybe I understand that you are working or you worked in the working group that was related to the relationship of global climate and regional impacts, chapter 10, I think, and we have the opportunity to comment a little bit of that. So please, if you can comment about the findings, and then we will continue with our discussion with Daniel and Lucas. Thank you very much. I'll talk about chapter 10 of the IPCC report. This chapter is about methodologies on how to generate climatic data at a regional local level that can be useful for decision makers. Chapter goes through the different tools available today, such as the different observations, different dynamic models, statistic models, science and attribution. Conclusion of the chapter is that the information that we generate shall be relevant for decision making in the region, and it needs to be co-generated with the user. So we state a methodology where data is generated together. For instance, if a ministry of a secretary of a country asks data to scientific, they should have a close discussion to know how this information is going to be used, so we can tailor it and adapt it in a better way, so information will be as useful as possible.
We also changed the importance of using multiple tools for study, to use different models, because we know some models will give us one result and then we can compare it with others. So it's important to use different tools so we can obtain climatic regional information as precise as possible. So if you're interested, I will invite you to read this chapter. Yes, of course, we're interested. A question for the three of you, because Anna, we know that you focused, that your research is focused in the humidity of soil, the feedback with the atmosphere, and climatic system at the end. And you're on glaciology, and Daniel is has different multiple interests, but from real curricula, I would like to point out on those indexes that are related with health and emerging diseases. I would like to ask you in the instrumentation and observation, what can you say of what is happening in Latin America, if you have some type of idea of what is happening? I will start then, because as they haven't started yet, I will. We have great gaps in our knowledge. We have some technological networks that were installed, but recently. This is why many of them will not exceed temporal horizons of 30 or 40, more than 30 or 40 years, that are absolutely necessary for the analysis of these climatic changes. Some of these stations do not have homogeneous registrations that are continuous and coherent, so we can analyze these signals at a long term. This is why they're not considered in the, because of the amount of information available. Aside from that, many of our stations in the Andean context, they are located close to big urban centers, leaving some parts of our knowledge empty in remote areas, something that is very important for Latin America, like the Amazonia, where we have an important gap of knowledge because there is a great lack of information. And for those countries that we share the Andes, we have the problem that the majority of the stations are located in height and lower than 2,600 meters over sea level. So over that sea levels, we have a great gap in our knowledge. And everything is translated into a short availability of analysis, and the creation of robust studies that could be included in the evaluation process. That is what we detected in the whole process. For Lucas, that is working in this world that is over 2,600 meters. Excellent. The condition presented by Daniel is excellent. But I would like to stress what was said by Daniel at the beginning. We are improving and we are improving our networks, but we have a short period of time of information, like strategies and science in Chile or Argentina. They have generated or have installed meteorological networks in high areas, but in the last 5 years ago, they didn't exist. So we don't have a long registration for a long period of time. They are on an experimental phase for a few years. It's not the same to install these in below 2,600 meters on really high, in hundreds of meters, and 10, 20, or 30 meters high. So it's that is what we need. What I would like to stress is that we are reacting to have a better information, and we're generating and installing stations. What we need now is that all these measures that we are now making, we have to maintain them for many years so we can have long series of information, so we can analyze geometeorological information close to the Andes and to connect it with what is happening with the glaciers and water resources in the mountains, in high mountains. Anna, what can you talk about the soil humidity? Well, I would like to comment. I use different sources. I use data from the satellites or in situ measurements and soil models. So we can make all the studies of soil humidity and evaporation. And in relation to in situ observation with different instruments, we don't have too much. There is a few information, but now we are evaluating a network that has been installed in Argentina, and we want to see how this coincides with the information obtained from satellites. And this is for evaporation is very complicated, because for evaporation or satellites, the algorithm used by satellites are by observation. And there are few towers that could measure evapotranspiration and heat flows, and they are located in the Amazon. So we can see that in the satellite products of evaporations, they have a great uncertainty. They could be better adjusted in those regions where we have a greater amount of data in situ. What is presented in chapter 10 of the report is to use different sources with different data, with different models, with different observation sources, and then we should try to build a complete and robust image based on what we can find in the place where we're working. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have some minutes left, so we can continue talking. Which would be, from your point of view, the greatest threats, looking at this risk framework, when this IPCC, which is famous with some previous documents, when threats on vulnerability, etc. But from climatic threats point of view, Daniel, you presented some indicators and you focused in Chile, but I would like to you to tell me which are the most important aspects or threats. We would, Daniel, Lucas, and Ana, you can talk in the same order. I will start so Daniel can finish with the conclusions because he has an open point of view. In relation to the glaciers or cryosphere, in the Andes, it will depend on the region where we are located. For tropical Andes, what we were saying on progression lakes, this is a great threat because of the great amount of populations in Peru and Bolivia mainly, but also in other places like Ecuador and Colombia. Then the melting of the glaciers will generate a lack of water resources because glaciers are like buffers of droughts. So because when we have small rainfalls, the glaciers can melt and then they can contribute with water. And the decrease in glaciers means that the capacity of regulating these water resources might be diminishing in the future. And the other thing that is important to take into account is that South America and the south of the Andes has a great amount of ice in the Patagonia. We have ice fields in Chile and Argentina, and we have one of the highest rates today. And they are one of the ones that contribute in the increase in the sea level. So that is important to take into account. One of the aspects that is less known, and we have to focus on that, is what is happening with the permanent frozen floors for water and for the stabilities of that areas. We are looking in other regions of the world that the melting of these floors would go in favor of rock slides, and so then we can see some soil slides, and maybe we can see more of these events because of high temperatures that we might have in the mountains. So let's give the floor to Ana. I live in Buenos Aires, so I will talk a little bit about great urban areas and the high sea level that was shown in one of the slides presented by Daniel. And this is happening in the whole continent. And we can see that increase in sea level. And in our chapter, we have cities mainly, and how we have seen in different opportunities recently. Now we are in winter, but in the other parts of the world it's summer, and we can see a great amount of heat waves, and with they are higher temperatures, and it's important to have the health services well prepared so as to be able to support these heat waves. We also have the threat of sea level in coastal cities, and many of our cities are on the coastal area. Together with, for example, with precipitations that we have seen that they have increased in Buenos Aires, and some strong rainfalls, they are a risk for urban population, and of course for urban that are the most vulnerable, living in the most vulnerable areas, and they have greater floodings, and they don't have resources to be able to support these floodings and events. Daniel, what can you tell us? Well, we have many other things to tell you. When Paola Arias, in the previous panel, she made a complete presentation of every change that have been observed and what it has been projected for Central and South America. There were some aspects that can be discussed because we don't have enough time to discuss, but I would like to align with some of the things that Luca has recently mentioned, that are of a great interest, that because of those who are here, we share the spine of America, which is the Andes, because we have seen some critical changes. I thought that we might have the opportunity of presenting. Lucas mentioned this very briefly when he said that we had to look in detail every mountain. There is a fact sheet specifically for mountains, and there you can see some of the changes that are projected for the future, and we won't be able to present it because of time. But something that points our attention in relation to mountains and what was presented, that is the increase in the occurrence of unusual precipitation in south areas in mountains that can be of great threat for all those populations that are located in the lower part of in the basins and that are present in those areas of high mountains. These will generate an important increase in the amount of sediments that are dragged by these currents. And finally, this could generate some slides that will be translated in the slides that will put in risks infrastructures and all those populations which are settled in that area.
All of this is very critical, but at the extreme, we also have very similar. We have seen, but I insist in the other extreme, there's an increase on heat waves, consecutive dry periods of time in the mountain areas that will generate a decrease of water supply, so will affect the surface water that for our Andean societies have a significant role, which is used for the electricity generation, which is used also for drinking water. It is the supply, the essential good for many risk districts. It's becoming something into the extremes, and it is important to highlight this in all these type of discussions. Thank you very much. We only have 1 minute left, so if any of you would like to give us some final remarks or sending us a message, taking this opportunity, IPCC give us a call to act as soon as possible. This 1.5 to 2 degrees goal can be out of our hands. So if you would like to take this fraction of a minute, I will use a fraction of a minute, and I just wanted to call the citizens, communities, organizations to begin with this information and to make decisions based on this immediate, sustained, and continuous over time of great magnitude, so we can reduce the greenhouse gas effect gases. Also, for the governments, I would like to highlight that there's a high number of opportunities. Not everything is negative in this type of changes. There is an opportunity, and some sectors will be benefit by them. So we need to try to find those opportunities. So luckily, we can exploit those and find imbalance between negative and positive. I see that through chat, Lucas has nothing to add. Anna, I fully agree with Danielle. It's just a call to urgent action. The report highlights that with a quick action on the emissions, we can be much better if we do not react very quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your interventions, especially for the representation you are making in the region in such an important task. How we go into this instance with multiple tests and circumstances, but you are the ambassadors of science that is done here with a special flavor. So thank you very much for your participation in this panel. Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, Ana, Daniel, and Lucas. It's very important what Daniel was saying with regards to this need of spreading this knowledge generated from this IPCC report, this possibility of shortening the gap between those who elaborate the report and society and communities that need to understand what they mean or what all of this data mean. Thank you very much for joining us in this panel, for sharing your experiences. So we're finishing with this panel, and I would like to invite you to have a 10-minute break so we can connect once again in the last panel of this afternoon. So we'll see each other in a few minutes. Thank you very much, the audience and those who participated in this panel.
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. ¡Vamos a territoriar!
Hello, good afternoon. We are back after the break. We have the last afternoon session. It has been a very interesting day. It's been very quickly. When we listen to interesting things, time flies. So we're reaching this panel where we will address climate change, air quality, and COVID-19, and the relationship between these three topics. I would like to remind you that this conference is being able to be conducted thanks to the Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation Ministry, Foundation MERI, as well as the European Union through the Euroclima program, ECLAC, and collaborators such as the Inter-American Group for Climate Change and the International Network for Government Advice. So thank you all these institutions that have made possible to have these meetings during this week to know about the latest scopes about the 6th IPCC report. We will begin this panel introducing the first lecturer who will open this blog, Luis Gerardo Ruiz. Good afternoon and welcome. Hello, good afternoon. Shall we begin? Let me introduce you so the audience can know about your career. Dr. Ruiz is an industrial chemist from Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León and PhD of Chemical Kinetics from the York University from 1987. He is a researcher from the Atmosphere Center, Science Center in UNAB. He's principal researcher. He is a founder of the Atmospherical Physical Chemical Group, and from 2019, he has been working as a contamination environmental health coordinator in the National Institute of Ecology and Climate Change. He was coordinator of the Greenhouse Gas Effect National Inventory. He collaborated in the different workshops conducted by the IPCC, and now we give the floor to our dear professor. I'll start sharing. I'll go quickly in some of the slides, the general things about city, concepts of urbanization and others. I will not go into details. I'll go into the results, the discussion, and the thesis that will be presented will be supported by studies that have been conducted in Mexico, and the importance of urbanization, air quality, emissions, and the close relationship as contaminant and of short-lived precursors of local contaminants with the greenhouse gas effect gases, and we will see some results about the importance of air quality and what happened also during the pandemic and the lessons we can learn out of this. Here we have the importance of the increasing urbanization of the world. And here what I present, how the different contaminants, climatic contaminants share the same origin. Some are permanent GHG gases, and the other end we have local contaminants, and in the intersection between both, we can see that they are. If you could please share your screen in presentation mode. Thank you. So we have this intersection between these two scales. These are, at the end of the day, are co-contaminants, but one of them will act at a temporary scale that it's different at the short terms, at the longer term, also locally at the planetary scale, and especially those that come from combustion processes have the same origin, and we should treat them as only one package of contaminants. One important determinant or a driver that is very important in emissions of contaminants, local contaminants or climate contaminants, is the urban expansion. In countries such as Mexico and other countries, and in the global southern area, we don't take the most of the advantages of urbanization because of the disorder way that is placed. You see the map of a study from 2015, from the census data in 2010 as well, of the city of Mexico, including Ciudad de Mexico and other metropolitan regions that are closely related and interconnected. And the left-hand side, the green areas are urban areas, and the red spots are the urbanization forecasts. In the right-hand side, you see urban density, population density in the region. The higher the color, the more intense, the more dense. And unfortunately, you can see it in the map, but many of what you see in white, it's full of pink dots, which will be smaller conglomerates of households with very low density. That has serious consequences. In this other map on the left-hand side, we have the municipalities that expel people to work. They expel up to 50% of its population to commute to another municipality. It may also be an adjacent municipality, but they have to go through 3 or 4 different municipalities to reach their work. On the right-hand side, you see the attractiveness or workers that go to work in that location. So these are areas that attract people for them to work, and some others are in the intermediate level that would not necessarily be a location that will expel people, or it's a combination of both of these actions of attracting people to work, and some others expel people. What are the consequences of that way of using the territory in the space? There is a set of effects that will contribute at a higher contribution of greenhouse gases. For instance, household of social interest, especially interurban or low-income households, are very far from the work location. They have a higher ecological footprint in the household cycle, which is more than one generation, at least here. And it's a low density, which compels motorization. It compels them to buy a car, a second used car or a third used car. So density, because of the densities, and they do not have metro, for instance, that implies that they have lower technologies, many cars or vehicles, less efficiency in terms of transportation. Trips are longer, access pathways to the city get jammed, logistics are inefficient. That is all related to that effect. But there are other effects that are not addressed here, such as the change of the use of soil, of forestry. Services and infrastructure are more affected by this. We lose environmental services. The family income is affected by this lack of transportation, and the region is less productive and less competitive compared to the national scale or global scale. That's a reference of this study. For instance, between census of 2010 and the 2000, the distances increase in 1 kilometer. And at the same time, from 2012, the average speed was reduced in 16 kilometers per hour from 33 to 16. So we have longer trips, slower in private obsolete vehicles without filters. So we have a greater personal exposure of workers that are in vehicles that are capturing many of the emissions of the roads, as well as social consequence. The longer the distances, the low the income, many people will abandon their formal work to go into an informal work close to home, with the consequences it has in terms of social security, savings for pension funds, and others. So we do have important social consequences. This is a map where you see the carbon footprint of the social household and the supply that was presented from the year 2000 to 2012. About more than 90% of the carbon footprint of the house is because of transportation. We can focus, we can have LED light bulbs or solar panels to heat water, but the effect will be marginal compared to the amount of energy that implies to have transportation. Some people will take about 2 to 3 hours to go to work, and then 2 or 3 hours more to go back home. Also, it doesn't matter where we are in the region, we have footprint of the ozone layer impact in crops, in corn leaves, some fruit leaves, or just any other wild plant anywhere in the zone that we were analyzing. How to address this? The problem is that we have 4 departments, 4 regulating systems or regulations for the territory, one for urban development, and we have the Climate Action Program and Air Quality Management Program. Sometimes some of them could be the same department of the government, but the territorial ordering is in charge of urbanization, and the other one is in charge of the environment. So 4 different programs that sometimes they don't speak to each other. So we need to find a way to articulate these programs in only one single program that shall be able to talk, or maybe just join in only one program and to have a dialogue between all of these departments. We are working on that, and then COVID comes. And what does COVID teaching us? It is an opportunity to learn about processes regulating air quality. It was an unplanned analysis. Nobody would think about stopping the city to see what happens with contamination, and this is what it happened. And instead of modeling, today we have measurements of what happens if we turn off some sources. And here we have an article, a paper with data from that period of time, from April, May, up to June 2020, which was the hardest moment of the economic halt. Then we use mean because they are more robust in terms of extreme events. We compare days of 3 years, and we use data from the monitoring network. We have satellite imageries, and we observe the following. We could see a decrease on primary contaminants, carbon monoxide and nitrous monoxide, and unfortunately we don't have a continuous monitoring of volatile emissions. The 3 graphs on the top, you can see that they are from the monitoring system, all the stations, and on the bottom, you see that they are using Sentinel.
So we can see some important changes. When we have a decreasing tendency from the 18th to the 19th, of course, 20th was more robust because of the pandemic, but we can see some change in 2019. And then we can confirm in the measurements on the surface and also on satellite measurements. And the change was stronger in May, and the difference between May and April were different. We used the three of them because in Mexico City, the stoppage of this economical activity was in stages. We started in March, then April, and at the end of April and May. Here we can see the measurements of the monitoring network. We see here that we have different measurements and NOxes and ozone, and we see that the difference between NOxes and from the 18th and 19th, they are not so big. They're similar in ozone, and each of them corresponds to a different monitoring station. And in 2020, we can see that there was a great decrease in nitrogen, and ozone happened almost nothing with ozone. And we can see what is the sensitivity to photochemical area and the relationship between ozone and cultures. And there is the part of air that will indicate what it depends in the creation of a zone, if it is a volatile elements or if it is fed by NOxes. And it was displaced during the pandemic, so it could be more dependent on NOxes. This could be presented because we didn't observe and for the ozone, because there was a decrease in the volatile NOxes, and probably the reduction in NOxes were big enough so as to neutralize the impact. This is a comparison when we put all the data together for a first idea of what is happening. We see that we could put some type of, we could put in detail the analysis and try to separate the megalosis in the Valley of Mexico. This is a big zone. So if there is difference, and we found some differences in this area, what we could see is in the analysis of 10 areas of rainfalls, we obtained them from databases in those days with high pressure and rainy days. Now we analyze them since the 16th, and we model some tendencies from the 16th to the 19th. We use the same data from the monitoring network, making in different phases, phase 3 and the Susana Distancia. And so the Susana Distancia was a hero. So to induce people to take care of themselves during the pandemic. We made concentrations and abnormalities of concentrations registered in the network. We analyzed some transfer to Fourier. We have in Mexico an air quality indexes of contaminants, and we saw them, the Canadian index that combines different contaminants. And we made a difference between a site in a residential area and the other one, monitoring area in. Your time is over, Luis. Here we have all the tendencies. There is a strong change in CO2, and the ozone does not change, or it slightly increases depending on what we are checking. And the same thing happens here. Each of the columns corresponds to one type, one place. If it's urban, transportation, housing, you can see that there is a slight improvement in the quality of air. If we apply the Canadian index, we had some improvement and variations. And the risk, the metropolitan average of excessive risk because of early deaths in contaminants in phase 2 or 3, that increased. In phase 2 and in phase 3, we can see a slower increment in the. So as a conclusion, there was a decrease, but the photochemical activity it didn't show real effect in ozone. We will continue analyzing so we can use all this data to design the public policies to improve the air quality. Thank you. That is.
Gracias, gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis, for your presentation. As we took a little longer, we'll present our second presenter this afternoon, Dr. Carolina Rojas. She is now on the screen. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you for your invitation. I will present the information. She is geographist of the University Católica de Valparaíso, and she's doctor assistant of geographic information on University Alcalá. She made a spot doctorate in McMaster University. She is a professor on the Institute of Urban Study and Territorial Studies on Universidad Católica de Chile. She's main researches in Fundación on the effects of urbanization in the preservation of biodiversity in wetlands. And she is an associated in mobility in sustainable urban society. So thank you, Carolina, and you have the screen available so you can present. Thank you for your presentation. I hope that everybody is okay in spite of the pandemic, although we're all improving. I will present a project presented by the Ministry of Science. They are to understand the effect of COVID in the country, called Impact in COVID in the Carbon Footprint in Houses in Chile. And it was presented in May last year, and in June when the pandemic was beginning. And then we thought that if we stayed at home, we stopped going to work, and a complete lockdown in cities, we could have a decrease in CO2 emissions. And there was a positive sensation that this was an environmental alert to an all human intervention, all degradation, and everything that we have affected in our planet, to our planet. So then we could make a change. We wanted to see what it was going to happen mainly at home in Chilean cities. As we finished in 2020, we realized that emissions decreased, but there was not much change in humanity. That's what we realized. So we wanted to measure footprint in those houses that were affected by COVID. We studied in the south center of the country. Those were cities that were contaminated. They had problems with the quality of air. They are green cities also, and maybe they could absorb the CO2, and they depend in industrial installation. To understand what is happening with the emissions at home in different houses, if there is sustainability, if we could see that, look, COVID is an alert and we have to change, and then to see if we could generate some propositions and to see which is the behavior of families. We wanted to study the city of Coronel, Osorno, Temuco. We are in the center south of Chile. we decided to make a survey because of the pandemic. We couldn't survey in the houses, so it was by telephone. So the analysis periods were before the pandemic, and we see where we were asking the behavior they had in the previous winter and in March. In winter of 2020, when we make our survey in September, and in summer of the 2020 of December and January. Then we could understand the behavior of the different houses. We asked 1,200 of houses and 300 per city in September and October. The houses that had three people living in each house, and the majority of the houses are made of wood. More than 50% of these houses have decreased the emissions. Let's see which are the results. The other thing is that carbon footprints were measured by energy and transportation, because those are the ones that have the greatest participation. For the center house, it's not much relevant, is that wood for heating their houses. So this is what is energy on houses. They are neutral carbon is wood, but it is related with the contamination of the air. Then we have electric heating, then gas, and with less participation, less carbon and oil. And the winter is not for 3 months, and as it is in the central zone, this could be over 7 months in the south. So we have 8 months of emission for heating, 7 months in Valdivia, 6 months in Temuco, and more in Coronel. The expenses that if families were at home, they had to increase their expenses so that they would have more problems in the budget that they have. Here you have over 200,000 pesos in heating their homes, but the pandemic was not a great increase. But when we arrived, when it was summer, no,
Gas.
a great part of the family are dependent on, but we saw through the year how the price has been increasing for that. What families, the expenses of these families in pandemic, as you can see, it was a sustained increase in gas during winter, and it decreases in summer because they use hot water with gas. We made the same analysis with electricity. Is increased, of course, because of the work, and they were at home all day long, so they had to use lights. And it decreases in summer only. I want to see which is the pattern. What we saw that CO2 emissions in the case of heating homes, if we compare winter with 2019, it increases in a 20% in winter. Carbon emissions because of heating, that was what happened. So it increased in a 27% emission in heating in Coronel, 33 in Valdivia, and also 27%. In Temuco, 13%. So then we say that there is a great response. No, we increased emissions in winter. What is positive is that in summer, it decreased 67%, 76%, 64%, and 62%. So summer is an interesting moment to see what we could see next year. If they change the type of heating, they had an increase in pellet in the case of the pandemic.
So they increase the expenses for heating. Second, how energy responded, and here we see higher CO2 emissions due to electricity, and we know that the emission factor goes together with coal And in summer, it's more renewable energy. So we have a 35% increase in Coronel, 25 Temuco, 26% of emissions, and 25% in Osorno. The emissions per energy is over 100 kilograms of CO2. In the case of gas, Coronel 4%, winter 37% Temuco, 55% Valdivia, 13% Osorno. So energy and heating, where has the highest emission is winter and it's low in summer. That is the effect of energy for heating. In terms of transportation, it's the opposite. If they have a car, we were surprised. More than 70% of households have a car at home. How is this car? Usually is gasoline. It's not diesel, which is more contaminant, but we still have the presence of diesel cars. How much they spent on fuel, and it has had an effect because when we discussed about the price, it was quite obvious that families that have cars will have an increase on the consumption of fuel higher in winter, less during summertime. For instance, Osorno was over 100,000 pesos. And how many inhabitants worked outside their work? How many work at home? How many are still moving? So we can calculate the emissions in transportation. We've seen that the movement decreased only in winter and in summer will come back with strength. We see a rebound effect. Before the effect, 55% of workers will commute by car. In summer, once the measures flexibilize, it increases 64%. So second trend is public transportation drop that had a representation of 25%. It goes to 18% during winter, and it remains in 15% in summer. We saw little participation of bicycles, which is 2%, and walking that is kept in 5%. So energy and heating could be planned in summer to face next winter. The important time to modify or plan the cities to make them environmentally friendly would be winter, where cities are zero movement, because now we see this bouncing effect and we see the share of cars that is increasing from T1 to T2. And we've seen that the distances to work are increasing as well. The carbon footprint, it depends on the type of transportation distance. In Valdivia is over 70% the use of cars. In Coronel, it's also interesting because the public transportation drop is lower in the city, and this is because of the people that have the opportunity to use the train to commute, to go to work or study. The second phenomenon, more cars, less public transportation, and this is translated in the footprint. We measure this for study and work. T0 pre-pandemic, March, T1 winter, T2 summer, and we see the pandemic, the carbon footprint decreased completely at 100%. We know this because universities adapted themselves to online lessons, also the schools, so it lowered the emissions due to study. And work, in Coronel, for instance, it was only 45%, Temuco 31%, Valdivia 34%, and Osorno, it's where it decreased the least, 16%. We shall investigate what type of work the cities have. Usually they have a services matrix mainly. Those who are in the industry, in manufacturing, mobility or movement will not decrease as much. Osorno is quite similar to the pre-pandemic scenario. We're concerned about this rebound effect. When the pandemic indicators are improving, which is happening now, the study is more or less the same. because universities and schools have not returned fully, but in work we see an increase of emissions. So this scenario of carbon emissions today, once we have the IPCC report and once we have the cities in lockdown, and we know that COVID, it has an effect of our actions in the planet, we have an even more. It's more critical, especially in Osorno, where we have a plus 122%. They double in the case of these houses that we measure. Valdivia, 62% more. Temuco, 26% more. And Coronel, it's only 2% since they use the train a lot to go to work. In this study, we maintain the reductions, and Valdivia has minus 40% for studies. CO2 and transportation means it's not the same that you use a diesel car or gasoline car. On one side, you see work, and gasoline car increases in summer, be part of the CO2 emissions. It's because of the use of gasoline cars in summer, less diesel car, and even less such as public transportation, such as buses, taxis, and train. And studies have not reactivated fully, so we don't have that fully analyzed. Another thing that happened is that the sets of bonifications increase the purchase of cars. So we also expect this for summer. Four cities have a similar trend. Households that have a car, which are 900, 17% purchased their car during the pandemic. Intermediate cities of a lower scale that don't have a lot of infrastructure have to deal with an increase of the number of cars in the streets. Working from home, one of the inhabitants from home are working from home, and which is an opportunity to generate environmental measures and lowering the CO2 emissions. Other opportunities, not to see everything as negative, the sustainable attitudes that we saw in households, 31% of houses stated that they had improvement for thermal insulation. 42% of households, in spite of the increase of the number of cars, they said they were more likely to use a bicycle, especially they would like to use it in summer as a good opportunity. Also, 11% stated that they changed the heating system from firewood to electricity. And 53% of houses declared to have a healthier feeding due to a greater concern for their own health because of this disease. And there are some other sustainable actions, whether they're recycled at home. Another thing we saw, if they made any improvement at home, any orchard at home, they are aware of the contamination levels in the atmosphere that are close to their households. Thank you very much for letting me to present, and we will go into details during the Q&A session. Thank you, Carolina. Very interesting to have this data to present them. When we think on the city's planning, and as you were saying, these changes on people's habits and how to incorporate them so it could be friendlier. That is a challenge that we have today. I'd like to add two other people that will participate in the panel. I will welcome Rodrigo Seguer, who's joining us as a panelist. There you are. Hello, Rodrigo. Good afternoon and welcome. And I will introduce Rodrigo, and then our moderator. Rodrigo Seguel is environmental chemist from Universidad de Chile, PhD in chemist, and he has a postdoc in University of California, Berkeley, UCLA. He works on the evolution of air quality in Chile, global trends on tropospheric soil, and transportation and traffic theory. Currently, he is a member of the director of the tropospheric assessment report. And thank you, Rodrigo. Juan Carlos Muñoz, welcome. You can join us. You are there. Hello, Juan Carlos. Hello. Thank you for the invitation. Juan Carlos is coordinator of the table Citizens on Climate Change Scientific Committee. He is a civil engineer from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, master's degree in industrial engineering, and also PhD of Civil Engineering and Environment from Universidad de California, Berkeley. He is also academic from the Department of Transportation Logistics Engineering and Director of Sustainable Urban Development Center. He has been a consultant for the Ministry of Transportation and Telecommunications. He has worked on design, regulation to the public transportation. He is part of the international scientific committees on the Conference on Advanced Systems and Public Transport, and also the International Symposium on Transportation and Traffic Theory, and from the International Conference on Competition and Ownership in Land Passenger Transport. Before starting with this panel, I would like to remind the audience to send their questions through the chat box available in YouTube and also in Evidencia platform. So, Juan Carlos, you're in charge now. Thank you, Magdalena. I think we have received very interesting presentation with two different geographic perspectives with many common topics: mobility. As Carolina was saying, they are present in the evolution as well as in Ciudad de Mexico. We have the participation of Rodrigo, who hasn't had the opportunity to present. So I would love to start with Rodrigo. Maybe if you can make some comments about the understanding and the topics that you think that are more relevant out of these two presentations, to see some sort of relationship between them. And I would love if we can lead this conversation maybe in two directions. One, with regards recommendations for policies. We are in a complicated situation. We are in a context that is dramatic. The situation is quite depressing for many of us, especially for the younger generations. And it's not the best mood. So I think it's relevant to take the vision from science and not just to say we have problems, but to give some light to the pathway we should take. So that would be the first focus, to propose some pathways to what we're facing. Rodrigo? Thank you, Juan Carlos. I pay attention to Luis Gerardo and Carolina's presentation, and I immediately think on this chapter of short-lived climatic changes, and it's significant the emphasis we have from this IPCC report, and I think this is key to relate climate change and air quality. And when we talk about these two topics that so far it seemed that they were addressed separately, if you see it in details, they're only one thing: how man or mankind has changed the atmosphere. And we have changed this with greenhouse gases and in local pollutants at a shorter scale. So The first link that you can find here is how to have a synergy between these two pathways that are apparently separated. But if you see the evolution of the environmental institutions in Chile, and now I was listening to Luis Gerardo, he was talking about how sectorial can be the way that we address contamination. So I think there's a first point on how to have synergy between air quality management and greenhouse gas mitigation.
Making the difference that they include this family of gases, or those of short life, that when you mitigate them, you can help them solve problems of the health of people, life quality, and then we can obtain results in climatic change in the short term. This would be my first question. I would like to open the discussion with Gerardo, with synergy. And also, I would like to talk about what Carolina presented, and I think that it was really interested on the differences that we can observe between winter and summer. And here I see that this climatic change and what we can see now with the effects that we can see with things that are called these composed extreme events. In summer, we can see that how we can combine these drops with the heat waves, and then we can increase ozone, and then we have a contaminant that could damage our health. And then you saw that in winter, some things are happened, and in summer, we could see different things. But then I will talk about these photochemical contaminants. I think that we could talk about this and we could link it with this. Thank you, Rodrigo. And Gerardo, maybe we can start with you, taking into account all what Rodrigo said. I think that I'm concerned about governance in Santiago. How can we give this information and these emissions and contamination, and how we can, the expansion or the organization of the use of floors, where do we create houses, where could we determine not only in terms of climatic changes. Some people travel 2 or 3 hours, but this is a very interesting problem. The majority of the problems that we have are related. These long trips that are terrible for for life quality. They are terrible for contamination, for climatic changes, for obesity. They are terrible for everything, but we are still building cities without governance and cities that will generate these great cement areas that are consuming all local biodiversity. So maybe we can talk a little bit of how we can address this topic and how aligned we can be. I will start with Rodrigo. With what Rodrigo was asking. Yes, it's obvious, but it was obvious from the beginning, and maybe we could solve this in 2 different ways. The management of, we can see 2 faces of the same problem, but we could present an example. The emissions of a fuel vehicle. If we include a catalyzer, then we won't affect locally, but we will still contaminate the climate. But we are doing it for the climatic problem. We can change to a hybrid vehicle or electric vehicle, then we don't have emissions, local emissions. It depends on the electric company, then we can send this contamination into another source. Maybe we can change the way we move from one place to another, like bicycle, for example, and then we can do it better. We can live close to the place where we work, for example, and then we can use a bicycle, and that would be the best way. So there is a group of interventions. Some of them are similar and some of them are very good. And then we can analyze things, maybe public transportation, and then we can change from a diesel, and then we can add filters, and then we can reduce the black carbon emission, and then we can have electromobility, and then depending on the electric metrics, and then we can change the emissions. And then we can have renewable sources for that. So we can have a complete view of the problem, but we can do this only from the government level with segmentations on public management. There we have to think on the problem in a complete way, the use of land, where do we install, where houses should be close to the working source, so then we can reduce the time we take to reach to our jobs. But now they can be segmented, and the legislative processes and the regulations are now difficult. So then we must have a political will. We have to change political will, first of all, because of the dialogue between the different agents in the different compartments. So we have to look at these and then to change these into a regulation or law. I think this is the way that we should manage. You were mentioning in your presentation something that was dramatic and real, is the effect when we can see the average trip to the job is increasing, not only the distance in 1 kilometer, it's a long distance. And in parallel, the displacement speed is each time slower. And it is impossible not to see the lack of regulation that we have in Latin America, with the cities in Latin America and other countries that they have regulations where they see where houses should be, where urban areas should be. And I think that there is something that we have to work in our cities, and we should be willing and we should be convinced that we have to analyze our territory in a logic way. You said that the best thing that we can see is to live close to your house, to your work, sorry. And in having going into a bicycle could be attractive. Here you look in Paris that they are changing things, and now they have the motors as something attractive, as Carolina was saying. Although is their beginning, they are increasing the amount of bicycles that they are using. There's small amount of people, but they are increasing, and it seems very attractive. And it points our attention that, Gerardo, as you said, that during the pandemic, the CO2 and nitrogens were decreasing, mainly because of the web working on the web. And now we see that we don't have to go to work every day. We can work online too. I think that there are some elements. And Carolina, talking about heating, you would say that the cost of heating and the emissions increased at home. But did you observe as at home, as a city, they increased at home because workers were at home, children were at home, everybody was at home. But as a whole, as a city, is the same? You could say that we had more emissions as a city or only in our houses. Well, next research is to try to modulate why winter has a different behavior than in summer. And some of our variable that is temperature, the climate, and our cities where we have great rainfalls, but Coronel has higher temperatures than Osorno and Valdivia. Then we can see that temperatures are important. Then we can see why heatings have to be stronger in those cities. And the temperatures changes with climatic change. So this is like a whole cycle that is repeating. And the other thing that we have been seeing is the shape of the city. The way cities are, from here, urbanist may kill me, but the great amount of the planification of the cities is to arrive to the best density of the cities. But for environmental topics, the problem is the distance from home to the working place. This has a worst effect, and we see that houses are made of wood and 80 square meters, but the problem is the distance from the working centers, and that is what is affecting the environment. So if we make greater distances in the cities, if we create houses in the peripheries, and then we will have more problems than if we have greater distances or density in the center of the cities. And the other thing is the poverty in energy that has been discussed. In the south, I have big wood houses with that the main energy calefaction is wood. They can change to pellet, but they are losing a great amount of heat because of the conditions of the construction of their houses. So that is a public policy should be to improve the quality of the houses. When they receive their bonus, they improved the roofs, they had improved the walls of the houses, and electric, if we decrease the price of electric energy, maybe then we could improve the quality of the air. In what you have been studying, we have how this has been evolving and how things have been changing, gases changing during the pandemic, and this greenhouse effect. I don't know if emissions in houses. I would like you to comment something of what Carolina was saying in within the investigation that you have been carrying out. I think that at a global level, there is a consensus of what this first year of pandemic was. And I would say that with some singularities that are based on some climatic abnormalities, in the majority of the cities, we observe an increment because of the decrease in nitrogen oxide. We had a increase in ozone and a greenhouse emissions in Santiago. For example, there was an increase of about a 40% in up to March or May in 2019. And then when spring started, we saw that the typical increase, and that happened in the whole world with some exception. And that is because of the chemistry of the atmosphere is it's not linear. So that is anthropogenic emissions mainly. And something that we thought that would be the great benefits of particulated material based on emissions was not so big in Chile. About a 15% in PM or 5 less, probably PM10 was decreased in a greater amount, but what will generate a great problem to health was of a less impact. So I think that we are within what happened in many places in atmospheric contamination, but I think that the great challenge, and I think that I heard Luis Geraldo saying the same thing, that sometimes we have some precocious gases, that there are some gases that we're not observing. We're looking at the typical contaminants regulated in the quality of air, but these others are very important for the quality of air. And I would like to point out what this IPCC report showed. There's something explicit of volatile organic compounds. that are from fossils. They are derived from fossils, but they don't have a direct effect on climate, but they will create some other species that will affect climate.
It's very subtle, but it was shown in this report that it was very important. We need to see it with details because we are assessing a primary law of volatile organic compounds law, so we can make this and join our efforts. I think that is what I think in terms of air quality observed during the pandemic. Thank you, Rodrigo, and we are right in the time, but I would like to close with a question with two different visions. Situation as we have presented is a delicate situation, critical situation, and I would like to ask you, on one hand, what are the policies that you will promote to reduce greenhouse gases emissions in cities, and at the same time that they would have an effect at the less local contamination? We have two problems that are closely related. It has many other aspects, but if the new governments of Chilean regions or the mayors of cities will be looking at us, what are the proposals that you can state? We need a new policy aiming to what? And the second, one thing about policies, and the second thing, where do you see hope when you receive such a hard thing in terms of climate change and loss of biodiversity? Where should we set our hopes? Where is the light that we can say, well, we should move through this direction if we are placing our hope on cultural changes, on new technologies? Are we placing our hope in this enormous crisis that will allow us to be different? Where do we have it? I don't know who would like to begin. Two questions related to policies and hope. If I may, Juan Carlos, of course, Rodrigo. I have a list of requests that can help, and it would take us to a discussion we've had, and especially with air quality, I would say breaking the sectorial focus, how to coordinate institutions of the state to have better organization. The other point I think is important is to have an active citizens' participation. Another thing related to that, and we can think, is on the sacrifice area, how to have accountability by the companies, by the state. And in terms of hope, mentioning what you were saying, where's hope? I think hope is to promote science in public policies. That's where I place my hope, and hopefully this will motivate us in the next year to do this bond. May I continue? I agree with Rodrigo, and based on scientific evidence that we could take from this project, there are emphasis on three things. Making use of the positive changes people have done. There are some negative ones, such as using your car, but some positive things of buying more vegetables and fruits. Also, the change on heaters. I didn't show this in relation to income, but richer people use firewood, so they can change their heating system. We need a public policy for them to change. They should change now, and I would increase the supervision and also subsidies for those who cannot do this so quickly. Secondly, I will promote the use of train. We've seen that prior to pandemic, works were 5 kilometers away and the further was 20 kilometers, but now they're going to another municipality or another district to work, and especially with these cities that have rural areas and urban area, people from Valdivia go to another city, to Puerto Montt. So I buy a car and I go by car. It takes me 1 hour, and it's sustainable if I think on your home, but not for the environment. So why not strengthening the train As well as in Coronel, we have less emissions in Coronel because people can use the train. Thirdly, close shops, which is related to the plastics and waste policies. Before the pandemic, people would buy on the supermarkets a lot, which generated trips, and they used their car to go there 3 kilometers away. Now in the pandemic, purchasing in your clothes shop, in your neighborhood increased, and also on farmers market. So if we have a seal of local production, how it used to be in the past, in the 80s, we would decrease the footprint, but globalization brought other things to consume. I would take that direction. Responsible consumption, sustainable transportation, and change on the heating system. Thank you, Carolina. Luis Gerardo? Yes, my first element in my list to the kings or Santa Claus, it will be integrity of public policies to promote comprehensive public policies. Also, in terms of the standards, to include the use of the life cycle in environmental manifestations, permits, and so on. We only talk about temporary emissions for the construction of a site, but not the long-term impact of that work or that construction. Another important element in our economies is this thing of formality at work, that there are many activities that where you cannot regulate, you cannot promote for the use of new technologies if there's no credit capabilities, if there's no scale economy. So the man oven change for the creation of bricks change. These are just bottlenecks, but it has a strong component of social injustice and exploitation. So if we combine this, not only in the environmental side, but also in equity and justice, also accountability. And accountability, we can only have it when we have a mature institutions and solid democracy. So that's where we need to build upon. And that's my hope. My hope is our societies will be maturing, growing up in terms of institutions. Our democracy will get stronger. And if we have a strong democracy, the public demand for a better environment and care for the climate will be a way to be expressed on elections in such a way that we will punish those who are not upset by improving the climate, air quality, those who are corrupt to grant permits for this and that. So we will go from climate to pollution, and we go into the most elemental, the fundamentals, solid democracies. I'd like to thank the panel. Has been very interesting. We have addressed different topics, and very quickly we realized that contamination, pollution, climate change has a strong effect on policy, especially governance, the cities tables and the consultants for climate change, and I participate in that committee. We issued a document that is proposing different measures to try to contribute from the cities, not just to be lower emitting, but to be adapted to climate change, which is imminent. And I would like to insist, and it's very interesting, that we should demand our governance, our governments not to have just less emissions. We should have performance indicators that will be acid, and to say, well, reduce the mean time for traveling that makes an effort not just to see transportation and see how your city is structured. And if the travel distance is decreased at 30%, very quickly you will have less obesity, less contamination. Non-motorized transportation will be benefit. So that indicator, let's modify the mean travel distance and have shorter distance to go to work. That would be a good measure. Thank you very much, everyone that is listening. It's a great panel. Pleased to meet you. Carolina is from our home. Rodrigo, Luis Gerardo, it's been a pleasure to meet you. Magdalena. Thank you, Juan Carlos. I would like to thank Carolina once again, Luis Gerardo, and Rodrigo, and Juan Carlos for being the moderator and participating. This was a final session, and we are wrapping up today. And I would like to thank those who have been connected during the afternoon. I cannot close without inviting you to participate in the second conference of public policy scientifically based, because tomorrow we will begin at 1:40 p.m. We will have two panels related to the importance of monitoring and observation. We talked about this a little bit, about the need of investing on capacity to invest and monitor how climate change is affecting the region in different locations. So please connect yourself tomorrow so we can keep on learning, discussing, and finding out new ways to face climate change. And I would like to close taking Juan Carlos' remarks, inviting you to reflect, where do you see hope in this climate change context? Thank you very much, and we see each other tomorrow.